and has seen multiple actions in hostile environments across the geopolitical theater. July 2003. File designated inactive. Cloud and Sasha read the file in silence. Sasha furrowed his brow, then looked at Cloud with a concerned look. Cloud picked up his cell phone and started typing a text to Roman. Kill him. Chapter 41. Four Seasons Lion Palace, St. Petersburg. A minute later, Dewey's cell buzzed. "Yeah," said Dewey. "This is Commander John Drake on the USS Hartford. Where are you, Dewey?" The waitress appeared carrying a plate with Dewey's steak. "At the Four Seasons," said Dewey. "Where's the team?" "The STV is in harbor. I'll patch you through to Jacobson. He's the in-water operator." "Thanks, Commander." A minute later, another man appeared in the restaurant. He was shorter than the first, but he was, in his own way, more worrisome. His shirt was open at the collar and unbuttoned down to his navel. Gold chains hung around his neck. He had spiky blonde hair. He was wiry and pale. He wore a hard stare, his eyes sweeping the room. A moment later, Dewey heard a voice. "This is Jacobson. You there, Dewey?" "Yeah, I'm here." "Do you have the girl?" When the Russian's eyes arrived at Dewey, they stopped. The next moments were intense, as the thug stared for several long moments at him. "Not yet," said Dewey. "It's going to be a little while." "We're here," said Jacobson, "and we're good to go." At the man's breastplate, clearly visible, Dewey could see the telltale bulge of a gun strapped around his neck. "What's point of entry?" asked Dewey. "You need to get to the canal, to the right of the hotel." The excited voice of the hostess interrupted the din of conversation inside the restaurant. A moment later, Katya entered the restaurant. She wore jeans and a white, short-sleeved sweater. Her hair was braided back. She shook the hand of the hostess, then began speaking with her. The four people at the table in front of Dewey all looked in unison at her, then began whispering excitedly. The skinny guard looked again at Dewey. Dewey pretended not to notice, cutting another piece of his steak and putting it into his mouth. A moment later, the guard finally turned away, saying something to the larger man. He pointed to a booth out of Dewey's sight line. The hostess led Katya across the restaurant. The ballerina glanced briefly in Dewey's direction, making eye contact with him, a carefree smile on her face, then disappeared around the corner, flanked by her bodyguards. "Got it," said Dewey. "Give me a few minutes." Chapter 42. Langley. "I want all non-official covers in theater," Calabrese said to Polk, "with their locations." One of the analysts typed, bringing up all knocks in or near Russia. 3 photos tiled across the screen. 1. Maybank, J. Knock 333, Moscow, Russia. 2. Fairweather, T. Knock 009, Poznan, Poland. 3. Brainerd, T. Knock AW22, Minsk, Belarus. "Remember, Johnny's wounded," said Polk. "He has a bullet in his leg." "How bad is it?" "He has a fever and hasn't left the bedroom. Christie thinks he needs a doctor." They both knew what it meant. If Maybank's injury required surgery, he would need exfiltration. Right now, there was a higher priority. "Get Brainerd and Fairweather to Moscow," said Calabrese, walking toward the door. "Tell Christie she needs to take the bullet out herself. Then get word to Dewey. He needs to stay in theater. We can't afford to have him get on that sub." Chapter 43. Four Seasons Lion Palace, St. Petersburg. Dewey finished his meal and paid. He was the last person inside the restaurant, other than Katya and her men, who were in a booth out of his sight line. Before standing up to leave, he removed the .45 from a concealed pocket on the inside of his leather jacket. From his pants pocket, he removed a suppressor, screwing it into the muzzle of the gun beneath the table. He repocketed the gun, then stood and walked to the door. He glanced right, around the corner, to Katya's booth. Both of the men with Katya returned his look. As Dewey passed the maitre d', he caught movement in his eyes, a fleeting glance over Dewey's shoulders, behind him. Dewey crossed the lobby, looking quickly at his room key. The lobby was empty except for a woman behind the desk, who smiled and said goodnight to him. At the elevator, Dewey heard footsteps, hard-soled shoes clicking on marble approaching from behind him. A moment later, the bigger guard joined Dewey next to the elevator doors. They were approximately the same size. The Russian stood close, waiting for the elevator. When it came, he stepped on first. "Which floor, my friend?" he asked, in English filtered with a sharp Russian accent. "4." As the doors shut, Dewey watched the guard carefully, spreading his legs in case the bodyguard wanted to engage him in the elevator. The bodyguard instead pressed the button for 4, then a button for a floor higher than Dewey's. When the elevator stopped at the 4th floor, Dewey stepped out. He walked down the dimly lit hall. Dewey's back was to the bodyguard as he walked away, trying to appear nonchalant but hyper-aware of the man back at the elevator. With his right hand, he reached inside his jacket, removed the .45, and clutched it tight beneath his left armpit. The suppressed muzzle of the gun aimed behind him, back up the hall, inside the leather jacket, so the man couldn't see it. Dewey heard the faint metallic click of a round being chambered. At the end of the hall, he came to the last door. With his left hand, his free hand, he pulled a room key from his pocket. Dewey inserted the card into the lock with his left hand, while with his right he put his index finger on the trigger. The key slid into the lock. A red light came on. In the same moment, Dewey fired the Colt as fast as his finger could flex, several quick blasts, through the jacket, moving the .45 in a line without looking, left to right across the hallway. The scream from the Russian came from the second round. In the same instant, a silenced slug sailed by Dewey, striking the door just above his head. Dewey pivoted, ducking. The gunman lay on his back, a pistol at his side. Dewey's round had struck him in the stomach. His shirt was already drenched in blood. Groaning, the Russian reached for his weapon as Dewey moved toward him. Dewey watched as the bodyguard found the butt of the gun. Dewey stepped quickly toward the Russian, who now lay on the ground in a growing pool of crimson. Dewey had his gun out, and he trained it on the killer's head, saying nothing. Then Dewey fired. A slug ripped the Russian in the right eye. Dewey heard the door to his right abruptly open, a curious hotel guest, then the sound of a chain. As the shocked occupant of the room screamed, Dewey booted his foot at the door, ripping the chain off, then lunging into the room. Standing in a bathrobe was a man in his 70s. Dewey pointed at the bed, training his gun on him, holding a finger to his lips, telling him to be quiet. Dewey stepped backward, gun fixed on the man. He opened the door and grabbed the ankle of the dead bodyguard. He dragged him into the room, keeping the muzzle of the Colt trained at all times on the old man's head. Dewey shut the door and left the dead thug just inside the room.
"Please, don't kill me,"
the man stuttered. Dewey said nothing. He came to the man, flipped him on his stomach. He removed his Gerber combat blade from his ankle sheath. He sliced apart a towel, ripping it into strips. He gagged the man tightly, then bound his arms and legs. Dewey moved to the dead man. He had another gun, Walter PPK, and a pack of cigarettes. In a secret pocket, in his left sock, Dewey found a plastic room key. Dewey looked in the bathroom. On the sink was a plug-in razor. Dewey took the electric razor and shaved his beard, mustache, and hair. It took him 5 minutes, and was rough. His hair was now short, a 1/4 inch of stubble. He looked in the mirror, and for a second, he didn't recognize himself. He checked the old man to make sure he wasn't tied too tightly. He went to the door and looked out the peephole. The corridor wall had a small arc of wet blood. The beige carpet was pancaked in scarlet. He had to move. He exited the room and moved methodically down the hallway, soundlessly inserting the key, watching at each door as the light turned red. He took the fire stairs to the 5th floor, repeating the sweep. Near the far corner, a door lock suddenly flashed green, and the lock clicked. Dewey removed his gun. He opened the door, then kicked with all his strength. The door swung violently in, crashing against the wall. The other bodyguard was sitting, shirt off, on one of the beds, the TV on. Next to him on the bed was a small submachine gun. He looked at Dewey. His eyes shot inexplicably, reflexively, to the closet next to the door. Dewey turned the gun and fired into the closet as the shirtless guard reached for the submachine gun. Dewey swept the Colt and fired again, ripping a slug into the man's chest. He yanked the closet door open. On the floor was another man. His chest was oozing blood. A gun was at his feet. He looked up at Dewey, whispering something in Russian as blood drenched his chest. Dewey shut the door. He stepped to the window. In front of the hotel, at least a dozen police cruisers had arrived, red lights flashing, along with a growing line of black sedans. "Fuck," he whispered. He stepped to a door connecting to the next room. He knocked. "Da," a woman's voice. Dewey said nothing. He waited, then knocked again. The door opened. Standing in the door was Katya. She had on a white terry cloth bathrobe. Dewey raised the weapon and aimed it at her head. "Don't say anything. Don't scream. Don't try to run. You do that, and I won't hurt you." Katya nodded. She looked as if she was about to cry.
Who are you?
She whispered. "Put on some clothing," said Dewey. He shut the connecting door and walked to the window. Flashing blue lights dotted the road surrounding the hotel. The sound of sirens came in through the window. He kept his gun trained on Katya as he pulled out his cell. He dialed the number of the Navy SEAL, Jacobson, who was in the harbor waiting. "Jacobson, go." "I have the girl," said Dewey. "We need to move."
Who are you?
She asked again. Dewey ignored her question. "Where are you?" asked Jacobson. "Four Seasons." "Go out the front entrance," said Jacobson. "Right 1 block to the canal. I'll be there beneath the bridge." "How long?" Above the sirens, a sharp, high-pitched beeping noise suddenly roared. The hotel fire alarm. The Four Seasons was being evacuated. 5. By the time you get there, I'll be in position." "See you soon," said Dewey, calmly. Chapter 44. Four Seasons Lion Palace, St. Petersburg. Dewey pocketed Katya's cell phone. He ransacked her suitcases, purse, handbags, coat pockets, and anything else he could find. He went into the bathroom and dug into her toiletries kit, keeping the muzzle of his gun aimed out the open door at Katya.
What are you looking for?
She asked.
Do you know who I am?
Dewey returned to the living room of the luxurious suite, then stepped into the bedroom, the gun always aimed at Katya through the open door. He looked in the drawers of the bureaus, lifting up clothing. He went to a mahogany desk in front of the window and opened the drawers, finding nothing. He returned to the living room. "Get dressed," said Dewey. "Get some shoes on, now."
Why are you doing this?
Katya asked, her voice trembling. Dewey pulled out a sheet of paper and unfolded it. On it were photos of Cloud. He handed it to her. Katya's hand went to her mouth, covering it. "Is that your boyfriend?" asked Dewey. She nodded as tears rolled down her cheeks. "He's a terrorist," said Dewey. "He's planning an attack on the United States." Katya wiped her cheeks, staring at the paper, then let it fall to the floor. "He killed 5 Americans tonight, lured them into a trap, then killed them. They never had a chance. Now get dressed." Katya burst into tears.
Piotr,
She said.
He's not a terrorist.
What's his last name?
Vargarin.
Dewey took out his cell and hit speed dial. Control, identify. Andreas put me through to Bill Polk. As Dewey waited, he nodded to Katya. Get dressed, he said again. Now. Polk came on the line. Dewey? Dewey stepped to the window, out of earshot, then spoke in a low voice, all the while keeping his gun trained at Katya. I have her, he whispered. Where? The hotel. That would explain why Metro Police is going haywire. Yeah, I know. I need to get going, but you need to know something. His name is Pyotr Vargarin. She told you that? She seemed genuinely shocked that he's a terrorist. She's either a very good liar or is unaware of this guy's true identity. Does she have a cell phone? Hold on. Dewey took out Katya's cell phone, then dictated the number to Polk. Polk cleared his throat. One more thing, Polk said. You need to stay inside Russia. We just received word that the nuke is through the Strait of Gibraltar. Katya Basayev is now our only link to Cloud. Get her out, then stay in theater and wait for further orders. You got it? Yeah, I got it. Get going.
Where are you taking me? Please, I ask you sincerely.
You're the only connection we have to Cloud, said Dewey. I'm taking you out of Russia.
You're kidnapping me,
she sobbed. Yeah, said Dewey, I am. Kidnapping, abducting, whatever you want to call it. We will do whatever we need to do to stop this attack on the United States. I don't want to hurt you, Katya, but that's up to you. You understand? She stared at him in silence. He looked back, trying not to look too long into her eyes, trying not to get to know her in any way, trying not to think about anything other than the mission. His eyes went to the window and peered down at the chaotic mess in front of the hotel. Please, get dressed, he repeated. In the reflection in the glass, Dewey watched as Katya removed her bathrobe and allowed it to fall to the ground. He stopped looking, even at the blurry reflection, until she had pulled on a pair of white jeans and a sweater. He saw her take a small object from the table, something that was beneath her shirt, and tuck it under a book. What was it? He asked, pointing to the book.
Nothing.
Give it to me. Katya picked up the object and stepped toward Dewey, staring daggers as she handed him a small leather object the size of a wallet. Dewey opened it up. It was a traveling photo album with slots for just a few photos. There were only two. One was a color photo of a pair of teenagers, a girl and a boy. They were seated at a restaurant. In front of the girl was a piece of cake with a single candle lit on top of it. They were holding hands. The girl had pigtails and a big smile on her face. The boy had short, curly blonde hair. He was smiling too. Dewey stared at it for several moments, then looked at Katya.
My 15th birthday,
she said. Is that him? Katya nodded. The other photo was black and white, its edges frayed with age. This photo showed a child. He was standing dead center in the middle of the photo. Other children were gathered to his side, all eyes looking at him. He was in front of a table upon which was a large trophy. An adult, presumably a teacher, was presenting the trophy to the boy. Behind him, a plain-looking, slightly rotund woman was standing next to a tall, bearded man with glasses and curly brown hair. The woman had a blank, serious expression on her face. The man was smiling proudly. Dewey studied the black and white photo. Cloud was very young. He wore a button-down shirt and tie. His hair sprouted up from his head in big, wavy curls. What is this?
The only photo he has of his parents, she answered. They're both dead.
How old is he? Katya shrugged her shoulders.
I don't know, she said. Even he doesn't know.
Dewey pulled the black and white photo from the leather case, folded it in half, then stuck it in his pocket. Katya watched him do it, a look of disbelief on her face.
It was the only photograph Pyotr...
Pyotr isn't going to be alive much longer, said Dewey. I don't think he'll miss the photo.
He would never have anything to do with terrorism, she said. He's a kind man. I've known him since age 13. He's gentle. Please, you must believe me.
It doesn't matter what I believe, said Dewey, scanning the street in front of the Four Seasons, which was now a pandemonium of police cars. Besides, there are about 100 cops outside. They all have guns. I don't think they're very happy with me at the moment.
Perhaps they will shoot you, like you shot my guards.
Dewey looked at her. At least I'm not wearing white pants. Katya looked down at her white jeans.
What's wrong with white pants?
It's an easy target for a marksman, especially at night. They'll probably be shooting at me, but if they miss, it's gonna hit you.
Why are you trying to scare me?
Dewey walked to Katya and stood in front of her. Because I need you to be scared. If you're scared, maybe you'll listen to me. There's only one way out of here. But you need to do exactly what I say. Katya became quiet.
Where will you take me?
She asked. I don't know the answer to that question.
Please, tell me your name. I have the right to know.
It doesn't matter.
To me, it does.
Katya's English wasn't flawless, and yet the aristocratic softness of her accent made the imperfections somehow charming. Dewey held the curtain to the side. A cordon of police were stretched across the road in front of the hotel. My name is Dewey Andreas.
What did he do?
He acquired a nuclear bomb. He put the bomb in a boat that right now is on its way to the United States. He intends to detonate it there. She stared at him, a look of utter shock at his words. She walked to one of the couches and sat down.
He would never do this, she said. It's a mistake.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You don't know much, said Dewey. And yet you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 bodyguards. Why would anyone need so much protection?
Are you implying that I'm involved?
I just find it strange that you have 3 operatives guarding you. Ex-military. Spetsnaz, if I had to guess. She stared.
They're provided to me. I've had guards as long as I can remember.
Dewey stared out the window. The first one followed me upstairs and tried to kill me, said Dewey. He turned and their eyes met.
Why would I kill you?
She asked softly.
There is already too much misery in this world. I would not kill you. I would never kill anybody.
She stood up. She walked to the window next to him and looked out. Let's go, said Dewey. She pointed at the police cordon.
Are you insane?
We're going to walk out the front door. I'm one of your guards.
That will not work,
Katya said, shaking her head. You're probably right. They'll kill me and you can go back and hang out with the terrorists and jump around in a bird costume. Doesn't mean we're not going to give it the old college try, though. Katya smiled.
College try? What does this mean?
Dewey took her wrist and lightly clutched it, pushing her toward the door. At the door he turned. I'm going to explain how this works, he said quietly. I've stood where those guys were going to walk by are standing. And right now, they're looking for a killer. You alone can convince them I'm not the one they're looking for. It's like a play, and you're the star, and your role is to be the pissed-off ballerina who doesn't like gunshots and sirens and wants to move to a different hotel. I'm the goon who's supposed to protect you. You got it? Sell that, and we both live. Don't sell it, and we both die.
What if I give you up?
You die.
You would kill me?
She asked quietly. Yes.
I've done nothing wrong.
If you rat on me, that qualifies as something wrong. In my book, at least.
I'm innocent.
If you're innocent, you won't be harmed, he said. You're not the one we're after. You'll be asked to help us find Cloud. Then you'll be set free. It's that simple. She closed her eyes, looked at the ground, then looked up and opened them again, staring directly into his eyes.
I will do it. I will try to help. I still do not believe the man you say is a terrorist is the same man I know. But I will help. I have nothing but fondness for the United States of America.
He pointed at the phone on the desk. Call the front desk. Ask him what's going on, said Dewey. In English, I want to hear it. Ask why the police are here. Then tell them to bring the car around. You would like to move to the Grand Hotel. Katya picked up the phone. She dialed the front desk and did precisely as Dewey instructed, then hung up. Dewey lifted her bag.
Dewey,
she said. Walk in front of me, like I work for you, he said. Dewey handed her a pair of sunglasses. Put these on.
You don't trust me?
Don't take it personally. Dewey followed Katya to the door. She opened it and stepped into the hallway. A pair of armed policemen in blue tactical gear were standing near the elevator. The first officer looked at Katya, then at Dewey. Dewey maintained a cool demeanor, but nodded. Ms. Basayev, he said in Russian, we ask that everyone remain in their room.
I'm leaving the hotel,
she said in English, walking toward the elevator. The agent blocked her path.
Get out of my way,
she snapped indignantly. The officer didn't move.
I'm under orders, Ms. Basayev. I'm sorry. Until the killer is apprehended, no one goes in or out of the hotel.
Dewey was behind Katya. He had the Colt .45 in his right hand, behind his back. He raised the gun, moved to Katya's side, and fired. The silenced slug hit the agent in the forehead. Before the second officer could react, Dewey fired another shot, hitting him in the mouth, kicking him backward and down. Katya stared at the dead men, her eyes wide, momentarily repulsed by the bloody scene. Dewey grabbed Katya's wrist and pulled her into the elevator. He pressed the button for the ground floor, then the button for the second floor. He stood in the far left corner, waiting and watching. His eyes were calm, blank, above all cold, with a hint of anger. The elevator stopped at 2. Dewey eyed Katya. Quickly he raised his gun and trained it on the elevator doors. As they began to slide open, Dewey held Katya by the back of her jacket with his left hand. Another agent in blue tactical gear was waiting. He had on a combat helmet and had a carbine raised and trained on the elevator. As the doors opened, the soldier barked something in Russian.
Запустит!
Katya screamed, warning the agent.
Run!
Dewey lunged toward the door, firing. The soldier ran. Dewey stepped into the hallway, firing as he moved, striking the officer beneath the lower edge of his helmet, a quarter-inch above his Kevlar flak jacket, dropping him. He turned back, looking for Katya. His eyes saw the white of her jeans, just a glimpse, as the elevator doors shut. Dewey lurched, getting a finger between the doors just as they went tight. The elevator made a low, mechanical grinding noise as the doors tried to close. Dewey fought against the elevator doors. If they closed, he would lose Katya. The mechanical grinding became louder as Dewey struggled to pull the doors apart, his face contorted. A low ringing noise came from somewhere inside the car. Inside the elevator shaft, below, on the other side of the doors, he could hear the cables tugging against the elevator housing, trying to lower the elevator. But Dewey would not let the doors shut, and finally, the low beeping noise stopped. The doors suddenly opened. Dewey stepped inside and was greeted by a violent kick to the groin from Katya. The kick doubled him over. The elevator doors started to close again as Katya charged at him. From a pained crouch he swung, but she ducked, spinning, then hammered her right foot counterclockwise, a vicious motion aimed at his head. Dewey recognized Katya's martial training. His brain processed it in the split second following the kick to the groin. As her foot moved toward his head, he anticipated it, bending just as her foot cut viciously across the air above his head. In the instant that followed, Dewey slashed his left arm out, slamming Katya in the knee with a fist, then speared her in the ribcage with a brutal punch that sent her flying into the wall, then down. Dewey stepped back, gun trained on her. He glanced at the elevator door, then back at her. Both of them knew that the first floor held a waiting army of Russian police. Dewey put his hand in the elevator door before it closed. As it moved automatically back open, he grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the elevator, gun raised, then moved right. At the end of the hallway, he knocked several times on the door to a room. When a woman answered the door, Dewey pushed the door in, weapon raised. The woman burst into tears. He pointed to the bathroom, ordering her to go inside. He turned off the lights in the room, then moved to the window. Below was a courtyard, closed for the night, with tables and sun umbrellas. Behind it was a street. Beyond that, the canal. He dialed Jacobson. "I need to move right now." "Go," said Jacobson. "I'm here." Dewey heard shouts from the hallway in Russian, then the loud drumbeat of footsteps. He looked at Katya just as her mouth opened and she started screaming. Dewey charged at her, catching her near the bed, and covered her mouth with his hand, silencing her. He felt her sharp teeth bite down. Dewey pulled his hand, now bleeding, away from her mouth. He wrapped his forearm around her neck and tightened it. She struggled, kicking his legs, trying to punch him, but it was futile. In seconds, she grew weak, then went limp in his arms. He carried her limp body to the window. He quickly surveyed the courtyard, as behind him a steel battering ram slammed into the door with a somber thump. Dewey took a few steps back and aimed his gun at the window. The battering ram slammed a second time. The door made a loud cracking noise as wood splintered. Dewey lifted Katya's body and wrapped it around the back of his neck, clutching her legs and neck in a tight grip with his left hand as he held his gun in his right. He charged toward the window as behind him the door crashed in. He fired a slug, shattering the window just as he leapt into the air. Yelling in Russian was interwoven with automatic gunfire. Dewey's right foot hit the windowsill as slugs erupted behind him. He hit the sill, then leapt out as far as he could, launching into the air as bullets flew just above his head. The momentum of the jump was quickly gone. Dewey and Katya dropped in a sharp line toward the ground 2 stories below. Dewey kicked his legs furiously through the air, trying to maintain his balance, holding Katya tightly around his neck. Their trajectory took them toward a red and white canvas umbrella. Dewey slammed into it, feet first. He ripped through the thick canvas and smashed painfully into the wooden pole holding the umbrella, snapping it in half, then crashed to the ground, his right palm, elbow, hip, and knee all absorbing the trauma, yet protecting the unconscious Katya. Dewey jumped to his feet, despite piercing pain in his leg. The staccato of unmuted gunfire clotted the St. Petersburg night. He shifted Katya's body to his left shoulder, fireman style, and charged across the Four Seasons courtyard. He hurdled the wall of neatly manicured boxwoods as bullets pocked the slate on the ground around him. They were trying to slow him or scare him into stopping, but the gunmen did not target him directly. They would not want to kill Katya, and that fact alone offered him a slim margin of protection. Dewey could see the iron balustrade above the canal entrance, just a block and a half away. He sprinted as fast as he could, sweat drenching him. The scene was chaos. Gunfire mixed with shouting, screams, cars honking, and in the distance the low thunder of a chopper moving in. From both sides, policemen swarmed. For the first time, Dewey registered the khaki and red uniforms of Russian soldiers. He sprinted past the block of mansions, lungs burning, then lurched out into traffic, dodging cars as he crossed the last remaining roadway before the canal. Suddenly, to his left, he eyed a pair of soldiers running toward him. Horns blared, bullets struck a taxicab, shattering its windshield. Sirens mixed with hysterical screaming. Dewey leapt to the sidewalk on the other side of the road. He had a few yards on a pair of officers who were closest, but they were gaining. He had less than a block now, a block lined with a half-dozen limestone mansions. After that, he would be free and clear. Suddenly, just past the last mansion on the block, precisely where Dewey wanted to run, a police cruiser cut across the road and bounced up onto the sidewalk, blocking him. Dewey kept running as police officers jumped from the front and back of the sedan, weapons aimed at him. As one of the men stepped toward him, Dewey slammed his left shoulder into the officer, pummeling him backward, then kept charging toward the canal ahead. Dewey recalled Polk's words. "The nuke is through the strait. Get her out, then stay in theater." Dewey was now running as fast as he could, despite the pain in his hip, just feet in front of a pack of Russian policemen. His eyes shot right as a plainclothes agent lurched at him, diving toward his legs. Dewey kept running, bracing himself as the agent's arm wrapped around his thighs. He broke through the tackle, his knees striking the man's head, a loud grunt coming from him as he tumbled to the ground. From behind, police officers swarmed, coming from what seemed like every direction, shouting at Dewey to drop Katya. At the iron gate above the canal, Dewey threw Katya like a rag doll toward the water, then followed, leaping in the air, hurdling the fence. He heard a splash as Katya's body hit the water beneath him. Then suddenly he slammed feet first into the water next to her. Dewey dived down into the dark canal as bullets hit the surface of the water just above his head. Chapter 45. Griboyedov Canal, St. Petersburg. In the dark waters of Griboyedov Canal, a small black object floated in a stationary position next to the 400-year-old stone embankment, directly across the canal from an iron railing, past which was Nevsky Prospect, the nearest entry point to the canal from the Four Seasons. The object appeared to be nothing more than a piece of floating debris, dull matte rubber in a dark shade of gray, a sliver of glass on one side, and that was all. It could have been anything: a buoy, an old boot, an empty vodka bottle. But it wasn't just anything. The rubber was in fact the skull cap of a tactical wetsuit. The glass was a specially designed full-face diving mask, equipped with night optics and a dynamic graphical user interface, which, on the left side of the interior of the helmet, displayed a live video feed taken from the sky of the scene. Wearing both was Navy SEAL John Jacobson. He moved his legs slowly beneath him, inhaling and exhaling through a closed-circuit underwater breathing apparatus called a rebreather, which enabled him to recycle most of the unused oxygen from his exhale, thus eliminating telltale bubbles from the water, cloaking his presence as he waited. He listened to the din from the street above, the cacophony of violence, which he registered with anticipation and dread, the tumult of a chaotic extraction whose odds of success were diminishing with each passing moment. Jacobson's earbud connected him to the SDV that idled directly beneath him, 18 feet below the surface. The rat-a-tat-tat of sporadic gunfire started less than a minute after Jacobson surfaced. It echoed down across the flat water, bouncing between the stone walls of the canal, each round causing Jacobson's heart to race a little quicker. "It sounds like fucking Beirut up there," Jacobson whispered into his commo as he tread water. Jacobson's teammate, Davy Ray, was seated in the tight cockpit of the SDV, waiting for him to return. "Roger that," came Ray. "I can hear it." In Jacobson's right hand was an odd-looking weapon, HK P-11, a pistol designed for underwater use, capable of firing steel darts. The flashing lights of a police cruiser abruptly appeared, directly across from him, slamming to a screeching halt on the sidewalk, just behind the balustrade. The shouts grew closer, then were overhead. Suddenly an object came flying from above. It was a body, limp, like a corpse. He watched as the object came crashing from above. It was a woman, her long hair unmistakable. She splashed violently into the canal. Jacobson lunged beneath the water, kicking furiously, sticking the P-11 back in his belt with his right hand as, with his left, he pulled a small red canister from the same belt. The canister, a ditch pipe, was the size of a pack of lifesavers. Jacobson swam underwater to the place where he guessed she entered the water. He searched frantically for the woman, then found her at least 5 feet beneath the surface, unconscious. Jacobson pulled her even farther beneath the water, aiming for the SDV. He stuck the ditch pipe into her mouth, then pressed a black button on the end. Oxygen poured into her mouth as Jacobson swam deeper, kicking hard, moving down into the depths of the canal. Dewey hit the water hard, slamming legs first only inches from where Katya's limp body had plunged into the canal. He dived below the surface just as bullets struck the water near his head. He dived as deeply and as quickly as possible, fighting to get to a safe depth, reaching down frantically into the water with his hands, kicking as hard as he could, despite the pain and what he now understood was a potentially serious injury to his right knee. As he kicked lower, Dewey wrestled his way out of the leather Belstaff jacket, pulling his arms from the sleeves, then let the jacket fall away. Dewey opened his eyes beneath the water, seeing nothing but infinite black. Instinctively, he searched for signs of Jacobson, of Katya's white pants. Then Calabrese's last words came back to him. "We need you in Russia." He'd arrived in Russia totally unprepared for deep field work, but he understood that the situation was far graver than anyone back in America had predicted. Whoever this person or this group was, it was clear they were an enemy far more sophisticated than anyone imagined. In the cold water of the canal, the trauma from the leap through the hotel room window came into sharp relief. Each movement of his right arm and right leg brought acute pain. "Fight through it. You're not done yet. Not even close." Dewey had always known how to take pain and compartmentalize it, then put that compartment out of the way, so that even though he was feeling it, it did not affect his work. He would need that strength now. His leg, in particular, felt as if it was dangling, still attached to the knee, but by a thread. He scanned the water again for Jacobson and Katya. He would stay in Russia, yet the SDV offered the chance to pick up a medical kit, so he could bandage up his leg later. In the murky water, his eyes suddenly caught a flash of white beneath him. He dived down toward it. It was the white of Katya's jeans. Jacobson was pulling her down to the SDV. He swam after them. As he went lower, the darkness became like the blackest of tunnels. Katya's white pants remained the only thing that wasn't black, but they were fading. Then she disappeared. Dewey found himself deep in the water, unable to discern which direction was up. He was out of breath. "Let it go." Dewey stopped swimming. For several seconds, he didn't move. Slowly, he felt his buoyancy pulling him up. Blackness turned into a light speckled greenish blur. He knew the Russians would be waiting, their weapons trained at the surface of the water, but there was nothing he could do now. He breached the surface, gasping for air, then ducked back below the surface, diving down. He waited for the dull staccato of gunfire, but heard none. He remained below water for nearly a minute, then surfaced again. When he looked around, what he saw shocked him. The canal had opened up. The channel's current had taken him several hundred feet away from the scene. He was 30 feet from shore, along a marina whose wharves were lined with boats. Dewey struggled to catch his breath. He side-paddled to the far end of a dock that jutted out into the water. On both sides of the wooden jetty, small sailboats were moored, empty and quiet. Dewey placed his hand on the top of the dock, holding on to it, remaining there for several minutes as he caught his breath and stared at the brightly lit scene up the canal where a helicopter now hovered, its spotlights scouring the surface of the water. Both sides of the canal were alight with spotlights and the flashing strobes of police cruisers. From the other side of the canal, Dewey saw police speedboats, sirens roaring as they approached the disordered scene. He turned at a sudden noise. Behind him sped another police boat, its spotlights scanning the surface of the water, moving rapidly across the marina. Soon, it would be at him. As the light hit the sailboat to Dewey's right, lighting it up, he dived again, using the bottom of the jetty to hold himself just below the surface. After a half-minute, he resurfaced. The police boat was creeping along the canal, toward the Four Seasons, its spotlight panning the canal wall. Hunting. Dewey's eyes shot to the Four Seasons. Along the terraces, at least a dozen gunmen swept the water with guns, searching. He watched the chaotic scene as several scuba divers entered the water, looking for Katya, looking for him. Jacobson swam into a small compartment at the aft of the SDV, pulling Katya in with him. He pressed a button inside the compartment. The door shut tight, then locked. "Go!" barked Jacobson, still on commo, speaking into his mask to Ray, who was in a separate compartment just a few feet from him, dry. The SDV moved out, its nearly silent propulsion system sending it forward into the darkness, away from the Griboyedov Canal and toward the open water. The compartment still filled with water. Jacobson pressed another button, and a small but powerful pump came to life, pumping out water. Soon the water level in the SDV started dropping. In less than 10 seconds, it was empty. Jacobson laid Katya on her back. He felt her carotid artery at the side of her neck for a pulse. There was nothing. He pulled off his mask, arched Katya's neck gently, and plugged her nose. He started breathing hard into her mouth in timed puffs, trying to push air into her water-choked lungs. After more than a minute, she made a soft, moaning noise, then started vomiting water. Slowly, Katya opened her eyes. She looked frightened and confused. She looked slowly around the tiny compartment. Then she started bawling uncontrollably. The SDV moved quietly through the water, aiming deeper, speeding at 15 knots toward the USS Hartford. Jacobson knocked on the glass, getting Ray's attention. "Heat," he said, asking Ray to crank up the heat inside the compartment. Jacobson placed his hand on Katya's forearm, attempting to calm her down. After several minutes of sobbing, she put her first words together.
"Where am I?"
she asked. Jacobson said nothing. 20 minutes later, the SDV locked in place against the submarine. Jacobson opened the hatch, picked up the barrel of his gun, and wrapped the steel grip against the sub. A moment later, a round hatch lowered, opening. Halogen lights beamed up from the sub, made the light blue and eerie. Jacobson crawled down first, followed by a pair of bare feet beneath soaked white denim jeans. Katya climbed down the ladder, sopping wet and dripping. She was placed on a stretcher and carried to the quarterdeck, her eyes scanning the inside of the submarine, then the half-dozen men standing in front of her. "Bring her to the officers' quarters," said Montgomery Thomas, the Hartford's captain. "Get her some dry clothes, something to drink if she wants it. Do not let her out of your sight." After Katya was let out of the compartment, Thomas looked at Jacobson. "What happened to Andreas?" "I don't know," said Jacobson. Chapter 46. Mission Theater Targa, Langley. Calabrese looked at one of the NCS case officers. "Get me Montgomery Thomas on the USS Hartford. Use a clean uplink." "Yes, sir." A few seconds later, Calabrese's cell buzzed. "Monty?" "Hector," said Thomas. "I was wondering how long it would take you to call. How's she doing?" "Fine. She's a bit terrified, but we've got her in some warm clothing. You need to know something. Andreas didn't make it out." "I know," said Calabrese. "We need him in country. We have a problem." "You want to talk to the lady?" "Yeah," answered Calabrese. "I need live stream as she's speaking, along with your EKG." "Hold on." Calabrese put his hand over the phone, then looked at an analyst. "I want this run through fax along with the BRA module," said Calabrese. Calabrese, in shorthand, was instructing the NCS analyst to quickly set up 2 forms of remote lie detection technology for use on Katya. FACS stood for Facial Action Coding System, in which Katya's facial movements would be quickly catalogued, creating a digital bookmark of what Katya looked like when she was telling the truth and when she was lying. The VRA was voice risk analysis, a CIA-developed remote lie detection technology. At the same time Langley's computers were aggregating Katya's facial movements, a separate software module would attempt to read the inflections in her voice against her heart rate, breathing pattern, and blood pressure. Together they would provide a down-and-dirty lie detector, less effective than a classic interrogation setting, but with Katya on a submarine thousands of miles away, it was Calabrese's only option.
"Park it on line 4, sir," said the young woman.
"Starting with a baseline," said Calabrese. "When you have it, let me know."
"Roger."
A few moments later, a soft female voice came over the speaker system.
"Hello?"
The plasma at the front of Targa abruptly cut to Katya's face. She was seated in front of a steel table. Her hair was slightly messed up, though her beauty was obvious. EKG wires on her arm and neck were visible. "Miss Basayev, my name is Hector Calabrese. I work for the U.S. government. You were taken out of Russia on my authority. I want you to know that you'll be treated as fairly and respectfully as you treat us, which means answering our questions truthfully. We mean you no harm. You know who we're after."
"You kidnapped me, and now you torture me and hold me against my will. I don't know anything. I think you have the wrong individual. Pyotr is not a terrorist."
"You work as a ballerina, is that correct?" asked Calabrese. Katya paused for a brief moment, then looked up. She didn't respond. "When was the last time you danced in front of a live audience?" Katya shut her eyes as Calabrese asked her another question. "What was the ballet?" The analyst turned to Calabrese and shook her head. Without Katya answering the simplest questions, they would be unable to establish a baseline of how the ballerina acted when telling the truth. "What was your mother's maiden name?" Katya opened her eyes, then started crying. Calabrese muted the line and looked at Polk. "This isn't working," said Calabrese, "and we don't have time to be patient." Calabrese unmuted the line to the Hartford. "Monty, take me down, please." A moment later, Thomas came back on the line. "Where do you want her? Is there a carrier somewhere in the North Atlantic?" "Negative. Nimitz is the closest, and that's in Naples." "Give me live sat," whispered Calabrese. A digital map appeared. His finger found the Hartford. From there, his finger made a beeline southwest, finding the United Kingdom. Polk put his hand out, muting the line to the Hartford. "What about MI6? asked Polk, referring to Langley's closest ally in the trade, Britain's intelligence service. Calabrese nodded. "Good idea. You want me to call?" "No, I'll call," said Calabrese. "You need to focus on getting those men to Moscow." Calabrese unmuted the uplink to the submarine. "Monty," said Calabrese, "get her to Inverness Airport in Scotland. We'll take it from there." On the USS Hartford, Thomas hung up his cell phone. He climbed a ladder down to the quarterdeck. He went to the digital map, tracing a path with his finger toward the north coast of Scotland. He looked at one of his junior officers. "Give me the range on an Osprey V-22. 1,000 miles, sir." "What if we load it with fuel?" "With internal fuel tanks, double it, sir." He picked up one of the submarine phones. "This is Montgomery Thomas on the USS Hartford. We have an emergency priority. I need a V-22 as soon as you can get it here, loaded with enough gas to fly to Scotland." Under a black, starless sky, the Hartford rose to the surface of the water, gray-black steel against a gray-black sky and a gray-black water. Thomas climbed onto the platform as, in the distance, the low growl of a plane cut above the noise of the ocean. Behind him, two men lifted Katya by her flex-cuffed arms to the top of the ladder. She was dressed in navy blue pants, black rubber boots, a navy blue shirt, and a fleece jacket. All of it was too big for her. A nylon life vest was strapped around her, tight around her chest, torso, and legs. A pair of large steel O-rings for transport dangled from the vest at the waist. The lights of the plane appeared through the cloudy sky as the Osprey's turboprops grew louder. Suddenly, a triangle of bright halogen lights illuminated the plane's white fuselage. The lights pivoted and scanned the black ocean until they found the hulking steel of the submarine. The Osprey descended quickly. For a brief moment, it appeared as if it might fly straight into the ocean. Then it stopped immediately overhead. The props abruptly flipped from vertical to horizontal, like helicopter rotors, enabling the plane to hover overhead. A steel door opened in the bottom of the plane. A flashing light appeared. The flashing light, attached to a cable, descended. With a grappling hook, Montgomery grabbed it and clipped the cable to the O-rings on Katya's vest. He checked it to make sure it was secure. Then he held his left thumb up in the air. The cable went taut, and Katya was yanked up from the deck of the Hartford. She disappeared into the fuselage of the plane. The steel door shut, and the plane's engines screamed out of sight, ripping southwest into the night. Chapter 47. Electrostal. Cloud listened to Katya's phone ringing for the third time. When it went to voicemail, he shut his eyes and listened.
Hello? I'm very sorry, but I can't talk right now. Please leave me a message.
Cloud hung up the phone, then hit redial. As he waited for something he knew would not happen, something that would never happen again, namely for Katya to answer, he shot Sasha a look.
Have you been able to reach any of the men?
Asked Cloud, referring to Katya's bodyguards. Sasha shook his head.
I've tried Roman twice, Vladimir 3 times, and the other. There's no answer.
Katya's phone started ringing. Then, after 2 rings, a voice came on.
Who is this?
The man asked. Russian.
Where is she?
Asked Cloud.
This is Colonel Polyan from FSB. Who am I speaking to?
I am Katya's father, said Cloud.
I've been trying to reach her.
I'm sorry, sir, said the officer. She's not here.
Where is she? There are news reports.
The phone went dead. Cloud stood up, a psychotic look on his face. He hurled the cell phone at the wall, where it smashed into pieces. He kicked his chair away and walked to the stairs.
Cloud,
said Sasha. Cloud ignored him. He descended the stairs 3 steps at a time. When he reached the basement garage, he climbed onto his motorcycle. He turned it on, revving it hard, then screeched forward, pulling up the ramp to street level. As he was about to accelerate onto the dark street, a figure appeared and lurched in the path of the Ducati. Cloud slammed on the brakes. It was Sasha.
Come back, inside,
he said, panting heavily from his run down the stairs, holding up both arms, as if he could direct Cloud to do what he wanted.
Something has happened.
I have to go to St. Peter's. She's gone, Pyotr, snapped Sasha. Cloud stared into his friend's eyes for several seconds. He didn't say anything. Sasha stood as still as a statue, holding his arms up. Then he put them down and stepped to Cloud, walking to his side, moving to within a few inches of him. Gently, he placed his hand on Cloud's shoulder.
We knew this was a possibility, said Sasha. Going to St. Petersburg will get you nothing, except caught. Now come back upstairs.
5 minutes later, Cloud followed Sasha to his computer.
The CIA is sending more men into the country,
said Sasha. Cloud went behind Sasha and read the screen. It was a transcription of a CIA conversation. 7:09. Get Brainerd and Fairweather to Moscow. 7:10. Tell Christie she needs to take the bullet out herself. 7:11. Then get word to Dewey. 7:12. He needs to stay in theater. Their eyes met. They both knew what it meant. They were coming for him.
They're coming to meet Andreas,
said Sasha. They're going to try, said Cloud.
Find out where the safe house is. There are agents already there.
Cloud went to his computer. He joined Sasha inside the CIA network, then placed a piece of tracking code, similar to a cookie, on the records of the agents Langley had dispatched to Russia to assist Dewey. Any activity involving either Brainerd or Fairweather would trigger an alert, which Cloud could then examine. When he finished, he looked at Sasha.
"Put Andreas's photograph out on the wire," said Cloud. "Law enforcement, news agencies."
"What about his identity?" asked Sasha. Cloud was silent as he considered the question.
"Not yet."
Chapter 48. Neva River, St. Petersburg. Dewey treaded water and watched as lights in a marina building went on. A few seconds later, police cars poured in through a fenced-off entrance. Dewey dived beneath the surface and swam into the darkness, away from shore, resurfacing after more than a minute. Searchlights scanned the surface of the water near the shore. He turned onto his back and let the current take him away from the city. The hum of the chopper's rotors softened, blending into the slapping of the water. He floated for an hour as the lights of St. Petersburg became a dome of dull yellow, blurry and silent, far in the distance. He came on shore along a rocky stretch of coast, bordered by a dense thicket of trees and brush. He was exhausted. His knee was badly cut. He was cold and wet. He wanted to sit down and rest, but he couldn't. Now was the time he needed to move. Not later, now.
"They're coming."
He took a step, then another, his eyes weaving between the starry sky and the tree line, moving east, navigating by the stars. He walked for at least an hour, through a rough country of trees and fields. Eventually, he came to the first sign of civilization: train tracks. The rail bed had a few weeds, but he smelled fresh oil. The track was still being used. Dewey moved left along the tracks. He walked for another hour, then saw the outskirts of a rail yard. It sat quiet, but was large. The tracks split into a dozen lines. Boxcars and locomotives filled the sidings. Dewey's clothing was still damp. He was hungry. Mostly the gash at his knee hurt. But whatever discomfort he felt, he ignored. There would be time to think about it later. Right now, he needed to focus on a few core issues, survival being at the very top of the list. He reached to his left calf. Sheathed to his leg was his Gerber combat blade, 7 inches of black steel, double serrated, its hilt wrapped in black hockey tape. He pulled it out, then moved along the outskirts of the big rail yard, at the edge of a tree line, to a simple 2-story brick building at the side of the yard. Dewey studied the building from the shadow of the trees. Seeing no activity, he charged across the exposed side of the building, reaching the far end, then crouching against the brick. He stalked, back pressed to the brick, until he came to the corner of the building. Dewey peeked around. He saw a doorway and beyond it a parking lot, empty except for a pair of pickup trucks. Dewey walked to the door, jiggling the doorknob. It was locked. He glanced around, making sure he was alone, then heaved his shoulder against the door. It was a steel door. The lock was double bolt. It wasn't going to be opened by force. "Fuck," he muttered. Dewey got down on his knees and felt along the foundation, looking for a hidden key. He went right, crawling all the way to the corner of the building. He found nothing. A loud creaking noise, then the slam of steel as in the rail yard. On the other side of the building there was activity. A boxcar was being moved. Dewey repeated his search for a key on the far side of the door, crawling, banging the foundation. A few feet from the door, a piece of concrete seemed loose. Dewey tugged at it. It popped out. Behind it was a set of keys. Back at the door, he inserted keys until one fit. He went inside, relocking the building behind him. He felt the wall for light switches, then flipped them on. Clutching the knife in his right hand, Dewey moved inside the building. He passed 2 offices, then came to a locker room, with work boots strewn against the far wall, benches, and lockers. He opened and closed lockers until he found one with clothing in it, a pair of jeans hanging from a hook, and a dirty T-shirt. He held the jeans up, but they were far too small. He heard the door down the hallway open. Then voices. 2 men, speaking in Russian. Dewey stepped quietly along the line of lockers. He wedged himself between the last locker and the wall. One of the voices was coming closer. He couldn't understand what the man was saying, but his tone was unmistakable. Anger. He heard doors opening down the hallway, then footsteps moving up the stairs to a second floor. The 2 men were calling back and forth to each other. From the corner, Dewey watched the room through a small gap between the top of the locker and the ceiling. He saw the man's shadow at first, then the man. He was big, dressed in a dark green uniform. Local police or railroad security. Dewey stood as still as a statue. His eyes followed the man's as he scanned the room, taking a drag on his cigarette, a small hint of grin appearing. Dewey's eyes shot to the bench. There, sitting on top of the bench, was the set of keys. "Fuck," he whispered. "Don't look at the keys." The officer left the locker room and shut the door. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief. He waited for the voices again, but there was nothing. He should have searched the lockers. Dewey understood in that moment that he'd seen the keys. He was getting the other officer. Dewey scanned the locker room. There were 2 windows. Both were tiny. The door was the room's only entrance or exit. Then the lights went off. Dewey stepped out of the small hiding area. He had precious little time. He crawled to a pile of boots. There were several dozen pairs piled against the wall. He dug out a crawl space beneath the pile. He covered every inch of his body and head in boots, still clutching the Gerber in his right hand. Dewey waited for more than a minute. He heard the faintest scratching of metal as the doorknob was slowly twisted open. He watched as the door opened. He saw the vaguest outline of a gun, moving in, then training right, at the space just inside the door along the wall. Then the unmuted explosion of gunfire filled the room as the officer fired at the space next to the door. In the same instant, another man lurched inside, gun aimed in the other direction, and then, a second later, fired 3 blasts through the door. Whatever was behind the door was now pelted with holes. One of the men turned the lights on. Dewey watched through a tiny gap in the mass of boots that lay atop him. The 2 officers looked surprised at the empty corner, at the lack of a dead man just inside the door. The second man was short and fat. He said something to the taller man. Dewey guessed from the shaking of the man's head that it was something along the lines of, "Are you sure someone is in here?" The bigger guard stepped to the bench and picked up the keys, as if showing him proof. Dewey's ears suddenly picked up the faintest hint of a siren in the far-off distance. The short man barked something in Russian. The other guard began to open the door to the first locker, near the door, at the opposite end of the room from Dewey. He looked inside the locker, found it empty, then slammed the door shut. He moved methodically down the line of lockers, opening and closing each one. The siren grew louder, then was joined by more sirens. They were coming. They were moving quickly, and they were organized. The Russian authorities were angry. But how could they possibly know he was still in country? It didn't matter. There was only one way he'd be able to get out of the rail yard, and it would necessarily leave evidence, likely in blood. In a few short moments, things would get hairy. A splash of lights cut in through one of the windows. The larger guard registered the arrival of additional policemen. He muttered something to the other guard, now standing in front of where Dewey lay, covered in a pile of boots. Dewey watched as the 2 Russians argued, voices rising as they barked back and forth at each other. The shorter Russian was still clutching a pistol, which was aimed at the ground. His legs were less than a foot from Dewey. Through the man's legs, Dewey could see the larger guard, who held a submachine gun targeted, unknowingly, at Dewey's head. Dewey's left arm pushed out through the boots, quietly, quickly, creeping through the air unnoticed. Dewey snatched the muzzle of the guard's pistol with his left hand as, with his right, he reached for the guard's hand. The guard felt the tugging, yelled, and looked down, eyes bulging, as Dewey clutched the gun, and now his hand. The guard yanked at the gun, trying to pull it away as he screamed. The larger guard looked back at his partner, an expression of confusion on his face, until he saw Dewey's hand on the muzzle. He waited an extra moment, then swung his submachine gun in their direction, while in the same instant Dewey inserted his right index finger into the trigger opening over the guard's finger and lurched up, boots tumbling off him, overpowering the guard. Dewey swung the guard's arm and the pistol across the room, firing, just as the other guard triggered the submachine gun, blasting rounds into the wall to Dewey's right. The pistol's unmuted gunshot was like an explosion. The slug tore into the big guard's forehead, splattering blood behind him. He fell to the floor, on his back, as Dewey forced the small guard's arm to the left. The guard screamed, gripping the butt of the scythe with both hands. But Dewey overpowered him. He forced the pistol skyward so that the muzzle was aimed at the guard's chest, then pumped the trigger. The bullet tore into the center of the guard's chest, dropping him. Dewey climbed onto the bench, glancing at the parking lot through one of the windows. 3 police cruisers, lights still on, were surrounded by a cloud of dust. Several policemen moved across the parking lot toward the building, weapons out. He charged down the hallway and deadbolted the main door. He moved back down the corridor to the locker room. Dewey took off his damp jeans, removed the big guard's green uniform jacket and put it on, just as the first fist, knocking against the door, made a dull, pounding noise down the hall. Frantically, Dewey took off the man's weapons belt, boots, and pants and pulled them on. The pounding of the fists grew louder, followed by shouting in Russian. Dewey pulled his jeans onto the big guard, then buttoned them as a sudden, very loud explosion boomed from the doorway. Dewey's eyes shot up, watching the door as it rocketed inward, slamming into the wall across from the doorway. Dewey took the pistol from the first guard and stuck it in the big man's hand. He grabbed the submachine gun with his left hand and, with his right, dipped his fingers in blood from the dead guard, wiping it across his own cheek and forehead. Calmly, as the first drumbeat of boots echoed from down the hallway, Dewey lay down, his head arched slightly up. He trained the muzzle of the submachine gun on the dead guard, waiting. To an observer, the scene was mayhem, the conclusion simple. A battle had taken place, and the guard, Dewey, now holding the gun, had prevailed by a whisker, killing the intruder, after the intruder had somehow killed the other guard. Dewey looked up, pretending to be dazed, registering the arrival of a small horde of officers. His eyes met one of them, who said something, but Dewey didn't respond. Instead, he shut his eyes, lowering the submachine gun to the ground, and let his head fall back. They carried Dewey to one of the police cruisers and lay him across the back seat. The door shut, then the car started to move. The driver said something into the police radio, which was followed by a sharp squawking noise, then a female voice, probably a dispatcher, telling the driver where to go with the injured officer. Dewey felt the weapons belt removing a handgun. He opened his eyes just a crack, glancing to the front seat. There was only one officer, the driver. Dewey sat up and swung the muzzle of the scythe to the back of the driver's head. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, jerking back reflexively at the weapon held against his skull. "You speak English?" asked Dewey. The driver nodded.
"Yes,"
he said in a coarse accent.
"Little."
"Keep driving," said Dewey. "Do not pick up the radio. Do not adjust the lights. Keep your hands on the wheel, you understand?" The police car was moving quickly. The daylight was rapidly turning the sky a light shade of blue. "Tell me you understand."
"Yes, I understand."
"Who were you looking for?" Dewey asked. He already knew the answer, but some small part of him hoped perhaps he was wrong. He also wanted to find out how much they knew. The driver glanced in the mirror, a look of confusion on his face.
"You,"
said the policeman. He nodded to his right. On the seat was a fake leather folder. Dewey leaned over the seat, keeping the gun against the driver's head, and opened the folder. There on the inside was a sheet of paper. It was an all-points bulletin. The top half was covered in Cyrillic writing. Dewey stared at the paper, then reached his arm down and lifted it up. Beneath it were 2 photos. One showed him. It had been taken at the Four Seasons by security cameras as he checked in. The other showed Katya Basayev. Dewey pressed the gun hard against the driver's neck, then held the sheet up. "What does it say?" Dewey asked. The driver glanced at the sheet, then looked at Dewey in the mirror.
"Multiple homicides," he said, "as well the abduction of the ballerina."
"Who put it out?" asked Dewey. "St. Petersburg Metro?" The driver glanced at the sheet.
"FSB,"
he answered, referring to Russia's notorious internal federal security force. "Is it public yet?" At this question the officer turned before Dewey placed the muzzle against his cheek and forced his head back around.
"You kidnapped someone famous. Your photo is everywhere."
The officer reached to the radio and turned it on. A man was speaking Russian. "I don't speak Russian."
"Well, it's good for you that you don't. He's talking about you."
"What's he saying?"
"You're wanted, dead or alive."
Chapter 49. Best Buy, Sterling, Virginia. Gant drove to an out-of-the-way Best Buy store and purchased a new cell phone, paying for it with a Visa gift card bought under a fake name. Back in the car, he rolled up his shirt sleeve. A phone number was written on his arm in ballpoint ink. He dialed the number. "Hola," came a soft female voice. "Is he there?"
"No."
"He needs to call me. It's urgent."
"Yes,"
said the woman. Gant read her the number for the new phone. "Tell him it's extremely important." Gant hung up. He glanced around the parking lot, then took out a pack of wipes from the glove compartment. He wiped the number from his arm, buttoned his shirt, then sped quickly out of the parking lot. Chapter 50. Aboard the Lonely Fisherman, International Waters. Dawn was at least an hour away as Poldark trudged along the dank, musty corridor below decks. At the cargo hold where the bomb was, he slowly pulled on his hazmat suit. Each time the suit took longer and longer to get on, most likely because, despite the self-contained breathing apparatus, radiation from the bomb was getting through. But those small doses were about to become a thing of the past. Today, exposure for him and anyone else on the boat would escalate dramatically. Today marked the beginning of the end for him and the crew. He opened the steel door, stepped inside, then shut the door tightly behind him. All extraneous pieces of the original bomb had been removed. What remained was on the stainless steel table. It looked like a giant soup can, 4 feet long, 2 feet in diameter. Thick, dark, reddish-green steel. A seam at one end of the cylinder. The other end smooth and rounded and slightly bulbous. Poldark went to a large red duffel bag against the wall. He opened it and removed a black case. Inside was a set of instruments. After measuring the circumference of the end piece, Poldark attached a series of specialized clamps, then attached a wire to the clamps. This enabled Poldark to pinpoint the precise apex of the seam between the end of the cylinder and the barrel. Once that was done, he removed what looked like a pencil from the case. Placing it at the seam, he hit a small switch, producing a soft hum as a tiny, nearly invisible diamond tungsten cutting device moved rapidly up and down, etching a minuscule cut into the steel. It took Poldark 6 hours to penetrate the seam at the end of the barrel. It took him 8 more hours to complete the cut in a manner that would not unintentionally set off the trigger. Other than bathroom breaks, he didn't leave the room. Sometime after 8 at night, Poldark left the bomb and went back upstairs. He went directly to his bedroom and climbed into bed. He was so tired that he forgot to remove his suit, as well as the breathing unit covering his head. Chapter 51. Oval Office, the White House. John Schmidt, the President's communications director, stepped into the Oval Office. Already gathered were President Dellenbaugh, National Security Advisor Josh Brubaker, and Vice President Daniel Donato. "Sorry I'm late." The mood was tense. Schmidt had called the meeting to discuss a subject that made all of them uncomfortable. "We have to get the fact that a nuclear bomb is on its way to the United States out there," said Schmidt, standing just inside the doorway. "It's going to get out there, so we might as well be in front of it." "I disagree," said Brubaker. "The level of panic that would be created would not only be hard to manage, it would hinder our efforts to find the bomb." "Josh," said Schmidt, shaking his head in impatience, "how many times have we had this debate on any number of topics? It's going to leak. There are too many people at too many agencies, not to mention the terrorist himself." The door behind Schmidt abruptly opened. Schmidt's deputy, Gary Foster, poked his head in. "They're breaking the story about Katya Basayev," he said. "I thought you'd want to know." "Who's got it?" "BBC." Schmidt opened up what looked like a bookcase. Behind it were 6 flat-screen plasmas. He took the remote and switched on the BBC. A female correspondent was on a bridge in Moscow, the lights of the city behind her. "This is Sarah Rainsford, reporting to you live from Moscow, where a series of incidents tonight have the country rattled and Russian authorities on high alert." The television cut to an aerial video taken from a news helicopter, showing flames coming from a building. "What you're looking at is live video from Rublevka, an exclusive Moscow suburb, where, according to several eyewitnesses, a loud explosion occurred just a few hours ago. As you can see, the inferno is still burning as firefighters try to stop the flames from spreading to nearby dachas." The TV cut to live video from St. Petersburg, where a swarm of police lights flashed on a lockdown street near the Four Seasons Lion Palace. "In addition, in the city of St. Petersburg, just a few hours from here, an intense manhunt is underway after the apparent abduction of one of Russia's most famous citizens, the ballerina Katya Basayev, taken, according to one source, from her hotel room following a performance at the Mariinsky Ballet. This photograph, taken by a hotel security camera, shows an unidentified man whom the FSB called its main suspect in the abduction." A black and white photo of Dewey flashed to the television screen. Schmidt muted it. "The story is going to get closer and closer," he said emphatically. "We can't let any aspect of the bomb get out," said Brubaker, almost yelling. "The American public would panic." "You don't get it, do you?" interrupted Schmidt, shaking his head and taking a step toward Brubaker, then pointing. "It's not the White House versus America, Josh. It's America versus the terrorists. We need the public's help. We need their support. If you lie about stuff like this, you'll lose them. They'll blame us for not being up front, and by us, I mean the president." Schmidt turned to leave. "Mr. President," said Brubaker, looking at Dellenbaugh, "you need to make the call." Dellenbaugh nodded at Schmidt. "I understand your argument, John," said Dellenbaugh. "But Josh is right. If America finds out a nuclear device is on its way to our country, there'll be widespread chaos. We can't stop the terrorist and deal with that at the same time. For now, this stays close to the vest." Chapter 52. Electrostal. Cloud looked out the window at the low-flung buildings of Electrostal. Until now, the city meant nothing to him. It was a place to work, a place to remain anonymous, off the radar screens of law enforcement and intelligence agencies, off the radar of men like Alexei Malnikov. But tonight, Cloud felt hatred for the small, shabby city. Two forces had guided him to this place and to this moment. The nuclear bomb represented the past. It was the achievement of a life's work, and the bomb's detonation on American soil would be the culmination of it all. Then it would end, that life he desperately wanted to step away from, and his new life would start. That new life was Katya. Respectability, belonging, above all else, family, a child. Yes, a child. He hadn't admitted that part to anyone, not even her, but it was what he wanted more than anything else. A little girl. Now, it was gone. The dream was gone. It was the first time he felt outdueled by anyone. In the span of a few hours, the plan he'd carefully constructed was cracking. Andreas had succeeded in taking away the future. All that was left was the past. So be it, he thought.
Has Langley discovered the trapdoors? Cloud asked.
No, said Sasha.
They know something is going on. They're running standard procedures to attempt to block us, but we should be fine.
Very well, he whispered, too softly for anyone else to hear. A memory flashed. It was his father. He could hear him speaking, sitting alone with him in front of the hearth, playing chess.
There are some moves in chess that are not understood, even by grand masters, his papa said. Moves that are made by some part of the brain that is the part that knows how to win. But you did know, he whispered. You knew they would come after her. You exposed Katya. You exposed her the moment you sacrificed Almedi. It was inevitable.
Cloud had hired the best 3 men money could purchase to guard Katya. Perhaps he could have somehow gotten her to cancel her performance, but he knew it ran the risk of alerting the Americans. The entire night had been based on subterfuge, on the Americans believing one reality, while in fact another lurked beneath. Now, when he should have been on his way to St. Petersburg to surprise his fiancée, he stood staring into the pitch-black oblivion of his own eyes, reflected in the glass. Had he misread his opponent? Had America been deceiving him all along? Impossible, he remarked to himself. Cloud knew the United States would never sacrifice men as part of a deception. They would not allow 3 soldiers to die at a dacha. This was not in their DNA. Russia, China, for that matter almost any country but the United States, would sacrifice men. But not America. Oh no, he said to himself as a tingling sensation arose from his spine. He arrived at the conclusion he was after. He was playing chess against an opponent who played by a different set of rules. Tonight, he'd fallen victim to the lowest of rule violations in the game of chess, a move done by children. The United States had placed an extra piece on the board, and not just a pawn or a rook. The abduction had been the work of a knight, bold, reckless, and violent. Interesting, said Sasha. Sasha's words brought him back. What is it? St. Petersburg Metro, said Sasha. All points bulletin. Cloud read the document. Flash. Urgent. Possible multiple homicide at rail yard. Kolpinsky Rayon. Kilometer 554.7. 2 dead. Suspect at large. Where is Kolpinsky Rayon? Asked Cloud. Sasha brought up a map of St. Petersburg. The town was several miles downstream from St. Petersburg, then inland, in the direction of Moscow. Now is the time to release
Andreas's identity, said Cloud.
Chapter 53. Tosno, Russia. They drove for several miles away from the rail yard. Dewey remained in the back seat, keeping the gun pressed to the officer's neck. When they came to a small town, Dewey ordered the Russian to pull into the parking lot of a decrepit-looking strip mall, empty at this late hour.
"Behind the building,"
Dewey ordered. The policeman pulled in back of the building and parked next to a large black dumpster.
"Get out,"
said Dewey. The officer got out as Dewey climbed from the back of the car, keeping the gun aimed at him.
"Give me the belt,"
said Dewey.
"Hurry up."
The Russian unhooked his weapons belt and tossed it to Dewey, who threw it in the cruiser.
"Empty your pockets."
The policeman had a wad of cash as well as a cell phone. Dewey pocketed the cash, then put the phone on the front seat of the cruiser. Dewey stepped toward him.
"You saved your own life tonight by not doing something stupid. Don't start now. I'm gonna knock you out. When you wake up, you'll be inside that dumpster. Your head'll hurt, but you'll live." "May I ask you something?"
"What?"
"Did you abduct her?"
Dewey ignored his question, then slammed the Russian's head with the butt of the pistol, a trained, precisely targeted strike that caused him to crumble to the ground unconscious. Dewey flex-cuffed the policeman's wrists and ankles. He ripped part of his shirt off and tied it around his head and through his mouth, gagging him. Dewey lifted him over his shoulder, fireman style. He stepped to the dumpster and dropped him in. The body made a clanging noise as it tumbled to the bottom. By now, they knew the two dead men at the rail yard were policemen. A search for the officer's car would be underway. Dewey climbed back in the police car and tore away from the mall, driving without headlights. A few miles down the road, he saw a minuscule black object in the sky, directly in front of him, flying low. A moment later, he heard the dull rhythm of chopper blades slashing the air. He jacked the wheel left and barreled into a parking lot next to an apartment building. The chopper grew louder as Dewey gunned the sedan hard, streaking across the crowded parking lot. He aimed for an empty space, then slammed his brakes, sliding the last few feet as he came to a hard stop. Clutching the gun in his right hand, the door handle in his left, Dewey listened from the car as the helicopter roared overhead. Then was gone. He stepped from the police cruiser to a white station wagon. With the butt of the gun, he smashed the rear window, then unlocked the car. He tossed the weapons belt onto the front seat. He popped the trunk on the police cruiser. Inside sat a canvas duffel bag. He ransacked the bag and found a set of civilian clothes. He pulled out a pair of pants and a plaid short-sleeved button-down, changed, and left the police uniform in the trunk. The clothing was slightly baggy, but it didn't rub against the gash near his knee. At the bottom of the duffel, he found another cell phone, which he guessed was the officer's personal phone. He hot-wired the station wagon in less than half a minute. He gunned the car toward the main road. Dewey needed time, the time to settle things down and get away from the immediate vicinity of St. Petersburg and the rail yard. He was in a rapidly escalating mess. He needed to make contact with Langley. The problem was he was being hunted by FSB, one of the most notoriously hard-hitting law enforcement agencies in the world. It had to be.
"Get away. That's your top priority."
He turned on the phone and went to the map application. He was near a town called Lyuban. Moscow was east. He studied the route, then exited the map application and dialed Langley. After several rings, a high-pitched monotone could be heard. Dewey punched in a code, and a woman came on the line.
"Signal." "TS-2294-6.
"Hold, please." A few seconds later, Dewey heard a click, then a voice. "Where are you?" It was Calabrese.
"Running. Do you know where he is?"
"Not yet."
"What am I supposed to do?"
"You need to get to the safe house in Moscow. There's food, weapons, and you can take a shower. There's another operator waiting at the safe house as well as a case officer. Bill's sending in more men."
"Who's the operator?"
"His name is Maybank. He's injured. Dewey glanced down at his pants. He could see red from the wound, which was continuing to bleed. "How close are we on the intel?" asked Dewey. "We're working on it," said Calabrese. "NSA, Pentagon, Langley, everything is focused on this right now. But..." "What?" "It's a needle in a haystack. This guy's an unknown, a ghost." "FSB's going to be tracking me," said Dewey. "If I'm the only able-bodied operator over here, that's a problem." "I'm working on other options," said Calabrese, quieter. "Non-agency resources." "Israel?" "No," said Calabrese. "Someone outside official channels. I'll tell you more when you get to the safe house." Chapter 54. Director's Office, CIA. Calabrese hung up with Dewey, then dropped the cell phone to the floor and stepped on it, smashing it to pieces. He removed another disposable cell phone from his desk and dialed a number in London.
Gansevoort PLC,
came the soft, clipped British accent of a woman.
How may I direct your call?
"I have been in a car accident on Ratcliffe Highway," said Calabrese.
Hold, please.
A moment later, another woman came on the line.
Director's office, how may I help you?
"Natalie, it's Hector Calabrese."
Hello, Hector. Let me get him for you.
As Calabrese waited, a tall man with glasses appeared outside the glass door to his office. It was Ted Wendell, the agency's chief technology officer. Wendell was spearheading the effort to determine how Cloud had hacked into Langley's network infrastructure and to sanitize it. Calabrese held up his hand, telling Wendell to wait. "Hector," came the aristocratic English accent of MI6's Cambridge-educated director, Derek Chalmers. "How are you?" "Not so good." "Did you have a little too much vodka, Hector?" asked Chalmers. Calabrese was momentarily quiet. "What do you know?" "Very little, but Dewey's photo is on the wire, so I knew something was up. They haven't identified him yet, but there is a manhunt. He's going to get rolled up, Hector. Do you want us to assist in the reconnaissance?" "I'm not worried about Dewey." "Did he abduct the woman?" "Yes." "Tell me, why is the United States so interested in Russian ballerinas all of a sudden?" "Her fiancé is a terrorist. He put a 30-kiloton nuclear bomb in a boat, and it's on the way to the United States." A soft whistle came from Chalmers. "What do you need from us?" he asked. "It goes without saying, we're at your service." "Katya Basayev is being flown to Inverness," said Calabrese. "I need your best interrogator. At this point, she's our only connection to him."
"And he's the only one who knows where it's going?"
"Correct."
"How far out is the vessel?"
2 days.
"July 4th, noted Chalmers. Independence Day. You're lucky we Brits don't hold grudges."
Calabrese cleared his throat. "Very lucky, Derek. Thank you, as always, for your help."
"I'll fly up right now," said Chalmers.
"You don't need to go. Just send up your top interrogator."
"That happens to be me. If she knows something, I'll find it out."
"Dewey thinks she's innocent. He said that she seemed genuinely surprised at the fact that her fiancé is a bad guy."
"As you know, and despite his irascible countenance, I'm one of Dewey's biggest fans," said Chalmers. "But he's an operator. I nearly lost my life due to a Russian honey trap. Never trust a Russian woman. What's the fiancé's name, by the way?"
"Pyotr Vargarin. He's called Cloud."
"Cloud," said Chalmers. "What a pompous ass. Already I don't like the fellow. Send some biographical information, will you?"
"Will do." Calabrese hung up his phone, then nodded to Wendell, who pushed in the door and entered Calabrese's large glass-walled office. "Where are we on this, Ted?" asked Calabrese. "It's bad," said Wendell. It's some sort of virus. It's going to take a while. Cloud has been inside for more than a year. He's built a bunch of trapdoors. Looks like he can come and go as he pleases. Can't we remove him? The problem is, we don't know how many or where they are. As long as the virus is still active, we could theoretically get rid of all the trapdoors, but still not have gotten to the heart of the problem. How long to clean it? Wendell shrugged his shoulders. A couple of weeks, maybe a month. Can we get some contractors on it, cybersecurity specialists? That's like hiring the police to stop a bank robbery after it's happened, Hector. What's your point? He's inside, said Wendell. He cracked the vault, and now he's inside. We don't need a cop. We need a bank robber. Calabrese nodded, deep in thought. Thanks, Ted, he said, nodding to the door. That'll be all. Calabrese waited until Wendell left, then put both hands on top of his desk, bracing himself against the wave of anxiety that flooded over him. It wasn't just the lack of manpower on the ground in Russia. They were exposed here, in the United States as well. Time was running out. The enemy was attacking on all fronts. Like cancer, he'd laid down its contagion silently, at a level that was invisible to the human eye. By the time Rublevka went south, the cancer had already taken hold. Now they were witnessing the rapid metastasis of the illness. It was spreading. Worst of all, there was no longer a vague premonition as to the day the cancer would take down its victim. Chalmers was right. The attack they nicknamed 9/12 would take place on Independence Day, the 4th of July, a nation's birthday that in 2 days' time would be forever marked by genocide. Calabrese picked up an object from his desk. It was an old pistol, a Walter PPK, its black patina worn from use. It was a gun that, many years ago in a Berlin apartment building, had been used by a Stasi agent to try to kill him. The slug had missed, not by much, but it had missed, and Calabrese had taken the gun after putting a bullet through his would-be killer's head. He kept it because it reminded him of the thin line that separated victory from defeat, good luck from bad luck, life from death. An inch here, a moment there. A sudden, violent lurch when your enemy doesn't expect it. Calabrese understood then what he needed to do. He crossed his office and opened the small closet at the opposite side of the room, quickly stuffing a few items in a beat-up leather weekend bag. He went back to his desk, opened the drawer, and pulled out a bundle of disposable cell phones and put them in the bag. A few minutes later, bag in hand, Calabrese stepped off the elevator 8 floors below and walked down the hallway. He put his hand on a scanner next to the door. A half-second later, the door unlocked, and he stepped inside Targa. Polk was standing before one of the plasma screens, watching a live POV video of one of the agents now attempting to infiltrate Russia. The view showed a line of passengers at an airport. Calabrese got Polk's attention. Polk crossed the room. "What's the status on the team?" "It's set up," said Polk. "Brainerd and Fairweather should be wheels up within the hour." For the first time, Polk saw Calabrese's leather bag. "Where are you going?" Calabrese paused, then spoke. "I'm going off the grid. I'll call you." Chapter 55. Aboard the Lonely Fisherman, International Waters. When Poldark awoke the next morning, he leaned immediately to his left and started vomiting.
"You are running out of time."
The radiation sickness was already upon him. It would settle in quickly, ravage for a day or two, then kill them all. By the time they arrived at their destination, all of the men aboard the boat would wish they were dead. Poldark, mainly due to his age, would likely be dead. Poldark, Fakir, and the other 6 men aboard the trawler had all agreed to what was to come. They all signed up to die on behalf of a cause. For Fakir and the Chechens, that cause was jihad. For Poldark, the reason had nothing to do with jihad. It had to do with a man named Vargarin, though not Pyotr. Anislav Vargarin had been Poldark's professor and mentor. He studied under Vargarin, and it was Vargarin who convinced Poldark, at age 21, to pursue a life devoted to scientific discovery and academic research. Professor Vargarin had been his undergraduate advisor, his doctoral thesis advisor, and, for 22 years, his colleague. Poldark was part of the team that helped Anislav Vargarin turn an idea into a theory and then, ultimately, into a formula that eventually got Vargarin killed. In a few days, it would kill Poldark as well, though in a very different way. It would kill Poldark because he would utilize the formula to divide the nuclear device into two nuclear devices, and during that process would be exposed to lethal amounts of gamma radiation. He would die either when the bomb was detonated in New York City or from radiation sickness before they got there. What Vargarin created, with Poldark's assistance, was a way to achieve supercritical mass with less uranium than a standard nuclear device. Though other scientists had also succeeded in achieving the same goal, all had done so with chemical accelerants that, while not as difficult to procure as uranium, still required the use of apparatus and/or chemicals that only a major enterprise possessed, such as a cyclotron or polonium. Vargarin's theory achieved supercritical mass with a slight twist, using a chemical compound that could be made more easily than had ever been achieved before, without a cyclotron, and without the need for rare elements, such as polonium. In essence, it meant two bombs could be created from one. At a time when the Soviet Union and the United States were at war, a Cold War, racing to amass nuclear weapons, Vargarin's idea was revolutionary. A country could double its existing stockpile of nukes without the need for more radioactive material. It was an idea big enough for America to kill for. When the Americans killed Anislav Vargarin and stole the formula, they also killed Poldark's hope of a scientific career as celebrated as Vargarin's. He would have been part of the team that designed it. In the Soviet Union, such accomplishments were handsomely rewarded, its scientists treated like rock stars. America had robbed him of his future. Nearly 30 years later, Vargarin's theorem was no longer innovative, or, for that matter, used. But all that was secondary to Poldark. All that mattered to him was that it worked. After carefully removing the bomb's component parts, Poldark took 2 of the 8 uranium rings and placed them in a steel case beneath the table. He reassembled the original physics package. He drilled a small hole through its cap and then welded the cap back on. Next, he went to the duffel and removed a shiny steel cylinder that was longer and wider than the original. Over the next several hours, he replicated the design of the original bomb. Once the gun assembly was done, he welded a similar end cap to it, though this one had a slight modification. At the center was a small threaded hole. Poldark went to the duffel and removed what was the most important part of the process. It was a large thermos filled with a liquid, radiogenic isotope of bismuth. It looked like water. Using a plastic funnel, he poured the contents of the thermos into the second device. From the black tool case, he removed 2 specially designed copper bolts. At the head of each bolt, 3 small screws stuck out like small antennae. He screwed a bolt into each of the caps, threading them tightly into the holes at the end of each bomb. Poldark removed 2 small, similar-looking devices from the duffel bag. They resembled cell phones, except that both had wires dangling out. These were the triggers. He attached the wires from each trigger to the copper bolts atop the 2 bombs, wrapping them around the screws, then fastening them tight. He wrapped several strips of duct tape over the end of each bomb. Finally, he removed 2 detonators from the tool case. These were thin, square boxes the size of television remotes, made of white plastic. On one side of each detonator was a square blue cap that stuck out. Poldark placed each detonator on the table, then lifted up the caps. Beneath were switches, like light switches. They glowed dull red. He closed the covers and wrapped duct tape around them, ensuring no one accidentally flipped either of them before they were in place and ready to be detonated. He marked each detonator with a number so that the right detonator went with the bomb it had been programmed to. Poldark stepped back from the table. He placed his hands behind his back, leaned against the wall, and slowly slid down and sat on the floor. He pulled the SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, from over his head. Beneath, he was wet with perspiration, his skin a pale, ashen gray. Poldark crossed his legs. He sat and stared at the two bombs for more than 10 minutes. He looked up at the clock on the wall. He had been working for 12 hours. His eyes returned to the bombs. Would Onislav be proud of him now, he wondered. Would he be proud of him for implementing his vision, for helping his son exact vengeance on those who'd killed his mother and father as he watched, an innocent 5-year-old, sentenced to life as an orphan, crippled by a memory that could not be erased? Would Onislav share the sense of justice when the bombs tore through life and limb of countrymen who'd taken his very life, who'd stolen his life's work, sacrificing one of the Soviet Union's greatest scientific minds, all for a few sheets of paper filled with letters and numbers? Would the great professor be proud of him now? Poldark knew the answer. Chapter 56. Gramercy Park Hotel, New York City. Igor heard his phone beeping through a fog of Patron and extremely expensive marijuana, grown in a laboratory in Oregon and designed for a mild prep school high, intermingled with a Viagra-like sexual potency. The beeping was accompanied by a nudge from the foot that was approximately half an inch from his face, a foot that was tan and smooth, with red toenail polish, and a heel that looked as if it had never done a hard day's work in its life, despite the fact that it belonged to a runway model. At least that's what Igor thought she'd said. His left eye opened. He was now staring at the foot. It was a beautiful foot, he thought. What the hell is her name? Allison. The phone beeped for a 5th time. At the other end of the bed, he felt a girl kissing his ankle, then his knee, then his thigh, and then a little higher. Whoever's calling, well, they're just going to have to wait. Suddenly he felt a hand wrap around his chest. His eyes darted down. It was a small hand, brown, with white fingernail polish. Then he remembered the black girl. She was Alice. Now it was coming back to him. La Piscine. Hotel Americano. A shared joint. A limo ride back to the Gramercy. The shower. Igor was worth more than $100 million. It wasn't as much as Sergey Brin, one of his classmates at Stanford, but it was better than a sharp stick in the eye. He was the best programmer in his class. If others had made more money, it didn't seem to bother him. Igor had made his fortune working for an American energy company, KKB. With little help or fanfare, he had designed, built, and then managed a technology colossus that controlled, in real time, all aspects of exploration, production, storage, and distribution for the largest energy company in North America and the second largest in the world. Igor not only built it all alone, he managed it with a staff of only 12 people. The company's executives and traders knew precisely what was occurring in all parts of the company's massive supply chain at all times. Most impressive was the complex algorithm Igor had written that enabled KKB to optimize how it priced its products, electricity, oil, coal, in real time against location. It was a mathematical piece of software genius. It helped deliver the highest profit margins of any other energy company, large or small, in the world. KKB, in turn, had rewarded Igor handsomely. The year before, he'd made $25 million. And on New Year's Day, Igor had walked out of KKB for the last time, retiring with enough money to live a life of pleasure and occasionally debauchery. Of course, all that was irrelevant at this particular moment. Money, KKB, computers, the world. None of that crossed his mind, as Alice said something in French that he didn't understand. The beeping started again, and this time it didn't stop. Reluctantly, Igor pushed Alice off and reached for his cell phone.
"Who is it?"
Igor asked. "It's Hector Calabrese." Igor sat up. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to expel the hangover and dizziness from his head.
"What time is it?"
2:00, said Calabrese.
"Day or night?"
Calabrese ignored the question. "We need your help, Igor."
"Call Geek Squad,"
said Igor. "I'm not fucking around."
"I'm not either. I retired, Hector."
"This concerns your adopted homeland, the United States of America. I'm assuming you still like it here?"
"Oh, man. What do you need my help with?"
"Catching a hacker." Igor swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. He walked toward the bathroom as the two girls curled up together and started kissing.
"What do you mean, a hacker?"
"He's Russian. His name is Vargarin, but he goes by the name of
Cloud,"
said Igor, stepping into the bathroom and turning the shower on. Cold. "That's right."
"Okay, first thing, tell your IT people not to shut anything down," said Igor. "No sanitization, no removal of code, nothing. Leave it alone."
"Why?
He's inside Langley, correct?"
"Yeah."
"Cloud came in through a path. We need to find the beginning of the path. If we can do that, we can find him."
Chapter 57. Park Denisovy Olympia, Poznan, Poland. The bleachers were filled with fans, there to watch a second-round doubles match in Poland's sole professional men's tennis tournament, the Poznan Open. Beneath a warm summer evening, the point was already underway. The French team was leading, having taken the first set over the pair of Americans. Tom Fairweather suddenly found himself in no man's land, trying to get to a lob that was headed for the baseline. Fairweather had gotten lured to the net by a drop shot, and now he had no choice. He leapt, striking the ball with the very edge of the racket. The ball sailed in a wobbly line back down the middle of the court between the two Frenchmen. "Watch your alley," barked Fairweather. The French player reached the ball and pivoted, ripping a forehand cross-court toward Fairweather's alley. At full sprint, he lurched forward, racket extended, diving. The ball hit the racket in the half-second before Fairweather landed chest first on the clay, thumping hard and sliding painfully forward as gasps came from the crowd. From the ground, he watched the ball hit the top of the net, perch for a pregnant moment, then dribble over and die on the clay on the other side of the court. Slowly, Fairweather climbed to his feet. The front of his white shirt and shorts, as well as his arms and legs, were covered in red clay. "Nice shot," said one of the French players, nodding at him. "Thanks." Above the French player's shoulder, he saw a woman in a white linen pantsuit standing in the entranceway, arms crossed, staring at him. Fairweather walked across the court to his partner. "I gotta go." "Can't you hold it until the break?" "No, I have to leave, sorry." His partner took a deep breath. "We're in the middle of a—" Fairweather didn't want to hear the end of his partner's sentence. He ran to the court exit. In the underground passageway beneath the bleachers, he dropped his racket on the ground and fell into a full-on sprint, charging out through the central clubhouse to the street. A silver Volvo station wagon was idling. He climbed in the back, joining the woman from the court, and the car sped away. Panting hard, he looked at her. "What is it?" "Moscow," the woman said, nodding to a white duffel bag on the seat. He unzipped it, finding a change of clothes. Beneath the clothing was money, a passport and a plane ticket. As the Volvo headed for the airport, Fairweather undressed. "What do you know?" he asked as he pulled on a pair of dry boxers. He glanced up, catching her appraising his body. "Tina, what do you know?" he repeated. "It's emergency priority," she said, looking out the window. Fairweather's demeanor shifted. He stared straight ahead, watching the other cars on the road, lost in thought, a cold, blank expression on his face. A few minutes later, the Volvo pulled into Poznan-Lavica Airport. Fairweather looked at her one more time. "Tell me what you know. I know you know something." "We lost 5 men earlier tonight." "In Russia?" "Yes." "How good is the paper?" She looked back from the window. "It's one of Mr. Coughlin's old aliases," she whispered. "The ones he kept in the safe. Bill insisted." Chapter 58. Hotel Europa, Minsk, Belarus. Alina described to Brainerd, for the second time that evening, the car accident. It happened that afternoon in front of her office near Victory Square. An elderly woman had been struck by a taxicab, then thrown in the air. Alina had been the first person to find her, lying face down on the sidewalk, dead.
"Myortvich," she said in Belarusian, as again tears appeared on her cheeks. "Я бью. Jest pomocny, Todd."
Dead.
I was helpless, Todd.
You get used to it, Brainerd thought to himself.
"Yoshk, yoshk,"
he said. There. Brainerd put his hand on hers, then noticed a man seated at the bar staring at him.
"Я чутко вернусь,"
he said, standing. "I'll be right back." At the bar, Carter, Minsk chief of station, was having a glass of wine and reading the newspaper. Beads of sweat covered his brow. Brainerd stood next to him.
"Moscow," Carter whispered. "Vernacular house. Emergency priority."
"What's going on?"
"I don't know. Bill called and told me to get you the fuck over there."
"FSB tagged me last week," said Brainerd.
"I won't make it through customs."
Carter pushed a section of the paper toward him. The edge of a white envelope was visible.
"The passport's fresh," said Carter. "It's off-grid."
"How fresh?"
10 minutes old. Get moving.
Chapter 59. Vernacular House, Moscow. Christy Braga knocked on the door to the bedroom. There was no answer.
"Johnny?"
She was holding a field trauma medical kit, housed in a large stainless steel case. She opened the door. Maybank was lying on the bed. He stared up at her. His face was bright red. He was drenched in sweat, even though the air conditioning was cranked up.
"We need to remove the bullet,"
she said. Maybank stared at her with bloodshot eyes.
"I'll be fine,"
he said. She went to the side of the bed and pulled the blanket away. The mattress beneath Maybank's leg was drenched in red. Braga opened the trauma kit. She removed an electronic thermometer and waved it across his forehead. His fever had spiked to 104 degrees.
"You will not be fine unless we remove it."
"Fuck off," he panted, weakly pushing her away.
"I need a doctor."
Braga searched through the case, finding a syringe, and filled it with oxycodone. She held it in her left hand, thumb on the end of the plunger. She removed a scalpel, forceps, suture material, and a needle, placing them on the top of the case.
"Lie back,"
she said soothingly.
"You're not touching me,"
he wheezed. She lifted the scalpel and moved toward him. He lurched at her. She ducked, then she slammed the needle into his neck. His eyes drifted back into his head, and his eyelids shut. She placed her hand on Maybank's torso, rubbing it gently. He was breathing very rapidly, unconscious but alive. Braga cut away Maybank's pants at the top of the thigh, above the wound.
She took the scalpel and cut 4 small incisions in the skin near the bullet hole. She put the forceps into the bullet hole, digging down, searching for the slug. After more than a minute, she felt the hard edge of a steel object. Carefully, she gripped it with the forceps, rocked it slowly back and forth, and pulled the slug from Maybank's leg. Braga cleaned the wound, sewed the skin back together, then wrapped the thigh in a thick bandage. Finally, she filled a syringe with antibiotics and injected it into Maybank's leg. Braga sat on the bed next to Maybank and placed her hand on his forehead. He was still hot. His eyelids cracked open.
"Get some rest," she said. "They'll be here soon. We need you."
Chapter 60. Durham Drive, Potomac, Maryland. At just before 3, under a blazing sun, Calabrese's black Lincoln town car pulled down a quiet road, lined on both sides with white horse fence and palatial homes. The car came to a set of iron gates, which parted as his driver took him closer, then moved down a long pebble-stone driveway. The driveway led in a winding arc to a massive white house that looked like a palace.
"Jesus Christ," said Calabrese, reaching for the car door. "What a fucking eyesore."
Calabrese walked slowly up the driveway, then climbed marble steps to a pair of 10-foot-high doors. He rang the doorbell. When the doors opened, a young blonde woman in a bright yellow tennis outfit was standing there.
"Mr. Calabrese?"
she asked, smiling. "Yes."
"Follow me. John's in back. Would you like something to drink?"
"No, thank you." Calabrese trailed the woman through an entrance hall and out to a stone terrace. Below was a tennis court, a swimming pool, and a rolling lawn that spread out to a white fence several hundred yards away. John Barrows was seated in a teak chaise. He was wearing white tennis shorts and a striped polo shirt. Barrows' hair was tousled. He had a blank expression on his face. He clutched a glass of lemonade. "Hi, John," said Calabrese, taking a seat next to Barrows. "Sorry to interrupt your tennis match." Barrows was one of Washington, D.C.'s most powerful attorneys. Unlike most high-profile lawyers in town, he wasn't well known, except to the select few who needed to know him. When the Washington Post attempted to write a piece on him a few years before, Barrows succeeded in doing something even U.S. presidents had failed to do, namely, get the story killed. Barrows didn't just have influence, he had power. His clients were the substructure that underlined most criminal activity in the United States. On the one hand, the U.S. government fought him, but at the highest levels, at times like this, they worked with him. They had to. "What is it, Hector?" said Barrows. "Before we start, I want you to send Alexei Melnikov a text." "Why?" "Tell him to do a sweep of all cell phones, computers, and any other appliances that are connected to outside networks he needs to sanitize. He'll need a good IT person." Barrows reached for his cell phone. "Was Langley penetrated?" Barrows asked as he typed. "Yes," said Calabrese, as Barrows typed the text. When Barrows was done, he looked up. "The floor is yours, Mr. Director." "The conversation we're about to have never happened," said Calabrese, staring at Barrows. "Dead men talk." Barrows nodded. "Okay." "I want to cut a deal," said Calabrese. "I'm listening." "Alexei pressured a Ukrainian general into selling him a nuclear bomb," said Calabrese. "So you allege?" said Barrows. "He admitted to it." Barrows nodded. "I figured it was something more provocative than usual. The bomb is on its way to the United States." For the first time, Barrows looked momentarily flummoxed. "How?" "Boat. A fishing trawler. It left Sevastopol 3 days ago." "So sink it," said Barrows. "Good idea," said Calabrese. "Why didn't we think of that?" Barrows grinned. There are 4 million registered commercial fishing vessels in the world, added Calabrese. At least double that if you include unregistered boats. How many fishing trawlers? The size of the one the bomb left on? Approximately 1 million. Alexei Malnikov is not a terrorist, Hector. The man he gave it to is, however, said Calabrese. Who is he? His name is Vargarin. He goes by the name Cloud. He's a computer hacker. Barrows took a sip of lemonade. He stood up and walked to the balustrade that overlooked the tennis court and swimming pool. What do you need? Alexei's help. You think my client knows where this guy is? Asked Barrows. Not necessarily, said Calabrese, but he might be able to find him. How do you figure that? Let's put it this way, said Calabrese. If you asked me to go into the woods and find a truffle, I probably wouldn't find it. Barrows laughed. I won't tell Alexei you compared him to a pig, said Barrows. They're air wars and they're ground wars, said Calabrese. Right now we need someone who knows the dark alleys of Russia. Don't you guys have manpower in Big Red? Of course we do, said Calabrese, but we need local access. How big is the bomb? 30 kilotons. Barrows' mouth fell open in astonishment. He looked ashen. If this bomb detonates, it will be a very dark day for this country, Calabrese continued. We're talking about the potential for more than 1 million deaths. We need Alexei's help. We're willing to pay a great deal of money for it. You think money would move the dial with this guy? Scoffed Barrows. If they included Alexei Malnikov on the Forbes 400, he'd be number 6. He doesn't care about another 50 million, 100 million, or whatever amount the U.S. government offers. I can't leave it to chance. Barrows leaned back in his chair. There's only one thing Alexei cares about, and that's his father, said Barrows. You want pay for performance? You need to deal with his dad. Barrows' message was clear. Alexei Malnikov might help find Cloud in exchange for freeing his father from prison. A full presidential pardon, added Barrows. Nothing less. Calabrese nodded slowly, deep in thought. This was the precise deal he knew he needed to cut with Barrows. But now that it was on the table, he felt sick to his stomach. The low electric hum of a helicopter came from the distant sky. Fine, said Calabrese. We'll do it. It'll need to be in writing, said Barrows. From the Attorney General. Calabrese stood up as the sound of the chopper grew louder. Suddenly, a navy blue Sikorsky S-76C cut across the tree line, then hooked left and down toward Barrows' backyard, descending with almost military intent. It cuts both ways, John, said Calabrese, his voice rising above the growing din. What does that mean? Barrows shot back. We'll do the deal. He helps us find Cloud, we stop the bomb, his dad goes free. But if we don't stop it... All the kid can do is try, said Barrows, protesting. It wouldn't be fair for you to hold him responsible if this nutjob detonates a nuclear bomb on American soil. He sourced it, said Calabrese, his anger rising for the first and only time during the conversation. If that nuke goes off on U.S. soil, anyone with any connection to it better make damn sure his affairs are in order. That sounds like a threat. Calabrese watched as the chopper settled onto the lawn just behind the tennis court. He paused, then stared angrily at Barrows. It is a threat. Alexei Malnikov helped create this problem. Calabrese took a few steps toward the stairs that led to the backyard, then turned back to Barrows. You tell me, John, if this nuclear bomb goes off and 1 million people die, do you think Alexei Malnikov deserves to live? Chapter 61. Moscow. Malnikov's crimson-red Gulfstream 200 touched down at Moscow International Airport and taxied to the private aviation terminal. Coming to a stop next to a waiting bright green Lamborghini Aventador 720-4. As Malnikov hustled down the stairs of the jet, the car's right scissor door arose like a knife blade into the air. Malnikov climbed in the passenger seat, nodding with barely concealed anger at the driver. Before the door was even halfway down, the Lamborghini's tires screeched high, and the sports car ripped across the tarmac toward the airport exit. 8 minutes later, the Lamborghini braked in front of a low brick building that housed Malnikov's base of operations along with his nightclub. Malnikov stepped out of the car and walked to the door, which opened as he approached. Inside, a gunman stood. "Hello, Alexei," he said. Malnikov ignored him. Club was empty. It smelled of spilled alcohol, cigarette smoke, and body odor. He crossed the litter-strewn dance floor, walking toward the stairs at the back, where another gunman stood. "Get me coffee," snapped Malnikov, as he stepped by the gunman and descended the stairs. Inside his office, 4 men were gathered: Proskia, Radovich, Leonid, and Abramovich. Malnikov crossed to his desk and reached below, opening a small refrigerator. He took out a Red Bull, popped it open, then took a big sip, staring at his men. "I want you to drop whatever you're doing," said Malnikov. "Right now, we have one job. We're going to kill this motherfucker Cloud. Find him and kill him. I want to put a steak knife in the side of his head, you understand?" "I told you not to buy the fucking bomb," said Radovich. "Thank you for pointing that out," said Malnikov. "Do you want a medal? Take your fucking attitude and stick it up your ass." "This is about the fact that he set up your father, and we all know it. You put the entire organization at risk." Malnikov's hand moved imperceptibly to his hip, then swung into the air and threw a knife in Radovich's direction. The blade somersaulted in a tight arc and landed in the leather of the couch, only an inch from Radovich's head. Malnikov stared at Radovich as a long, pregnant silence took over the room. "Shut the fuck up," said Malnikov. "Just be quiet. It's not about my father. It's not about the bomb. It's not the money. This is about honor. My honor. Your honor. We're going to find Cloud. We're going to find him, and we're going to stab a steak knife into his fucking skull and cut apart that big brain of his. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes," said Radovich, who reached to his right and pulled the knife from the leather couch. "What is the last information we have?" asked Proskia. Malnikov felt a small vibration in his pocket. He pulled out a cell phone and glanced at the caller ID on the screen. Calabrese, HC. He stared at the screen for a moment, then answered. "What is it?" "Alexei, it's Hector Calabrese." Malnikov covered the phone with his hand. He looked at his men and nodded toward the door, telling them in no uncertain terms to get the hell out of the room. "What do you want?" "We need your help." "Haven't I already helped you enough?" asked Malnikov. "This is a zero-sum game," said Calabrese. "I'll tell you when you've helped me enough." Silence took over the phone. "Did you speak with your lawyer?" asked Calabrese. "Yes." Malnikov reached to the drawer of his desk and took out a pack of cigarettes, then lit one. "The paperwork is in process. We have presidential sign-off." "How do I know the United States will keep its word?" "That's why you pay John Barrow so much money." "I don't know where Cloud is." "You better start looking then," said Calabrese. Malnikov's nostrils flared slightly. He took a sip of Red Bull. "Look, I didn't call to argue with you," continued Calabrese. "You already helped us. I want you to know I'm grateful." "Then why the threats?" "Because that bomb you gave Cloud is on its way to the United States. I need you to understand that your life depends on us stopping it. You want to live? You want to see your father go free? Find Cloud." "I'll find him for you," said Malnikov. "And when I do, I will kill him myself."
You won't touch him. We need him alive. He has information that is of vital interest to the United States of America. There's an agent on his way to Moscow. He will direct the in-theater aspects of Cloud's takedown." Malnikov shook his head, then took another drag on his cigarette. "Do I make myself clear?" asked Calabrese. "What's his name?" "Dewey Andreas." "You want me to find Cloud and bring him to this agent, Dewey," said Malnikov, a hint of contempt in his voice. "Treat him like a little baby." Calabrese was silent for a few moments. "I realize you think this is some sort of deal that's gone bad for you, Alexei," he said calmly. "But it's much more than that, and you need to drop the attitude and accept the situation you're in. If that nuclear bomb goes off inside the United States, we will scour the earth until we find you, and then you'll die. Got it?"
"Yeah, I got it."
Chapter 62. In the Air. Katie Fox stared out the window of Delta Flight 35, the 9:10 p.m. Chicago to Atlanta direct. She was seated in first class. Next to her was Rob Tacoma, leaning against her shoulder. He'd been asleep since taking off from O'Hare. Katie imagined that everyone surrounding them thought they were married, or a couple, but Tacoma was like a little brother. In fact, his snoring was annoying the shit out of her. She flared her elbow up, cracking him solidly in the neck. He opened his eyes, looked at her with a dazed, confused look, then shut his eyes again and leaned even farther into her seat. Tacoma and Katie had worked together for more than a decade, first at the CIA, where she ran Special Operations Group under Bill Polk. Tacoma was her most reliable paramilitary agent, a tough-minded, fearless in-theater operator with stunning athletic skills. He was the best face-to-face combatant she'd ever seen. He wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer by any stretch, but with Katie around, he didn't need to be. When Katie left Langley to start a consulting firm, Tacoma was the only one she took with her. The firm, which didn't have a name, provided a wide complex of services to individuals and corporations alike, all under the general rubric of security. These services usually involved doing things in foreign countries that were against the law. Katie and Tacoma operated with the express approval and permission of the CIA. In fact, Langley was their biggest client. The firm enabled Langley to occasionally move faster and with more savageness than usual. The serenity of the first-class cabin was interrupted by an announcement over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Fletcher. I'm afraid we have a slight change of plans. We are having a medical issue involving 2 of our passengers, nothing to worry about, but we're going to land in Columbus and make sure everything's all right. I apologize for the inconvenience." Tacoma opened his eyes. He looked at Katie. She returned his look. "This should be interesting," Tacoma said. 10 minutes later, the Boeing 737 touched down at Columbus International Airport, then taxied to a stop in the middle of the tarmac. A set of mobile air stairs was driven from the terminal building to meet the jet. Behind it sped a black Chevy Suburban. A stewardess opened the cabin door as the air stairs were moved into place. Tacoma and Katie stood up, grabbed their bags from the overhead bin, walked to the door, and climbed down the stairs. They sprinted across the tarmac to the Suburban. The Suburban crossed 2 runways, then came to a stop next to a shiny light blue Gulfstream G100, its engines humming. A minute later, the jet was ripping through the sky toward New York City. Chapter 63. Chenemere Road, Darien, Connecticut. Just before midnight, under a dark sky, Calabrese's Sikorsky S-76C helicopter dropped from the sky upon a bucolic Connecticut estate, landing on a large, circular pebblestone driveway before a rambling mansion, now dark, except for a lone knight in a first-floor window. Calabrese, Fox, and Tacoma jumped from the cabin of the chopper as the rotors continued to slash the night air. Calabrese had already briefed Fox and Tacoma on the situation in Russia.
In the driveway was a pair of vehicles. One was a black Range Rover, the other a convertible Porsche 918 Spider, yellow with black racing stripes along its sides. They moved quickly toward the large door that marked the mansion's entrance, a copper lantern dangling from above. 2 men stood watch, both dressed in jeans, running shoes, and T-shirts. Both men clutched submachine guns. Calabrese, Fox, and Tacoma nodded at the gunmen as they slipped quickly into the mansion. The house was fully furnished and appeared lived in. Another gunman stood inside the entrance hall. He nodded to a door at the side. They stepped into a library. The walls were lined with bookshelves. Old taxidermy hung from the walls. The room contained only one desk. A man with long blonde hair was typing frantically. In front of him, 3 computer screens were lit up. The center one showed a map of the world, lit up digitally. The other 2 screens displayed what looked like thousands and thousands of slow-moving rows of numbers and letters, in orange and green, scrolling over a black screen. Calabrese shut the door. "Igor, this is Katie Fox and Rob Tacoma." Igor turned, nodded, then turned back to the keyboard and kept typing. Fox and Tacoma glanced at each other, then at Calabrese.
"This is the guy who's going to find someone who just pried his way into the CIA?"
asked Fox. Igor kept typing, ignoring her.
"Don't take this the wrong way, but Cloud sounds like he might be slightly more capable than some guy in an Aerosmith t-shirt that's 2 sizes too small."
"Oh, he's much more capable," said Igor as he continued to type without turning around. "He is on a level that is several generations more sophisticated than the U.S. government."
"I doubt that,"
said Katie. Igor stopped typing and turned.
"Then you're a fool,"
he snapped, turning back around.
"If you want to catch a hacker, you have to put aside self-delusion about the greatness of the brilliant men and women at the CIA and the National Security Agency. No doubt they're all patriots, but catching a hacker has nothing to do with patriotism. It is a function of numbers and letters and their arrangement in the 3-dimensional grid over time." Igor struck the keyboard. "Tell me a city where Langley has a sphere of operations, Miss Fox."
"It's Katie."
Igor scanned her up and down.
"You're beautiful, by the way," he said, smiling.
"Tokyo,"
said Katie. Igor typed for half a minute. Suddenly, the digital map of the world zoomed down onto Japan, then kept moving in, focusing until Tokyo appeared. Igor typed, and different areas of the city flared up in pockets of red. Igor typed again. The screen to the left flashed a checkerboard of black and white photographs. They appeared to be some sort of surveillance photos.
"This is just a small example," said Igor. "In fact, I was able to do this within 1 hour of arriving at my desk."
Katie stepped forward. She studied the sheet and pointed to one of the photos. It showed a man climbing out of a car.
"That's Kilmer,"
said Katie, taken aback.
"This was an operation. Last year. That's off of my computer."
"Yes, it is," said Igor. "Sorry about that. For what it's worth, I didn't look at any of your naked pictures."
"I don't," said Katie, shocked. "My God, he hacked—"
"That is nothing. Watch this."
Igor typed furiously. The right screen shot white, then came into focus. A note was written, and he enlarged it. Delta TT H9 Unger RE4 979 AS.83. Command, reroute Atlanta, Georgia to Columbus, Ohio. Command, 2.
"What is it?"
Katie asked.
"That is computer code. Do you like it? A few little lines like a haiku. Those lines were how I got them to drop you off in Columbus, Katie. Is that short for Catherine, by the way? Are you busy after we find this guy?"
"My God,"
she said again.
"Yes, that is the proper reaction. Self-delusion doesn't work in Cloud's world. What does work is numbers and letters, arranged in a 3-dimensional architecture."
"Over time,"
added Katie.
"Yada, yada, yada."
"Think of a cube," said Igor, ignoring her. "That cube has a wrapper on it, a wrapper that is composed of numbers and letters, and they are constantly changing. But if we can unwrap it, inside we will find our hacker. Where we are going, Katie, there is no room for human emotion. Where you and I are going, however, after we find him, there is plenty of room for human emotion.
So do they know we're here? Asked Katie.
No, said Igor.
Why not?
Because I told them you're not, said Igor, smiling at her. Can you guarantee with 100% certainty you're going to find him? Asked Tacoma. Eventually, yes, I will find him, said Igor. By the time the nuclear bomb gets here, no, I can't guarantee that. At best, I give it a 20% chance.
Then I want to understand what you're trying to do, demanded Katie.
Igor paused, looked at Calabrese, then back to Katie. I understand, said Igor, patiently. I will explain how we're going to capture Cloud. Then you need to leave me alone.
Deal.
Igor typed. Hacking, in point of fact, is the process of exposing human frailty, then taking advantage of it. He said, gesticulating with one hand while he typed with the other. The computer networks that run the CIA, KGB, a bank, a person's email account, they're all a collection of computer code written by human beings. They're all protected by different forms of encryption, which is also built by human beings. Most of these encryption keys are terribly built. Some are better. Some are, in fact, nearly perfect. But none is perfect, because a human being built it. Hackers attack by finding those human flaws. Once they find a flaw, they can gain entry into the computer network. The best hackers are not only able to penetrate the most secure networks, they're able to do it without being noticed. He pointed to one of the screens in front of Katie. The screen showed a dizzying sheet of numbers and letters, which scrolled down very rapidly. She leaned forward to look. "Is that Chanel number 5? He whispered. Katie glanced at him. "Can you please focus?" she snapped, but in a whisper. "Oh, I'm focused," he whispered back. "What I meant was, could you explain what that is?" she asked, pointing. "You're not my type, anyway." "What is your type?" "Not you. Now will you explain what those numbers and letters are?" That screen shows processing activity at a server farm. A warehouse full of computers are all right now focused on finding errors in the encryption algorithms that safeguard the Central Intelligence Agency. "Where are they?" Igor typed. The scrolling letters were replaced by the inside of a brightly lit warehouse, the size of a football field, filled with rows upon rows of high-powered servers. "Iceland." "Are they yours?" she asked. "Not exactly." "So what you're saying is we're going to hack into Langley?" asked Katie. "Oh, we've already hacked in," said Igor. "I've found 6 separate vulnerabilities thus far, but I haven't found Cloud yet." Katie nodded, making no effort to hide her doubt. She glanced at Calabrese, who stared back with a blank expression. "Cloud is a great programmer," said Igor. "One of the best hackers in the world. In fact, some might say the best. But those people would be wrong. There's one hacker who's better than Cloud." "Who?" asked Katie. "Another Russian. He is the best hacker in the world. At least he was. He hasn't hacked in many years. He disappeared. Some people speculate that he may have died. The truth is, he's not dead. He simply chose to stop breaking the law. Not that he ever would have been caught, but he didn't want to do it anymore." "Can he help us?" asked Katie. "He's trying to," said Igor, smiling, "but he's having a hard time getting any work done because you're asking him too many fucking questions." Katie nodded, then grinned. "Lawbreaker, huh?" she said. Igor smiled. "Is that closer to your type?" Little." Igor pointed at the live video stream coming from Iceland. "That warehouse generates so much heat that it had to be situated near cold water, or else the air conditioning would have been cost-prohibitive. Right now, every computer in that room is scouring Langley's technological infrastructure. Once we find the precise vulnerability point that Cloud is accessing, that is his trapdoor, that, Katie, you beautiful American girl, is when you will have Cloud.
How long will that take?
If I had to guess, a week.
A week?
Asked Katie. Then again, if a certain American woman with the most gorgeous blue eyes I've ever seen were to want to go to dinner with me, it might inspire me to do it quicker.
Well, I do want to find him,
said Katie, smiling mischievously at Igor.
But not that badly. What happens if you can't find him?
Asked Tacoma. Igor's smile disappeared as his eyes roamed to Tacoma. Then, we are fucked. Chapter 64. Electrostall. Cloud saw the red icon in the shape of a star suddenly pop to the front of his screen. He double-clicked it, then scanned the flag. 2200 hours and 15 seconds. Reinhold, TC. Minsk, NAMSQ UMMS 223. Withdrawal, NBRB. Exchange 75,000 Belarus ruble, Russian ruble. Cloud read and reread the alert. Reinhold was not one of the men, so why had the flag popped? He went into the database and brought up the last 2 days' worth of electronic signatures for both Brainerd and Reinhold. Brainerd's last event was the purchase of drinks at a Minsk restaurant. The cash withdrawal at the airport ATM was Reinhold's first. He did a quick directory search on Reinhold, using his passport identification to architect his financial activities, credit cards, bank accounts, and anything else the database had. Reinhold had 3 credit cards and 2 bank accounts. All of them had been created that day. In fact, the ATM withdrawals were the first electronic signature, the first transaction Reinhold had ever made.
"Perhaps he's a mountain man," said Cloud to himself facetiously. "Lived in a treehouse for his whole life. Just happens to have a few credit cards along with a bunch of money in the bank. Now he wants to go to Moscow. Makes perfect sense."
It was Langley's asset, Brainerd. He was at Minsk National Airport, where he just exchanged Belarus rubles for Russian ones. Cloud looked at a publicly available schedule of flights between Minsk and Moscow. There was only one more flight that evening, a 10:07 p.m. Belavia flight. He glanced at his watch. 10 p.m. Within a minute, Cloud discovered a vulnerability in one of Aeroflot's servers, enabling him to penetrate the airline's computer network. By 10:04, he was looking at the passenger manifest of Belavia Flight 9984 Minsk to Moscow. He thought for a minute. Then he copied the list of names and ran it against the Belavia customer database. Only one name was new. Either Langley had an alias they were employing for Brainerd's trip to Moscow, unaffiliated with his identity, or they'd provisioned new identity in the last hour. If it was the former, there was little Cloud could do at this point. At 10:06, Cloud dialed Minsk Customs emergency hotline.
"Customs hotline.
"My name is Rudiev, and I work for Federal Security Service," said Cloud. "You have a suspected terrorist on Flight 9984, a Mr. Reinhold. He's seated in 9B. Do not let that plane leave the ground." 2 minutes later, from his seat aboard the plane, Brainerd watched through a large terminal window as at least a dozen uniformed customs agents charged through the terminal. He picked up his cell and dialed Carter. "I'm blown. Let Bill know." Chapter 65. Novgorod, Russia. Dewey got on the main highway between St. Petersburg and Moscow, the M10. With every passing minute, he knew FSB would put more men on finding him. But those same minutes bought Dewey distance, and, the farther away he got from St. Petersburg, anonymity. They would be looking for him near the city. Then he remembered what Calabrese told him. His photo was on the wire. His likeness, attached to the APB, posed a significant challenge. There was something to take his mind off the feeling of being hunted, however. He'd felt it for the past hour now. Down his leg. Cold,
wet, raw. So far he'd been able to ignore the pain, as he'd been trained to do. But it was deep, and it was getting worse. Dewey's sheer size and the layers of muscle on his arms, torso, and legs prevented several bones from breaking when he'd hit the ground outside the Four Seasons. But that was little consolation right now. The bleeding wasn't stopping. Dewey looked at his leg. From the knee down, the trousers were solid red. He unzipped his pants. Slowly, as he drove, he pulled them down below his knees, groaning in pain as the rough fabric chafed against the wound. In the dim light, he could see a deep gash glistening in the fresh, dark blood. He'd ignored it thus far, but the blood loss would debilitate him if he didn't deal with it. At the first exit, Dewey turned off the highway. He pulled into a modern, orange and white Eka gas station. He climbed out of the car and stuck the pump nozzle into the fuel tank, then limped toward the gas station, glancing down at the thin, wet trail of blood dripping from his right pant leg. The wind had picked up. He looked at the black sky and could see clouds undulating with stripes of white and, below, far in the distance, lightning. A storm was coming. He remembered words from training. "You will learn to operate in the worst types of weather, so when it comes, you're ready. A storm is an opportunity. It's the time when strength and power can be freely used. In this way, the weather is a weapon. The best offensive operations occur at night, during storms." The store was crowded. Dewey walked the aisles, looking for something to stop the bleeding. He picked up a package of baby wipes, scissors, duct tape, garbage bags, a bag of salt, cornstarch, bandages, and paper towels. He grabbed 2 large bottles of vodka, then looked up and made eye contact with a teenage girl, who abruptly turned and walked away. Dewey glanced at a mirror in the corner, seeing his face. He was drenched in sweat, and his skin was bright red. His clothes didn't fit. He looked from the mirror to the floor. A small pool of blood had collected at his shoe. He saw an advertisement in the far corner of the convenience store. It was a photo of a fish, hooked to a fishing pole, as the fisherman pulled it flying out of a stream. Near the advertisement, he found a large stainless steel fish hook, a spool of fishing line, and a pair of pliers. He stepped into line. The chaos of the crowd helped conceal the trail of blood at Dewey's feet. People were too busy to look down as they fumbled for their wallets and cash. As Dewey got to the front of the line, his eyes shot left, to the door, but it wasn't something outside that caused him to turn. Instead, it was a bulletin attached to the door. It was a large poster, freshly hung, a wanted poster. Dewey's photo was spread across the center. Luckily, the photo showed a man with long brown hair. Chopping off his hair had been a good call. Dewey turned calmly back to the cashier. She was young and plump, with neon blue-tinted hair, dressed in an Eka uniform. Dewey pointed behind her to a pack of cigarettes. He added a lighter to the pile as well. The cashier scanned the items, barely looking up. Dewey glanced back to the wanted poster as, to his right, he heard a commotion. He knew it somehow concerned him. He tried not to turn. Then he felt a tap on the shoulder. Looking, he saw a middle-aged man, a father, pointing at the ground and the growing patch of blood on the linoleum floor. Next to him was his daughter, who was crying at the sight of it, her mother's hand over her mouth. The man said something in Russian. Dewey ignored him, turning back to the cashier as she bagged up his items. Dewey pulled a wad of bills from his pocket and looked back to the wanted poster. 2 men were reading it and examining the photo of Dewey. As one read the poster, the other's eyes settled on Dewey, staring at him as he waited for his change. From the corner of his eye, Dewey registered the man hitting his friend in the arm, trying to get his attention. The other man turned and joined his friend, staring relentlessly at Dewey. Dewey picked up the bags and walked toward the door, directly at the men, who remained at the door watching Dewey approach, suspicion in their eyes. As Dewey came closer, they didn't move. They were blocking the door. One pointed to the ground at the trail of fresh blood that followed Dewey, then said something in Russian. Dewey paused as he was about to walk into them. When neither moved, Dewey put his right arm between the two men and barreled through the door, knocking both men to the side. He knew he needed to cut off the distraction immediately. Dewey looked to the station wagon. It was to the left, at the pumps. He went right. Glancing back, he saw the two men following him. The first drop of rain struck his head, then another, and then it was a downpour. At the corner of the building, Dewey went right again. One of the men yelled. Dewey dropped the shopping bags and moved along the wall of the building, toward the garage. He heard the fast rhythm of boots behind him. Both men were now chasing after him. Both bays of the garage were closed, and the lights were out. Dewey moved to the door, slamming his left shoulder against it. The door frame cracked, sending wood from the door jamb to the ground. Dewey pushed in the door and was inside a dirty office that stank of petroleum. The men were now on his heels. He cursed himself for not bringing the skiff with him. Dewey cut left into the darkness. He sprinted along the near wall, hands out, feeling his way. At a large tool chest, he stopped and crouched out of sight. The pain in his right knee was getting worse. He shut his eyes and focused on not groaning, lest he alert them where he was hiding. One of the men charged into the garage. He groped for a light switch, found it, and flipped on the lights. The near bay was empty. In the second bay, a car was raised up in the air. From his crouching position, Dewey turned his head and searched the wall. Above him, he saw a large black hydraulic lever used to raise and lower the cars. The first Russian was soon joined by the other. They both clutched guns. One man flanked left, the other right. Dewey reached to his calf and removed his combat blade. He held it in his right hand. He watched as one of the men crossed the garage, gun out, searching for him. He kicked over garbage cans, peered behind oil drums, and rummaged along the walls at the far side of the garage. The second Russian called out something as Dewey squatted against the tool chest, his knee firing sharp bolts of pain up his leg as he tried to keep still and quiet. Dewey couldn't see the second man, but he heard his footsteps scuffing the ground as he moved toward him. When he felt a small bump on the other side of the tool chest, he held his breath. Then the front of a running shoe came into view just inches away. Dewey took one last glance across the garage. The other man was inching toward the mechanic's well beneath the raised car, looking to see if Dewey had climbed down inside. Squatting on the concrete floor, Dewey stared up at where he knew the other Russian would emerge, clutched the knife in his right hand. The gunman took one more step. His face was visible above the tool chest. A second later, the muzzle of his gun appeared just inches away from Dewey's head. The other Russian was inching cautiously to the mechanic's well beneath the raised auto. "Come on," muttered Dewey as his eyes returned to the closer man. His eyes found Dewey, but by the time he could scream, Dewey had sprung up at him, slashing the knife through the air and spearing it into the man's gut, then pulling it back out and stabbing it into his chest. Unmuted gunfire shattered the air as the Russian opened fire on Dewey, but Dewey was moving, shielded by the chest. Then he reached over his head and grabbed the hydraulic lever, yanking it just as a slug struck the wall in front of him. The car atop the hoist dropped down on top of the gunman, crushing him. Dewey pulled his combat blade from the dead Russian's chest. He searched his pockets and removed his cell phone. Then he moved to the door. Outside the garage, the skies had opened up. Rain was cascading down in sideways sheets of warm water. Dewey welcomed the water against his skin, cooling him, washing away the blood. At the front of the Eka store, he retrieved the shopping bags. He walked quickly to the station wagon, hung the nozzle back on the pump, climbed inside, then sped out of the gas station. Soon he was back on the highway. He fell into a line of slow-moving vehicles, almost paralyzed by the violent storm. Dewey moved to the middle of the front seat, steering with his left hand and using his left foot for the gas and brake. He reached beneath the seat, found the gun, and set it in the driver's seat. He pulled out a bottle of vodka. He unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp, then another, trying to quell the pain now emanating from his knee. Dewey put the tip of the Gerber against his right knee. He counted to 3, then pushed until the blade punctured the trousers. He pushed the blade down the length of his calf, cutting away the pants. He put the knife between his teeth, then grabbed the pants and tore them aside, exposing his knee. The traffic abruptly came to a halt. Dewey hit the brakes just inches from striking the bumper of the car in front of him. He took another swig from the bottle. In the dim light, Dewey could barely see his knee, only a sheen of wet blood. When he turned on the overhead light, the sight was gruesome. The knee looked pulverized. The skin all around the wound was black and purple, while the wound itself was open and raw. Dewey poured vodka over the wound, biting hard on the knife handle and letting out a mumbled groan as the pain seared him. He opened the glove compartment and set the knife on the shelf. Dewey splashed more vodka on the gash, then pressed a handful of baby wipes against the wound. He reached into the shopping bag and found the fishhook and put it between his teeth. Without looking, he threaded the fishing line through the eyelet, then tied a hangman's knot. His eyes were startled by something up ahead. A set of police lights, red and blue, flashed in the distance, coming in the opposite direction, moving recklessly fast. Another cruiser was behind it, then a third. The roar of the sirens couldn't be heard at first, dulled by the rain. Then it grew loud as the vehicles swept by. Dewey removed the bloody baby wipes and tossed them to the floor. He poured more vodka into the wound. He reached inside the bag for the box of cornstarch. He ripped off the top and placed it on the shelf. Then he found the bag of salt. He set it between his legs, stabbing the top with the knife and ripping it open. Dewey looked up at the road. The blurry line of lights went straight as far as he could see. He slowed down a bit, then looked back at his knee. He took a sip, then poured the rest of the vodka into the wound. He poured cornstarch into the gash, then slammed his fist against it, pounding the cornstarch into every possible part of the wound to absorb the blood. He glanced up at the road, making sure he was still in the line of traffic. Dewey took a big handful of salt and sprinkled it down into the wound, screaming as the salt cauterized the blood. The pain was like fire. It branched out like electricity, shooting through every part of him. Tears rolled involuntarily down his cheeks. He pounded the salt in, then repeated it, pouring more in, pounding, until the bleeding stopped. With baby wipes, he cleaned away the excess salt and cornstarch. He paused for several minutes, allowing himself to get past the pain of the salt. When it had settled into a dull ache, he took the fishhook, glanced at the car in front of him, then looked down and stuck the tip through the healthy skin above the edge of the wound. He stuck his index finger into the wound and worked it up, under the skin, toward the hook. When he found it, he gripped the end and pulled it through, along with the line. He put the hook through the skin on the other side of the wound, pulling it through. He pulled the line semi-tight, being careful not to rip the skin. Dewey methodically moved the hook between the edges of the gash, sewing the skin back together. When he was done, he cut the line and tied the ends together. He wrapped the bandage around the wound, then wrapped duct tape around the bandage. He moved back into the driver's seat. He lit a cigarette, opening the window slightly, despite the rain. A large green traffic sign was illuminated above the road ahead. Moskva, 300 kilometers. Chapter 66. Inverness Airport, Inverness, Scotland. A light blue Bombardier Global 6000 cut out of the gray clouds, then dropped in a tight line to the ground, coming to a thunderous stop on the tarmac at Inverness Airport. Legally speaking, the runway was too short for the jet. Its occupant, however, insisted on making the landing anyway, and when Derek Chalmers insisted on something, it usually ended up happening. The MI6 owned jet taxied to a stop near the small one-story terminal. Chalmers sat in a tan captain's chair, looking at an iPad. He was reading the files detailing everything Langley knew about Cloud, including photos and up-to-the-minute transcripts from the USS Hartford. There was also extensive biographical research on Katya Basayev. Something troubled him, though he didn't know what it was. Obviously, Cloud was a despicable figure, but it was the dancer who made him uneasy. How could she not have known? "Director Chalmers." Chalmers looked up at the pilot. "Yes, Brantley." "They're on approach, sir." Chalmers nodded. "Thank you." Chalmers turned off the device, then looked to a plain-looking, middle-aged woman seated directly in front of him. Victoria Smithson, MI6's head of clandestine operations. Though Chalmers was there to interrogate Katya, he thought whatever came out of the interrogation might spill into the need for mission work. "Is Banker Cottage ready?" asked Chalmers.
"Yes," said Smithson. "The farmer squad is in place."
"Who is it?"
"Dr. Robbins."
"I thought he retired."
"To Aberdeen," said Smithson. "He agreed to help out."
"I'd like not to have to use pharmaceuticals on her," said Chalmers. "You read the files. What do you think?"
"You have a nuclear bomb en route to the United States," said Smithson. "Less than 3 days until it arrives. If it were up to me, I'd have an IV in her arm the moment she walks through the door at Bangor."
Chalmers stared at Smithson, but didn't react. He looked out the window as a dark green Range Rover sped across the runway and stopped next to the jet. A moment later came the low-pitched, high-decibel whir of the Osprey V-22 on approach. Chalmers stood and pulled on a dark blue Burberry trench coat. He climbed down out of the bombardier, trailed by Smithson, as the Osprey roared out of the clouds and then seemed to stop overhead, as its rotors suddenly tilted upward. The plane descended like a helicopter to the tarmac a few feet away. Chalmers and Smithson walked beneath the tail of the plane, out of the rain. A moment later, the loading ramp at the back of the Osprey lowered. Standing at the top of the ramp, soldiers on both sides of her, was Katya. Chalmers nodded to one of the soldiers, who said something to Katya. Slowly she stepped down the ramp. She had on a pair of black Gore-Tex technical pants, along with a gray sweatshirt. Her wrists and ankles were both cuffed. She was tiny, her skin as dark as leather, her eyes strikingly blue. When she got to the bottom of the ramp, she glanced around the desolate airport as rain poured down. Seeing little of interest, she stepped before Chalmers and looked up at him, then at Smithson.
"Where am I?"
she asked. "Scotland."
"I didn't know,"
she said. "Know what?"
"That he was going to kill the Americans. He's not a terrorist. You have to believe me."
Chalmers reached into his pocket. He pulled out his cell phone and showed her a photo of a room littered with corpses, enclosed by walls splattered in blood. It was a photo from the Vietnamese scow. She gasped. She shook her head and closed her eyes, as if she could will away the memory. Chalmers looked at Smithson. "Let's go," he said. Chapter 67. Electrostyle. The icon flashed again on Cloud's computer screen, and he double-clicked it. Cloud had stopped one of the CIA agents, Brainerd, in Minsk. Fairweather, the other CIA man on his way to Moscow, was all that remained. The agent had made a phone call from the Poznan-Lavica airport in Poland. Cloud examined the timestamp on the call. It had been more than an hour ago. Cloud searched for flights between Poland and Moscow. There were none left. When he searched for earlier flights the CIA agent might have been able to take, there was one, an Aeroflot flight at 10:58 p.m. It was now midnight. Cloud scanned the Aeroflot flight manifest but was unable to find any record of Fairweather getting on a plane. When he ran the passenger manifest against the Aeroflot customer database, there was nothing suspicious. All the passengers on the flight were either Russian or Polish. Every passenger had flown Aeroflot on numerous previous occasions. Cloud went to a website that tracked flights and entered the Aeroflot flight number. The plane was slightly ahead of schedule. It would land in 15 minutes.
"How did I miss it?"
he asked. Cloud shut his eyes, remembering the day more than a decade before when he helped Almaty hack into U.S. air defenses on 9/11. The day he helped scramble radar at Griffiths Air Force Base and convinced the men and women at Northeast Air Defense Sector that American Airlines Flight 11 was 20 miles away, even as it bore down on the North Tower of the World Trade Center. It was the day Cloud understood how easy it was to use his computer to bring evil on an unsuspecting world. When he opened his eyes, Sasha was staring at him.
"Is everything okay?"
Sasha asked. Cloud said nothing. In 2001, Cloud was shocked to find that data signals between airplanes and control towers in the United States were, for the most part, unencrypted. Once he succeeded in hacking into the Griffiths Tower through their ERP, he altered altitude, latitude, and longitude settings emitted by the plane, fooling everyone until it was too late. Cloud had hacked into Aeroflot many years before, but altering the plane's signals to the Moscow Tower was the opposite of what he needed to do. Right now, he needed to fool the Aeroflot pilot, not the control tower.
"State ATM,"
said Cloud, referring to the agency that controlled Russia's airspace, similar to the FAA.
"Have you ever attempted to penetrate it?"
"No," said Sasha, "but I know someone who did."
"Is it someone you trust?"
Sasha considered the question, then shrugged.
"Yes." "I need a trap door into ATM. I need it immediately."
Chapter 68. Mission Theater Targa, Langley. Polk hung up his phone after getting the update from Carter, his Minsk chief of station. He looked around the operations room. "Brainerd got blown. They stopped him at the airport." Polk was seated at a workstation inside the dimly lit command center. The room was half empty. In front of him was a carton of chicken fried rice, which he hadn't touched. All he could do was stare at the screen on the front wall of the room. It showed a digital map tracking Tom Fairweather's flight from Poland to Moscow. 10 minutes out," said a case officer. "They're on the final approach." "Check activity at the airport," said Polk. "FSB and Customs, see if there have been any threat elevations." "No Customs flags in the past 2 hours other than the one on Dewey. Ditto with FSB." Polk nodded, then picked up a bottle of Gatorade and took a sip.
"Come on, Tommy,"
he whispered. Brainerd getting stopped by Belarus Customs angered Polk. Having a hacker inside the agency was like running a race with a 1,000-pound weight tied around your neck. Though no evidence existed, it was clear that Cloud had been behind Brainerd's removal from the Belavia flight. Polk had already spoken twice to the U.S. ambassador to Belarus about getting Brainerd out of jail. Fairweather was different, and Polk felt more confident. The passport Fairweather used was purchased from a corrupt GRU administrator, its numbers clean and designed to withstand a so-called database backpull at the Russian border. Polk stood up, clutching the bottle of Gatorade. He stepped to the front of the room, just a few feet from the screen, watching as the flashing red dot, Aeroflot Flight 43, drew closer and closer to Moscow. 30 seconds, sir. Polk adjusted his glasses. He knew the radar could sometimes show inaccuracies, and yet what he was seeing made a cold shiver run through his body. He turned back to the case officer. "They're coming in low," he said. "Are they too far left?" The case officer highlighted the flight path. Suddenly, the plasma screen view zoomed close up. Lights on the plane's wings became visible against the dark ground below. Digital numbers representing speed and altitude scrolled above the plane in bright red. "They're not going to make it, sir." Fairweather was asleep when the plane's alarm went off. It was a piercing, high-pitched siren that shrieked so loudly it caused him to lurch involuntarily forward. Then came the recorded words of a woman, first in Russian, then Polish, repeated over and over. "Emergency, assume crash position." Screams engulfed the jet. Several passengers stood up, desperate to run somewhere, to escape, even though there was no place to go. Panic and terror consumed the plane. A man ran by Fairweather for the front of the plane. Several people opened overhead bins, grabbing their belongings. Fairweather tried to remain calm. He looked out the window. They were flying just barely above a residential neighborhood. The lights of one home were so close he could see the colored movement of a TV show in an upstairs bedroom. His eyes scanned. In the distance, at least half a mile away, he saw the airport's strobe lights pulsing halogen into the night. As the siren continued to wail, as the recorded voice repeated its warnings, as screams seemed to reach a crescendo, he felt a hand on his arm, gently touching him. He turned. A young woman was clutching her child, her face stricken with fear.
"Is it going to be all right?"
she whispered in Polish. Slowly, Fairweather nodded.
"Yes,"
he said, willing himself to smile as he heard the sound of treetops brushing against the fuselage.
"Everything is going to be fine."
Chapter 69. Langley. Gant stepped through one of the several back doors at CIA headquarters, swiping his badge. Rather than return to his office on the 4th floor, he went straight ahead and entered the agency's daycare center. A woman was seated in a cubicle across from the glass-walled nursery, which was filled with children. On seeing Gant, she stood up.
"Hello, Mr. Gant."
Gant looked at her badge. "And is there an empty office where I can make a phone call? I don't have time to run upstairs."
"Of course," she said.
She led Gant to an empty office down the hallway. "Perfect," he said. He shut the door, then dialed.
"Senator Furr's office."
"It's Josh Gant."
Yes, Mr. Gant, please hold."
Gant reached up and pushed his glasses higher on his nose. "What is it?" asked Senator Furr. "You need to cool down on the thing we've been working on." "Andreas?" "Yes. I just had my fucking counsel prepare a laundry list of requests. There's blowback, Senator. It will come back to bite us, trust me." Furr was silent for several seconds. "I can't just kill it," said Gant. Chapter 70. Chenemere Road, Darien, Connecticut. Katie knocked on the door to the library.
"Can I come in?"
Yes, of course." Katie stepped into the library. She had on green running shorts with yellow piping, a white tank top, and high-heeled leather sandals, all of which showed off her long, tan, muscled legs and arms. As she entered the room, Igor was staring at the computer screen. She had 2 Starbucks cups. She stepped to Igor's side and placed one of them on the desk. Slowly, without taking his eyes off the screen, Igor reached for it. As he did, he accidentally touched Katie's hand, which she had yet to remove from the cup. Igor looked at her fingers, then his eyes traced her tan, sinewy arm all the way up to her shoulder. Then their eyes met.
"Any luck?"
she asked. "Yes," he said. "I found something." Igor pointed at the screen. On it was a block of computer code. "This is the attack code that enabled Cloud to penetrate the Langley switch outside of Madrid," explained Igor. "The penetration occurred 14 months ago. He broke the encryption algorithm.
It's called a cold boot attack. He, or someone working for him, actually went to Madrid, found the switch, shut the power to it, then sucked the memory onto a USB. Once he did that, all he had to do was break the key, which he quickly did. He was inside within a week of the Madrid attack. Here's the amazing thing. He didn't alter the CIA encryption algorithm. Instead, he embedded a virus in the actual physical unit of the text. The virus was like a little spy, hiding in the physical representation of the text. It's poetic if you think about it. Spying on the spies. What appeared to be a relatively innocuous switch failure was quickly closed out and sanitized by Langley's defense systems, its malware and other such useless things. In closing out, it was in fact initiated.
That's how they got inside the CIA? Asked Katie.
Getting in was the easy part, said Igor. That code is how they remained and how they did so without being noticed. Katie nodded.
I'm impressed, she said.
Igor looked up. Thank you.
So what's next?
The virus that Cloud placed inside Langley is, in point of fact, just code. Like all computer code, it makes commands. For example, it tells certain internal Langley communications devices, phones on a specific channel, to transcribe their activities, then send those transcriptions, as they are occurring, to him. What I need is to somehow hitch a ride on where they're being sent. If I can do that, I will be able to get a peek at his defenses, his encryption protocols. That is when the real work begins.
Without being noticed.
Exactly. Igor looked up at Katie. She smiled. You have a nice smile, Igor said. Katie's smile disappeared.
I wasn't smiling.
Yes, you were. You have a very hard time taking a compliment, don't you? You should consider seeing a shrink. I see one.
You see one?
Katie asked, a bit surprised. Yes, I'm not afraid to admit it.
You shouldn't be,
she said emphatically.
It's brave to admit it. If you don't mind my asking, why do you see one?
Sex addiction. Katie shook her head in disgust and turned to leave. By the way, there's something else, said Igor.
What? I have a nice ass? She asked sarcastically.
You do have a sweet ass, yes. But no, I meant I found something else inside Langley. Katie stepped back to the table.
Why are you being so mysterious?
I might have gone someplace I wasn't supposed to. Katie crossed her arms.
Inside the agency?
Yes. Just then the door to the library opened. Calabrese and Tacoma stepped in. Both men looked visibly upset. Tommy's dead, said Tacoma, referring to Fairweather, an agent both he and Katie had worked with. Katie had recruited Fairweather. His plane crashed on approach to Moscow, said Calabrese. 155 passengers died, all to prevent Tommy from entering Russia. Silence took over the room. I need to get back to Washington, said Calabrese.
Igor found something, said Katie. Inside Langley.
Calabrese shot Igor a look. You read agency files? Yes. Let's hear it, said Calabrese. I scanned agency logs, archives, directories, stuff that was deleted, you name it. I found a blocked archive. Even with top-secret access, I wasn't able to open it. Anyway, I figured out a way around it, of course. It's a bunch of projects that were apparently the sort of projects you didn't want anyone to know about. What does that have to do with Cloud? Something happened in 1986. Something involving a Russian nuclear scientist named Anuslav Vargarin. It was a project. They called it Double Play. The agency was recruiting Vargarin. He was supposed to defect and work out of Los Alamos. What happened? I don't know. They destroyed everything else. Calabrese took a sip from his coffee cup, thinking. There are plenty of Vargarins. How do you know he's related? He had a son named Pyotr.
Calabrese, momentarily taken aback, dropped the cup. It hit the floor and tumbled. "Are you kidding?" he asked.
"I'm dead serious."
"Show me the scan." Igor pointed at his screen, which Calabrese quickly read. The file, what remained of it, was only a few words. Project 818, double play. January 82 to July 86. Recruitment of Vargarin, Anislav. Wife, Sylvie. Son, Pyotr. "We need to know what happened," Calabrese said. "You need to find that case and decrypt it."
"The data's gone, Hector. Poof, doesn't exist. What you're looking at is some sort of catalog key. They got rid of it, perhaps because it's so old."
"They didn't get rid of it," said Calabrese. "I know where it is." Calabrese looked at Katie and Tacoma. "You two, you're coming with me," he said. Chapter 71. George's Bank, Atlantic Ocean, 80 miles east of Prince Edward Island, Canada. As dawn broke over the horizon, Fakir was already in the galley, making breakfast for the crew. It wasn't fancy. He brewed a pot of coffee, then cooked oatmeal, which he ladled into 6 bowls and sprinkled with brown sugar. At 7, he woke the men. He left Poldark in his bed. The old professor was now too weak to get up. The night before, when he heard 2 of the Chechens debating how long it would take for Poldark to die, Fakir had slapped each man viciously across the face, telling them to keep their mouths shut. Now even he was beginning to feel the radiation sickness. Though he'd yet to vomit, the nausea had arrived in the middle of the night and hadn't left. Fakir planned to make breakfast just once on the trip, on this day, a critical day, and now he realized it would probably be a waste. If the others felt anything like he did, they would have no appetite. When they gathered around the galley table, only one man wanted oatmeal. The others weren't hungry. Fakir spoke in Chechen.
"I want every man ready," he said. "That means weapons in hand, loaded. You wait below decks. When the boat arrives, you know what to do. Watch your field of fire."
"How long until it happens?"
asked one of the men.
"Who knows?"
answered Fakir.
"Could be soon, could be all day."
One of the Chechens leaned forward and placed his head on the table. He groaned.
"What the fuck?"
shouted another man. Suddenly the man began to throw up, coughing white, thick liquid out in an acrid, chunky splash across the table. One of the others stood to run.
"Don't move,"
snapped Fakir.
"Until I tell you, you can move. Do you understand?" "But he just... Don't talk back either,"
yelled Fakir, voice rising in anger.
"Shut the fuck up and do your job."
Fakir stepped to the sick man, grabbed his hair, and jerked him up.
"You too,"
Fakir said, his teeth visible as a look of anger crossed his face.
"We all feel sick. Either toughen up or get off the fucking boat."
"What about the old fuck downstairs?"
complained one of the others.
"Why isn't he here?"
Fakir's eyes moved slowly, deliberately and hatefully, to the young Chechen who just asked the question.
"That old man is the only reason any of us are here,"
said Fakir. He paused, then looked at all of the men.
"We're about to make history on behalf of Allah,"
said Fakir.
"We will kill as many people as 100 9/11s. You will all be famous. Each one of your names will be known around the world. Your actions today will be studied, hated, and reviled by the West, but they will know you. And where it matters most, you will be loved and honored, forever, by those who matter. Allah will greet you at the 4th gate."
Fakir paused and stepped toward the man who'd mouthed off. He leaned toward him, an intense look, a savage expression on his face, as he stared into the young man's black eyes.
"Without the work of that old man, You would be nothing. You would do nothing. If any of you say even one more word of disrespect for him, the next thing you'll know is the feeling of a bullet striking you in the head. Is that understood?" "Yes," said the young Chechen, bowing his head. "I'm very sorry."
Fakir nodded, acknowledging just barely the apology.
"Now we begin,"
he said calmly. He nodded toward the door.
"Below decks. And remember, watch your field of fire."
Back in the wheelhouse, Fakir moved the radio frequency to channel 16, reserved for marine distress calls. He picked up the mic.
"Mayday," said Fakir. "Mayday! Is there anyone who can hear me?"
Over the next 2 hours, every minute or so, Fakir repeated the call for help. Finally, a faint, scratchy voice came over the radio. "Roger on that Mayday, over. This is the Dogfish. I hear you. What's the situation?"
"This is the Lonely Fisherman," said Fakir. "We have a priority problem. We are in need of urgent assistance, over."
"What's the problem, Captain?"
"We have fuel, but the pump is not transferring. We need a pump."
"Where are you?"
"East of Newfoundland," said Fakir, "near the Flemish Cap."
He gave the captain of the Dogfish his coordinates. "Let me see what I can do," said the captain. "We're at the beginning of our trip and we'll be heading a little south of you. Let me see if we can spare a pump. Switch to 41. 15 minutes later, the captain of the Dogfish came on channel 41. "Fisherman, you're there? This is the Dogfish, over."
"We're here, Captain."
"We have a pump we can spare. I expect to be compensated for it." Chapter 72. Electrostyle. Cloud watched the news report on his computer. Volume turned down. The plane had crashed near the airport, in a town called Tolstapoltsevo. The scene was pandemonium. A low beeping noise sounded from Sasha's computer. Cloud looked up. Sasha was waving him over.
"There is something happening," he said.
"Move over."
Cloud took over the keyboard, sitting down in the seat, quickly scanning the screen. It showed signals intelligence activity over the past day originating at the CIA. The activity had virtually ceased the evening before, then started back up. The analysis was displayed as a long list. These were precise nodes of activity fed back to them via the virus infecting Langley. Next to each entry, electronic activity was represented by percentages over time. It was clear that Langley had shut down everything following the failed attempt to extract him. That was expected. What he hadn't expected was the resumption of activity. It could mean only one thing. They were hunting for him. Langley would attempt to find him in the same way he'd found them, via the internet. Cloud's entire network was protected by several levels of state-of-the-art encryption. The only way to find him was for someone to find the encryption key, then break it. Breaking the key itself would require months. More important, someone would first have to find an instance of the algorithm itself, just to have a chance to break it. As of now, Langley was clueless. Yet, theoretically, it was possible for them to use the trapdoor to find the encryption layer. It didn't mean they could get through it, but even giving Langley that glimpse of his line of defense made Cloud nervous. He sat back, crossed his arms, and shut his eyes. After a few moments, he opened them. He leaned forward and started typing. "Go to Access 4,
Cloud said without looking up.
"And do what?"
asked Sasha.
"Destroy it." "If I do that, the trapdoor will be gone,"
protested Sasha.
"If they find Access 4, they will be able to find us. Shut it down. Immediately."
Chapter 73. Bangor Cottage, Scotland. Chalmers stepped through the back door of Bangor Cottage, then down a flight of stairs that led to a locked door. He inserted a key and pushed into the windowless basement. Few who had been to Bangor had seen this part of the rustic fishing camp. Behind the door, an intimate, low-ceilinged room looked like an old-fashioned hospital room. On one side, communications equipment was stacked on shelves, all of it tied to MI6 headquarters in London. At the back of the room was medical equipment, including heart and life monitors. A beat-up leather sofa was pushed up against the wall to the left. 2 hospital beds occupied the right side of the room. A closet next to the sofa, out of view, held a mysterious-looking device that could be used by an interrogator to elicit information through the moderated application of electricity. For all of the publicity surrounding waterboarding, it was electricity that worked best at getting terrorists to talk. And Bangor, despite England's stated dislike of torture, had heard its share of screams over the years. Smithson was seated on the leather sofa, reading a magazine. Robbins, the MI6 physician, was standing against the back wall, back turned, inspecting the contents of a drawer filled with pharmaceuticals. Robbins turned when he heard Chalmers enter. "Hello, Derek," he said. Chalmers nodded but said nothing. His eye went to one of the beds. Katya was strapped to it, a variety of sensors attached to her neck, arms, head, chest, and legs. If necessary, her heart, blood, and breathing patterns could be run through MI6 computers in order to assess her level of honesty. "Give us a few minutes, will you?" Chalmers said. "Yes, of course. I'll be upstairs." Chalmers looked at Smithson, who was still seated. She met his look. "Me too?" she asked. Chalmers nodded. Katya had not moved since being strapped to the bed. She lay beneath a flannel blanket, her clothing having been removed, except for panties and a bra. Her head was facing the wall, eyes shut. What played through Chalmers' mind, as he prepared to interrogate Katya, were the choices before him. In Chalmers' storied intelligence career, he'd been subjected to a multitude of enhanced interrogation techniques. As a KGB prisoner in 1979, Chalmers wasn't allowed to sleep for extended periods of time. In 1982, the IRA locked him in a Belfast warehouse for almost a month. There he was waterboarded and electrocuted, though the memory he hated most was of the time they made him kneel in front of a concrete wall for 5 days, with a light bulb dangling down in front of him. He remembered crying when they finally turned the light bulb off, as if it had become his only friend, or a god. To this day, Chalmers never changed a light bulb, an idiosyncratic remnant of his time in that basement. Chalmers thus had a view of enhanced interrogation techniques that was less theoretical than that of most others in the intelligence community. He'd been there. He knew what worked and what didn't. The challenge was that there was no way to know until the sessions began. Chalmers believed all torture could be effective if there was something there in the first place. If there weren't secrets to be found, however, a prisoner could lead an entire operation down a rat hole, simply to stop the pain. Chalmers could understand Katya having a relationship with someone who had a secret. The question was, did she have real knowledge? It seemed a practical impossibility. How could someone who had to travel all the time, to practice every day for hours on end, be shielding someone with such dark intentions? The problem for Chalmers was, if he spent the next day trying to get her to confess, he might end up in the exact same place he was now. If she knew nothing, he would get lies in order to stop the interrogation. Lies that might misdirect the CIA at a time it needed to be sharpening its focus. He would also destroy any chance he had of eliciting passive, but still vital information. If he broke trust with Katya by inflicting pain, she would shut down. He'd been there, and that is exactly what happened. The KGB wanted information he simply did not have. By beating him, his tormentors lost the opportunity to drag other key information out of him. Chalmers went to a cabinet above the sofa and took out 2 glasses, and poured each half full with scotch. He walked to the bed and lifted the blanket. Gently, he removed the sensors from her body, then unstrapped the bands from around her arms and legs. She remained with her eyes closed, her head facing the wall, motionless. "Katya," Chalmers said. He waited for her to turn her head and look up. After more than a minute, she turned and opened her eyes. The aniline blue of her eyes, against the backdrop of dark skin and jet-black hair, was slightly jarring. She stared up at him. "Would you like some single malt?" Chalmers asked. "It's made just down the road. It's quite good. It will calm you." Chalmers extended the glass. Slowly, Katya sat up. She took the glass, held it beneath her nose, sniffed it, then chugged it down in 2 large gulps. She held the glass back out to him.
"More,"
she whispered, very softly. Chalmers smiled. He returned to the cabinet, poured her another glass and brought it back. "There," he said as he handed it to her.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Thank you."
Chalmers walked to the sofa and sat down. He took a sip. "I saw you perform," he said. "Paris."
"Paris? When was this?"
5 or 6 years ago, if memory serves. You danced Swanhilda in Coppelia." Katya nodded.
"France,"
she said. "France?"
"My lover."
"Ah, yes, in the ballet." She sipped from her glass.
"Claude is not a terrorist," she said. "I know him. He is a child. He has the heart of a child, a computer geek."
"And yet he caused the deaths of a boat full of fishermen. He killed American soldiers."
"No, I don't believe it. You showed me pictures, but they could be from anywhere."
"So I'm lying to you. Those men who took you, they did it why?"
"I don't know. Ask them."
"I did. You're engaged to a terrorist."
"No,"
she said, shaking her head back and forth.
"No, I don't believe it."
"You seem quite sure," said Chalmers, "which makes me wonder, is there anything that would convince you?"
"No."
"So, if he himself told you he intended to detonate a nuclear device on the U.S., even that wouldn't convince you?" Katya stared at Chalmers across the room. "You see what I'm getting at, don't you, Katya? People have secrets. They end up doing things that are quite at odds with what we expect." Katya continued to stare at Chalmers. "I want to ask you a question. Do you like the United States? I assume you've performed there, yes?" Katya nodded.
"I love the United States. I've performed there many times. I would say perhaps 50 or 60 times.
"New York?"
"Yes, of course, but also other places. Do you know what my favorite place is?"
"No, I don't. Please tell me."
"Kansas City. It was my first tour when I was only 15 years old."
"So, let me ask you a question. How many people do you think would die if a nuclear bomb went off in Kansas City?" Katya took a sip.
"I don't know."
"I do. If the bomb Piotr acquired were to detonate in Kansas City, at least 100,000 people would die. Of course, in New York or Boston, cities that are more likely to be the target, that number would be dramatically higher. You, just to be clear, will be forever known as the girlfriend, the fiancée actually, of the man who did this. If you truly were unaware, and you're lucky, you'll likely spend time in jail, perhaps a decade or so. You'll never dance again, and to be quite honest, if you are stubborn, during this particular time period when every second matters, when every minute is a precious commodity, when the plot could have been thwarted, even if you don't know anything, If you are stubborn now, my guess is you will not live to reach the age of 30. The American government, if a bomb goes off, will erase anyone involved.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean. It will happen in the jail itself, most likely. They'll hang you, then report it as suicide. Or it will happen afterward. You'll be walking down a street somewhere, and a car will pull up, and you'll be dead. It might even happen in the weeks immediately after the bomb goes off. After all, don't forget that you're a ghost now. Nobody even knows you're alive. The time for patience, for discussion over a nice glass or two of scotch, that will be gone. You don't need to know what he's doing. You don't need to have been knowledgeable of his activities, but you must help. If you don't, and that bomb goes off, you'll die, and far too young. Moscow, St. Petersburg, London, Kansas City, you'll never see them again. All for not being willing to simply listen.
You are threatening me.
I'm telling you the truth. It's not a threat, it's a fact. And you would deserve it. I could torture you, Katya, but I don't want to. I want you to trust me.
How can I trust anyone? If what you say is true, the only person I've ever loved is a monster.
You're thinking too much, said Chalmers. Right now, your singular objective should be survival. What I'm telling you is that if you want to live, cooperate. Do whatever you can to help.
I want to see your evidence.
There's a folder on the shelf behind you. Read it. Chalmers leaned back on the sofa. Katya reached for the folder. For the next 20 minutes, as Chalmers sipped his scotch, she read through it. When she finished, she stood and walked to the cabinet, poured herself another glass. Then, instead of walking back to the bed, Katya sat down next to Chalmers.
I will help, she said. What do you want to know?
Chapter 74. Electrostyle.
There is something we're missing, said Cloud. I want the Langley transcripts again.
From when?
Everything from the explosion on.
They'll be on your screen in a few seconds, said Sasha.
A green icon appeared, indicating the file from Sasha had arrived. Cloud double-clicked it, then read through the transcripts of conversations from the CIA operations room. His eyes ripped left-right with astonishing speed.
There it is, he said to himself, seething. I knew it.
706. Remember, Johnny's wounded. 707. He has a bullet in his leg. 708. How bad is it? 709. He has a fever and hasn't left the bedroom.
How could I have been so sloppy? He shouted. There are other agents. They must be the ones who took Almady. Did we track him?
Yes,
said Sasha. We know where they took him. It's near Pobedy Park.
Cloud stood up. He grabbed his raincoat from the floor.
I need the address.
What if they moved him?
One of them is injured. Perhaps they're still there.
Cloud zipped up his raincoat, then looked at Sasha.
What are you doing?
Don't you understand what's happening?
Cloud screamed.
There are 2 more agents. We need to remove them.
Cloud turned and moved to the door.
Stop!
Yelled Sasha.
Don't be a fool. You can't go.
Cloud turned around.
And why not?
You're the only one who knows where the bomb is going. If they catch you, they'll dig it out of your head like a peach pit.
They won't catch me.
But if they do...
Cloud shook his head, finally releasing his grip on the doorknob.
Then you have to go.
Sasha nodded.
It's raining, said Cloud. Take the Mercedes. Park a few blocks away. There's Semtex in the trunk.
Semtex?
Sasha asked, anxiety in his voice.
It will
level the building, interrupted Cloud. That's the idea. You don't even need to do anything except stick it near the house. The detonator is already wired. set it, get at least 200 meters away, detonate it. Chapter 75. Moscow. Dewey parked the station wagon on a quiet side street near Moscow University, on the opposite side of the city from the safe house. If FSB was tracking the car, they would find it. When they did, he wanted to be far away. He grabbed the pistol and cell phone, then climbed out into the pouring rain. Scanning the street, he put his right hand in the coat and clutched the pistol, finger on the trigger. He took out the cell phone and turned it on, then dialed. "Hi, Dewey," said Calabrese. "I'm in Moscow. We're getting closer on Cloud's location." "What about the team you're sending in?" "They, didn't make it. You have 2 agents at the safe house. One of them is a case officer, and she's smart. The other one is an operator, but he's badly injured." He walked several blocks, limping slightly, then ducked into a subway station. "You mentioned someone else," said Dewey as he moved through the brightly lit station, calm, eyes low to the ground, looking for signs of trouble, hand on the gun, ready, if necessary, to kill again. "Alexei Melnikov." "Have him meet me at the safe house." Dewey hung up. It was late, and the station was empty, but for a gray-haired woman behind bulletproof glass, waiting to sell tickets. He needed a ticket, but didn't want to risk the chance of being identified. He passed the ticket booth and walked to the turnstile and climbed over it. Looking back, he saw nothing to indicate she'd seen him break the law, or at least nothing to indicate she gave a damn. On a bench near the tracks, he found a newspaper someone had left behind. It was in Russian, but there above the fold was his photo, next to a photo of Katya Basayev. The train to Pobedy Park arrived a few minutes later. The car was empty. At the Pobedy Park station, he got out, then climbed the station stairs back into the driving rain. The neighborhood was quiet and tree-lined. Large stucco and brick homes were set back from the sidewalk, behind small gardens. Halfway down the block, across the street, he saw a white stucco townhouse with black shutters, 4 stories tall. He scanned the quiet street. Except for a lamppost at the corner, it was completely dark. The rain had let up slightly. He waited beneath a large tree for several minutes, studying the house. Just as he was about to cross the street, a taxicab turned onto the road. Dewey flinched and stepped back behind the tree. He placed his hand inside the coat pocket, gripping the gun, finger on the trigger. He watched as the cab approached, then sped by. In the quiet aftermath, he felt his heart beating fast. "Cool off." Dewey's eyes returned to the safe house. That was when he noticed a man. He was across the street, walking by the safe house. How long had he been there? Was it Melnikov? The man had a backpack and long hair. He walked quickly, with a slouch, down the block, away from the safe house. At the corner, the stranger looked back at Vernacular House. He stared at it for several moments, then turned and kept walking. Instead of crossing the street, Dewey followed him. When Dewey reached the corner, he crossed the street, just as the man jerked around and looked back. Seeing Dewey, he started to run. Limping, Dewey charged after the man. A block in the distance, he watched as car lights went on. Dewey pulled the gun from his pocket just as, from somewhere behind him, he heard a horrible explosion. A moment later, he sensed the ground tremor beneath his feet, then felt a violent wall of air kick him from behind. He was thrown instantly forward by the savage blast of air, the red taillights of the escaping car his last sight, as he shut his eyes and braced himself for the fall. Chapter 76. Presnensky District, Moscow. Melnikov was seated on a leather sofa in his office. It was hot inside the windowless room. He was in a tank top and jeans, and was barefoot. He could have turned on the air conditioning, but he didn't. Not for any reason. The truth is, he wasn't thinking about how uncomfortable it was.
He was thinking about the conversation with Hector Calabrese. In his hand, he held a glass of 1986 Henri Jaeger-Richebourg, a Burgundy from the Côte de Nuit region of France that cost Malnikoff 24,000 euros. Malnikoff didn't like being threatened. It was humiliating. What had started with the meeting with Cloud had only gotten worse. He knew Calabrese was cutting him a wide berth, and yet there was no mistaking who controlled things. Langley did. He'd done something very wrong. But Calabrese had laid down a sharp gauntlet. Find Cloud or die. "Fuck him," he said, not for the first time, as he replayed his conversation with the CIA director. Malnikoff could take his chances. It would require a heightened level of security. If Cloud did succeed in detonating a nuclear bomb on U.S. soil, Malnikoff would have a target on his head. Yet Calabrese and everyone else in American government would be distracted for years to come. His head ached. The internal struggle between love and loyalty to his father and absolute hatred at the feeling of being threatened tortured him. He winced at the memory of Cloud's words. "I knew your father would never be stupid enough to acquire a nuclear bomb, and you would." It was true. His father wouldn't have done it. But if he had, Malnikoff's father wouldn't shy away from responsibility for his actions. "You made your bed," Malnikoff said aloud. "Lie in it. Be a man." He felt a vibration in his pocket. Pulling out the cell, he read the caller ID. Calabrese, HC. "Hello, Hector. I need you to go to our safe house and meet our guy." Calabrese gave Malnikoff the address of the safe house. "Is this the guy all over the news?" "Yes." Malnikoff downed the rest of the wine, then stood up and walked to his desk. From on top of the desk he took the gun, a Desert Eagle 50 caliber AE, and tucked it into a concealed holster at the front of his pants. He pulled a leather coat from the back of the chair and pulled it on. "What's his name?" "Dewey Andreas." Chapter 77. George's Bank, Atlantic Ocean, 80 miles east of Prince Edward Island, Canada. 4 hours later, a boat appeared on the southwestern horizon. Fakir raised the mic to his mouth. "Is that you, Dogfish?" he asked. "Over." "Yeah, we see you. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. "Roger that," said Fakir. "Thank you." "By the way, you guys see anything?" A small burst of anxiety hit Fakir in the spine. What did he mean? Was there a warning out for them? He hit the mic. "Come again." "Any bluefin? We're headed north." "No," said Fakir. "Where are you guys sailing out of?" Fakir took a map of the eastern seaboard. He'd already studied it, but now he realized he could inadvertently get himself in trouble. If the Dogfish was from whatever port town he said, he could be fucked. Fakir felt his stomach tightening. "Portsmouth, New Hampshire," he said, naming a bigger city, where theoretically one ship captain might not be aware of another. "Nice place. We're out of Halifax. See you in a few." Fakir hung up the mic, then leaned over and threw up in a trash can beside the console. He walked down the stairs that led below decks. He went to Poldark's cabin. Poldark was unconscious, though still breathing. Fakir tried to wake him, reaching his hand out and gently shaking his shoulder, but there was no response. Fakir covered Poldark with a blanket, then moved down the hall. He opened a door to the bunk room. "Let's go." The approaching boat was smaller, less than half the size of the Lonely Fisherman. A purse seiner with a forward wheelhouse. It was dark blue with long stripes of white along the hull. It was a neat-looking boat, with fresh paint and well-maintained. Fakir stood in the wheelhouse, looking out the window at the approaching boat. His eyes moved to his own deck, and he saw two of the Chechens. They were seated in between piles of ropes, slumped over, hidden by the side of the hull. Each man clutched a submachine gun. They sat in silence, still, watching for Fakir's signal. The dogfish chugged softly aft of the ship, then puttered abreast, coming up along the Lonely Fisherman's port side. As it moved across the final few feet of water separating the two vessels, Fakir made eye contact with MacDonald, captain of the dogfish, who stood at the helm. He was balding, with gray hair along the fringes of his scalp and a tan face. Two other men stood behind the wheelhouse on the deck of the boat, both dressed in yellow, all-weather fishing gear, crossed in stains and wear. One of the men from the dogfish tossed a rope line onto the deck of the Lonely Fisherman, just as Fakir nodded to the two gunmen. Fakir stepped through the door of the wheelhouse onto the deck of the ship, waving at the men on the smaller boat. "Hello!" he yelled. Fakir stepped to the rope line and picked it up. Suddenly, both of the Chechens stood up, turned to the dogfish, and opened fire. The unmuted rat-a-tat-tat of submachine gun fire erupted above the sound of ocean and boat engines. Slugs ripped through both men at the same time. A streak of bullets cut red across one man's chest, spraying blood down his chest and torso as he was kicked backward. The other man was struck in the head. The slugs tore the top of his skull off as he dropped to the deck. The dogfish made an abrupt lurch as MacDonald jammed the throttle forward, then ducked. Both Chechens opened fire, but the captain was shielded. Fakir sprinted toward the bow of the Lonely Fisherman. He leapt to the rail, then jumped out into the air. He landed on the back transom of the dogfish, clutching the transom as his feet touched water, now churning in the wake of the boat's engines. Fakir pulled himself aboard. He sprinted across the deck toward MacDonald. MacDonald turned, saw him, and reached for a knife. As Fakir entered the open back wheelhouse, MacDonald thrust the blade at him. Fakir ducked, then kicked out MacDonald's legs. MacDonald fell to the ground, screaming. Fakir stepped on the back of his neck and grabbed his forehead with both his hands and yanked back, snapping his neck. He stepped to the bridge and turned the boat around, bringing it back to the Lonely Fisherman. He steered the dogfish alongside it, then stopped and moved to the deck. "Tie us off!" he barked to the gunman. "Give me a gun!" Fakir searched the dogfish for other men, but found none. He went back to the bridge of the dogfish and ripped the VHF radio from the wall. He returned to the bigger ship and climbed aboard. "Are they packed up?" "Yes, Fakir." "Get rid of the dead men, then come below." Over the next hour, the 6 Chechens, along with Fakir, carried both bombs slowly up the stairs and placed them aboard the dogfish. Fakir tore the VHF radio from the Lonely Fisherman and handed it to one of the Chechens. "Put it aboard the boat." Fakir went below decks to Poldark's room. He lifted the blanket to carry the old man up the stairs, but Poldark was dead. Fakir sat down for a moment and closed his eyes.
"A prayer for you, Professor," Fakir whispered. "May you find your peace, and may the heavens thank you for your bravery."
In the engine room, he grabbed the gas container. He took it up to the deck, then poured it on the deck. In the wheelhouse, he picked up the mic from the dogfish VHF radio. He moved the dial to channel 17, the international channel for distress calls. "Mayday! Mayday!" he shouted. "This is the dogfish. Mayday! We have a fire in our engine room. We are taking on water and need immediate assistance. I repeat, Mayday!" "Dogfish," came a faint voice. Fakir stepped from the bridge and threw the dogfish's radio into the sea. He lit a lighter and touched the flame to the deck. Fire shot out along the wood, quickly spreading out. By the time he climbed aboard the dogfish, the entire deck of the Lonely Fisherman was aflame, with clouds of black smoke rising into the sky above. "Cast off!" he barked. He stepped to the bridge and pushed the throttle forward, aiming for the east coast.
"Find the paint," he yelled. "Get rid of anything with the name on it. Hurry up."
Chapter 78. National Archives, Washington, D.C. The helicopter swooped low through the nation's capital, coursing along the National Mall and then banking left, and hovering for a moment before descending toward the roof of the National Archives building. Calabrese looked at Katie and Tacoma. He handed Katie a thick green card, the size of a business card. "His name is Stoddard Reynolds," said Calabrese. "Give him this. You'll need it to get in the room."
"What is it?"
"That card gets you entrance into certain places during times of national crisis," said Calabrese. "Is that the one for getting on the Doomsday plane?" asked Tacoma. "Don't lose it. I'll be at the White House. Call me if you find anything." Katie opened the chopper door and climbed out, followed by Tacoma. The blue Sikorsky shot up into the sky as Katie and Tacoma walked toward a man standing at roof's edge. "You must be Reynolds," said Katie loudly above the sound of the helicopter. "Follow me." They rode an elevator to the basement of the building, then followed Reynolds down a long corridor. A stairway went 2 stories lower. After another long corridor, they came to a large steel door. "Swipe the card," said Reynolds. Katie held the card over a digital scanner. A second later, they heard the steel locks clicking. A green light appeared above the door. Reynolds reached for the latch and pushed it open, then pointed. "Go ahead," he said. "Are you coming?" "Nope, I don't have access. I'll be waiting right here when you're done. You need to lock it from the inside." As they entered the vault, fluorescent lights went on. Tacoma shut the door, then locked it. The room was massive, at least 100 feet long and equally wide. For the most part, it was empty, like a library that has been shut down and cleaned out. Only in the center of the room was there anything to see. There, steel filing cabinets ran in a straight line. There were 30 in all. Katie and Tacoma approached the cabinets. Each 5-foot-tall cabinet held 4 drawers. The cabinets weren't labeled. Tacoma came to the first cabinet and pulled out a drawer, then reached inside and removed a thick black manila folder. On the cover of the folder, words were typed. Operation Triangle 14. Tacoma opened the folder and started reading.
"Motherfucker,"
he whispered.
"What is it?"
Tacoma kept reading but didn't answer. After a minute, he shut the folder, then put it back in the cabinet and slammed it shut.
"What was it?"
she asked. "Nothing," he said quietly.
"Rob."
"It was Cairo," said Tacoma. "A year ago. Remember Bill Jarvis?"
"Yeah, sure. He was station chief for a while, before he got killed in a car accident."
"Wasn't an accident," said Tacoma. "We did it. These are the termination files."
"Meaning what?"
"When we have to take down an agent. These are the end-of-action reports." Katie nodded, then started walking down the line of cabinets. She found a cabinet that interested her and pulled out the top drawer.
"These are completely unorganized," said Katie. "We could be here a while."
She looked back at Tacoma, who was still standing at the first cabinet.
"Don't be so naive," she said.
"Don't you want to know what happened? Like to Rodney? Haven't you ever wondered?"
"No, I haven't," said Katie. "Shit happens. Look at where we are. What did you think these were? Now start looking."
Chapter 79. Situation Room, the White House. The Situation Room was crowded with the President's top military, Homeland Defense, and National Security team, including Vice President Donato, the 7 members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Army Chief of Staff, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the Chief of Naval Operations, the Air Force Chief of Staff, and the Chief of the National Guard Bureau. Also present were key cabinet members and agency heads: Calabrese, Defense Secretary Harry Black, National Security Advisor Josh Brubaker, Tim Lindsay, the Secretary of State, George Cradaville, Director of the FBI, Arden Mason, Secretary of Homeland Security, Piper Redgrave, Director of the National Security Agency, Martha Blakely, the Secretary of Energy, and John Wrigley, the Secretary of Commerce. A variety of key White House and Pentagon aides were also present, including Chief of Staff Adrian King, Bill Polk, and Josh Gant from Langley, and Mark Raditz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. The walls were covered in a dazzling array of plasma screens. On one wall, several screens displayed photos of the ocean as Defense Intelligence Agency satellites swept for the remote possibility of spotting the boat as it crossed the high seas. Another wall showed a large, 3-dimensional digital map of the U.S. East Coast, with small lights representing, in real time, all U.S. naval, military, and law enforcement assets and their current positions. A screen at the far end of the room showed live feeds of news media: Fox, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, Al Jazeera, BBC, and Russia Skyview, monitoring for any mention of the bomb or terror plot. On the wall just inside the door was a clock. In red, digital letters, it displayed a countdown of time remaining until 12:01 a.m. on July 4th. Outside the room, down the hallway, just past a pair of soldiers with submachine guns, President J.P. Dellenbaugh was standing. He was alone, waiting outside the door. His hand was on the wall, and his eyes were shut as he steadied himself and tried to find strength. Dellenbaugh had just finished the last of the phone calls to the parents and, in 2 cases, spouses of the 6 dead CIA men, telling them they died doing something they believed in, that they died protecting the United States of America. It was Dellenbaugh's first crisis as president. He'd been a U.S. Senator when 9/11 occurred. His memory was permanently scarred by the sight of Flight 77 crashing into the Pentagon. This threat, he knew, was worse. If the nuclear bomb was detonated on U.S. soil, the casualty count would be in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps more. The psychological scars on individuals, on children and families, on schools and communities, on government, on America itself, would be impossible to heal. Dellenbaugh kept his eyes shut for more than a minute, praying silently. Then he stepped into the room. Conversation ceased. Every man and woman in the Situation Room stood up and saluted him. At this moment, he was the Commander-in-Chief. "Harry, where are we on finding the boat?" asked Dellenbaugh, taking a seat at the head of the table. Black hit the remote. A screen cut to a map of the Atlantic Ocean. "The boat passed through the Strait of Gibraltar 3 days ago," he said. A bright red rectangle appeared on the plasma above a section of ocean. At the top of the screen, Greenland and Iceland were visible to the north. "Based on our estimates of the boat speed, tides, that sort of thing, we believe the terrorists are somewhere within this band of ocean." "What's the bottom line?" asked Dellenbaugh. "They're less than 2 days out, sir." Dellenbaugh turned to Brigadier General Phil Traley's, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. "General?" "We're throwing everything we have at it, Mr. President," said Traley's, pushing his glasses up on his nose. "We have every long-range UAV we can spare searching for the boat, based on the description of the vessel, estimates of when it passed Spain, and assessment of shipping channels, tide, weather, and, of course, the speed of the vessel. We have an active interagency protocol that is now live-wired across the U.S. defense and intelligence infrastructure. We're also coordinating with NATO, Interpol, and all major shipping lines that do business with the United States." Black hit the remote. Another screen cut to a photo of a fishing trawler. "This is what the boat looks like," said Black. "Approximately 200 feet long, aft wheelhouse, made to fish in deep water. Unfortunately, there are about 500,000 of these floating around the Atlantic Ocean right now, and therein lies the challenge of finding it. Not to mention the truly scary thing," added Tralles, "which is they might have switched boats by now, in which case we have a bigger problem." Black tossed the remote across the table to Raditz. "DIA satellites are scouring the rectangle of ocean," said Raditz. "We're snapping photos at a rate of 1,000 per second, sweeping in a controlled arc that we hope will locate the boat." Raditz pointed to the screens behind him, showing a rapidly changing series of close-up photos of the sea. "That's the digital feed. We have a lot of people looking at it, and perhaps more important, it's being run against some pretty sophisticated analytical software programs at NSA. "Have we seen anything?" asked Dellenbaugh. "We've identified 24 boats matching the description," said Raditz. "They were all legit." "How do we know they're legit?" asked Dellenbaugh. "We asked for papers, then run them against various registration and commercial filings," answered Raditz. "We also run an interrogation protocol designed to quickly identify possible suspicious behavior and separate those folks from the rest of the pack. We're coordinating those interviews as they occur with interrogators from Langley. We also run the audio through lie detectors. If anyone looks suspicious, we will board." Dellenbaugh stared at the screen, photo after photo of black ocean, interrupted occasionally by whitecaps. "And if we don't find it, while it's out at sea?" Raditz handed the remote to the man on his left, Rear Admiral Henry Turner, Chief of Naval Operations. "We're building a cordon off the East Coast," said Turner. "That's a military and law enforcement resource lineup up and down the coast. Subs, ship, boats, planes, and on-the-ground personnel. Obviously, we're placing particular emphasis on cities and populated areas. We're working with Homeland to coordinate communications with state and local law enforcement, so we're not panicking at the 11th hour." "What about a blockade?" asked Dellenbaugh. "Why can't we just shut the damn coast down?" "Theoretically, we could attempt it, sir," said Turner. "We've war-gamed it. But there are a couple of very significant challenges. First, we're talking about thousands of miles of coastline. Based on the volume of boats out there versus our enforcement capability set, hardware, manpower, a smart ship captain is going to get through. If we focus on 2 or 3 cities, odds are they won't get through. They'll simply go to city number 4, 5, 6, or they'll wait us out. We believe the best strategy is what we're doing, a flexible line of defense with transparent vertical coordination down through the military and law enforcement complex." Dellenbaugh was silent for a dozen seconds. Then he turned back to Tralles. "General, what are the odds we find this thing?" Tralles nodded, considering his words. "Normally I'd give it a 25% chance," he said. But what? The vessel has moved very quickly across a challenging navigational course. This suggests an experienced ship captain. He knows what he's doing. That, for me at least, lowers the odds." "How low?" 1 in 10, sir." Dellenbaugh paused. He reached forward and poured a cup of coffee, then turned to a woman with long blonde hair seated at the far end of the table, Martha Blakely, the Secretary of Energy, whose agency was responsible for building America's nuclear weapons arsenal. "They needed explosives from a Vietnamese boat," said Dellenbaugh. "What does that tell you, Martha?"
"Sir, this sort of nuclear bomb needs conventional explosives in order to trigger the nuclear reaction," said Blakely. "Presumably, their nuclear expert opened up the bomb and found that the explosives were somehow compromised or degraded."
"How hard is it to replace them?"
"Not very hard, Mr. President. There's a chance they'll fail, but it's small."
Dellenbaugh looked at Calabrese. "What about intelligence, Hector?" "We know who's behind the plot, which is a significant first step," said Calabrese. "Now we're just trying to find him."
Calabrese nodded to the plasma. The map of the U.S. eastern seaboard was replaced
by a tile of photographs, 6 in all. They were all photos of Cloud. The key elements of Cloud's biography appeared. Name, Vargarin, Pyotr, alias, Cloud. Date of birth, 1980, estimated. Birthplace, Sevastopol, Ukraine. 1980 to 1985, undocumented. 1986 to 1993, St. Anselm by the Sea, Orphanage, Sevastopol, Ukraine. 1992, first documented instance of Cloud. 1994, enters MSU IEC. 1998, first documented attacks involving Cloud on computer infrastructure in U.S. 2001, participates in activities related to 9/11, including manipulating U.S. air traffic control systems in hours leading up to attack. 2002, graduates number 1 in university class, various academic honors. 2002, enters graduate school, MIPT, Russia's top science and technology institute. 2007, earns Master of Science degree with highest honors. Number 1 in class of 1,312 students. GPA 4.33. 2008, indictment in absentia by Switzerland, DOJ. 2008, indictment in absentia, United States, DOJ, Russia, MOJ, China, MOJ-AF. 2009, achieves Grand Master status following victory at Russia National Chess Championships. 2010, PhD with highest honors, Pushkin Prize for highest academic achievement. "You've already seen this, everyone," said Calabrese, "so we don't need to waste time rehashing Cloud's bio. Let me cut to the chase. We believe he's in Moscow. We're doing everything we can to find him. It's a game of hide and seek." "What do you have on the ground in Moscow?" asked Dellenbaugh. "Right now we have 2 operators and a case officer." "Is that enough manpower?" "No, and we're doing everything we can to build a bigger team." "Did we have anything to do with the events that are on the news?" asked Lindsay, the Secretary of State. "That depends." "On what?" "On what events you're talking about, Tim." "You know damn well what I'm talking about, the abduction of the ballerina." "Yes." "I've been on the phone 4 times with the Russian foreign minister." "How's he doing?" asked Calabrese. Lindsay shook his head, slightly exasperated. "He's pissed," barked Lindsay. "We could have run this through the Russian foreign ministry. We should have flown over there and sat her down and talked to her. Official channels." "I doubt that." "Why do you doubt it? You think he's lying? We need to work with the Russians, Hector. And I'm not talking about the Russian mafia. My God, what has Langley gotten us into?" Calabrese nodded, then glanced at Richards, the Attorney General, who had obviously shared the Malnikoff deal with Lindsay and others. He took a deep breath. "It was your State Department that led the negotiations regarding the disposition of nuclear materials after the Soviet Union imploded," said Calabrese. "It was Russia's foreign minister who claimed, as recently as last month, that all Soviet-era nuclear materials and weapons were accounted for and safeguarded. This bomb was one of those weapons. If you'd like to play Monday morning quarterback, I'd start by looking in the mirror." "I was a United States Senator when those deals went down. So it's not your fault?" asked Calabrese. "Is that what you want us all to know? How dare you? We're in the real world now, Senator," said Calabrese, interrupting. "In that world, a nuclear bomb is on its way to the United States. In that world, a terrorist succeeded in penetrating Langley's computer networks and killing 6 American soldiers. I will do everything in my power to stop that bomb from detonating on American soil, including working with people like Alexei Melnikov. You had to take some angry phone calls? All I can say to that is stop your whining and either start pitching in or get out of the way." Lindsay, face beet red, lurched forward in his chair, But Dellenbaugh held up his hand, telling him to keep quiet. "Enough," said the president. "But, mister, I said enough. If you two want to take it outside, that's fine with me." The president was silent for several moments as he took control of the room. He looked at Lindsay. "I authorized the Melnikoff deal," he said, before turning to Calabrese. "And I was in the Senate when the Soviet Union broke up and we paid lip service to the warnings by Mossad about their nukes. So I guess if you two want to blame someone, you can blame me. When I was on the Red Wings, I could always tell when we weren't going to win the Stanley Cup. It was during those seasons when guys would start pointing fingers at each other in the locker room after we lost a game. I would trade my life to stop that bomb, and I expect each of you feel the same way, regardless of your title, your rank, or your beliefs. If you don't, I want your resignation right here, right now. If that bomb goes off, our country will be forever, permanently scarred. Hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions, will die. We have to stop that bomb. There is no other option." Chapter 80. Vernacular House, Pobedy Park, Moscow.
Ty w porядku?
The words intermingled with at least a dozen screeching car alarms and sirens in the distance. How long he'd been unconscious, Dewey didn't know. He was on the ground. There were several people kneeling over him. Everything was cloudy and blurry.
Ty w porядku?
Repeated the man leaning over him, asking Dewey if he was all right. He placed his hand on Dewey's forehead. Dewey pushed the man's arm aside, then climbed to his feet. He looked to where the car had been. Then he turned. Flames and smoke billowed up from the block. Vernacular House was gone. The buildings on either side were rubble. The cars in front of the house were on fire. Weaving, Dewey started to move back toward the explosion. He pushed through a line of bystanders, knowing the agents inside were dead, yet needing to get back there. As he reached the corner, the first police car arrived, followed by several fire trucks. Dewey moved up the sidewalk toward the safe house, delirious with shock, his head concussed. He pulled out his cell phone. The glass was shattered. When he tried to turn it on, nothing happened. He felt for his gun. It was gone. Dewey turned back toward where he'd landed on the ground. A woman was pointing at him. She was speaking to a police officer who, Dewey could see, was holding the gun. The officer yelled something in Russian. Dewey turned again. He continued toward the safe house, now blocked by a pair of police cars, their blue and red lights flashing through the rain. He registered 2 policemen climbing from the first cruiser, looking in his direction. Dewey turned again. The first officer, the one with Dewey's pistol, was sprinting toward him. He turned yet again. The 2 officers from in front of the safe house were also running toward him, weapons out and raised. He was hemmed in. Dewey cut abruptly left, away from the 2 converging lines of policemen. They were yelling at him, barking at him in Russian, telling him to stop, but he kept moving. Dewey ran, limping, still weaving toward a side street, as the officers closed in on him. He reached the corner of the side street. A block away, he saw lights from a passing car. Suddenly, the car stopped, paused, then jacked right, directly toward him, bursting up the street at high speed. Dewey heard a gunshot from behind him as the low red sports car ripped up the street, directly for him. Dewey kept running as the car flew down the thin lane. At the last second, the driver of the car swerved left and slammed the brakes, just feet away. Dewey heard yelling from inside the car. He went to the open passenger window and looked in. The muzzle of a gun was aimed at him. "Duck," the man said. Dewey moved down just as the driver fired. The bullet struck the closest policeman in the head, kicking him to the ground 2 car lengths away. "Get in," came the thick Russian accent inside the sports car. Dewey climbed in as gunfire erupted from behind him. "Hold on." The driver put the car in reverse and slammed the gas, tearing backward as, with his left hand, he fired his gun at the line of policemen now charging on foot. The car sped backwards up the street. When the mag was spent, he dropped the gun. In one fluid motion, he jacked the wheel and with his other hand pulled the emergency brake. The car flipped 180. He released the brake, then slammed the gas. Soon he had the car speeding away from the scene, moving rapidly away from the chaotic scene.
"You must be Dewey,"
he said as he steered without looking up.
"I'm Alexei Melnikov. Welcome to Moscow."
Chapter 81. Cape Ann Marine Company, Gloucester, Massachusetts.
"There's a guy out on the dock."
Saxby looked up.
"Should we call the cops?"
he asked. If Scranton understood the sarcasm in Saxby's voice, he didn't let on.
"Or should we perhaps ask him if we can help him?" continued Saxby. "You are aware that we sell boats, aren't you, Jack?"
"This guy ain't buying a boat. He looks suspicious. That's all I'm saying." Saxby shook his head. He went out the side door of the marina building and walked to the long pier in the back, on the harbor. It was crowded with a variety of boats moored along the teak pier. When he got to the middle of the pier, he saw the individual. He was on one of the boats, a dark green, 40-foot Hinckley Talaria. As much as he doubted Scranton, he had to admit the man did look suspect. His hair was long and dark, stubble covered his face. He was Arab. He looked ill, like he was going to get sick right there on the boat.
"Can I help you?"
asked Saxby.
"Good morning. I would like to buy this boat." "You are aware of the cost?"
asked Saxby.
"That's a $450,000 boat right there. Now, we do offer financing, but the approval process can take a while."
"I'll pay cash,"
he said.
"Cash like a check? I can call Mr. Gardner and ask—"
"Cash like cash,"
the stranger interrupted.
"And I would like it right now."
Chapter 82. Le Diplomate, 14th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. The cell made an incessant high-pitched beeping noise, startling Gant as he ate. He was alone. Le Diplomate was his favorite restaurant. It brought back memories of different postings in his career. Paris was the most obvious, but for some reason the cozy, eclectic European ambiance reminded him of Prague, where he met his first wife. Gant was feeling sentimental, even sad. He'd been sidelined from the agency's most important operation in years. When he'd attempted to access status files earlier, he had not been allowed in. He was shut off. But if he thought Le Diplomate would help, he was wrong. If anything, it only made him realize what he was about to lose. Or maybe it was guilt, finally catching up to him. His phone started to ring. He looked down at the phone number. It was him, the man who started it all. The one who killed a kindly Soviet scientist as his only child watched. He picked up the phone.
"Hi, Sage."
"That's not my name anymore."
"Maybe not on that fantasy island where you live, but you'll always be Sage Roberts to me."
"What do you want?"
"Something's happening."
"What's that, Josh? Did you finally worm your way to the director's job?"
"I called to warn you."
"You've never done a fucking thing your whole life for anyone other than Josh Gant, so let's cut the bullshit. What is it?"
"Vargarin."
The word shut Roberts up. He was quiet for several moments. Then he let out a sigh.
"Oh, boy."
"Boy is right," said Gant. "The son you had me stick in the orphanage."
"Pyotr. Smart kid."
"He's a terrorist now."
"I knew I should have put a bullet in his head," said Roberts. "Why are you calling? To warn me? 'Cause you're such a nice fucking guy?"
"Why'd you do it?" asked Gant.
"Do what?"
"Why couldn't you just let the family stay? They wanted to stay in their country, you sick fuck." The answer to that question was wired into your bank account 15 years ago, Josh. Grow up. That's the way the world works. All I can say is you better hope he fails at what he's trying to do, because if this thing unwinds, they'll be sending the killer Canes after you. Chapter 83. Shenemere Road, Darien, Connecticut. Igor knew something was happening. In a tight geographic area east of Moscow, the level of defensive activity was spiking. It meant that his target's automated countermeasures were fighting back. Igor's server farm was pounding against Cloud's 128-bit encryption key, hitting it with attempt after attempt as they enumerated every possible combination of characters. Cloud had embedded logic bombs within the encryption algorithm, so that as someone trying to break the key came closer, countermeasures were instigated. Like a wounded animal, Cloud's defenses were doing what they could to kill, delay, and misdirect the onslaught that was coming from Iceland. A normal attempt at breaking Cloud's key would have long since been stopped, but a warehouse full of single-purpose attackers was not normal in any sense. They smelled blood. They could not be stopped. Igor had 2 of his 3 screens focused on the hunt. One screen showed packet activity in real time, the granular communications between his servers and the servers running Cloud's defenses. At the beginning of the process, those servers running Cloud's protections were distributed all over the world, striking back at the earliest attempts at finding the route line in. But as Igor's overwhelming wall of computing power discovered shortcuts and ways around those first defenses, Cloud's power retreated and focused in a concentric circle. Igor watched the punch-counterpunch in real time, like watching a tennis match in digital form. The second screen mirrored the locations of the individual battles and displayed them in red dots on a digital map. As if sensing the end, he leaned forward over the keyboard. A minute passed, then 2. Then it hit. The first screen locked onto a 128-bit line of characters. Igor started typing furiously now, reprovisioning the key into his own, then instructing the remaining servers to metastasize. Like a fast-moving cancer, they pounced and started eating into Cloud's network, spidering themselves across every packet, byte, and line of code in Cloud's possession, locking down and freezing a lifetime's worth of cybercrime. The map zoomed in to a single address. 17 Vostochny, Electrostal. Igor reached for his cell and speed-dialed Calabrese. Chapter 84. Situation Room, the White House. Calabrese remained quiet as Dellenbaugh spoke. He knew he shouldn't have ripped Lindsay in front of the group, but he didn't regret doing it. Calabrese had a deep distrust of politicians, and that included former ones like the Secretary of State. They weren't all that way. He thought Dellenbaugh was growing into being a great president, and he practically worshipped Dellenbaugh's predecessor, the man who appointed him to his post at Langley, Rob Allaire. But they were exceptions. Most politicians cared only about whether people liked them. Most ran for office out of some deep-seated need to prove to themselves, to their parents, who knows, that people liked them. If they happened to do good things once they were elected, that was a bonus. Calabrese was tired. Except for a nap on the chopper ride down to D.C., he'd barely slept in days. Had he been rested, he would have ignored Lindsay during the meeting. Silence was always the best fuck you. As he rubbed his eyes, he felt his cell vibrating. He read the caller ID. Jagger, Mick. He put the cell to his ear. "Hi, Igor," he whispered. "What do you have?" "I found him." "You sure?" "Sure as shit." Calabrese looked at the president. "What is it?" asked Dellenbaugh. "I need to take a call, sir," said Calabrese, standing up. Anything you care to update us with? Asked Lindsay. Calabrese ignored the question. Come with me, said Brubaker. Calabrese put the phone to his ear. Okay, I'm hanging up and calling you back from a tactical line. Stay by the phone. Calabrese nodded across the table to Polk, telling him to come with him, then picked up his briefcase and followed Brubaker to the door. Chapter 85. Boston Harbor, Boston, Massachusetts. Boston Harbor was crowded with boats on a calm, sunny July afternoon, the day before Independence Day. In addition to hundreds of sailboats, power boats, and fishing boats, there were dozens of police boats and Coast Guard patrol boats crisscrossing the water. Fakir putted into harbor in the middle of the afternoon. He noticed the many law enforcement vessels. They were looking, he knew, for the trawler, unless they had somehow discovered the theft of the second boat, though he doubted it. Besides, at this point, Fakir didn't care. He wanted to execute the plan, and then die. As it was, he was vomiting every half hour or so. It had turned into dry heaves. He didn't want them to catch him, but if they did, whatever pain or disappointment he might have felt at the beginning of the journey wasn't there anymore. He was physically and emotionally numb with radiation poisoning. Fakir steered the Talaria the way he imagined a wealthy American might during the summer at the beginning of a holiday weekend. He cut straight across the water, pushing the boat in a measured way across the crowded harbor. With the GPS on his phone, he navigated toward Revere. Past a marina filled with sailboats, he came upon an old chain-link fence that ran along the rocky, garbage-strewn waterfront. Behind the fence was an aggregates business. Piles of road salt and gravel dotted a dusty road. Farther on, lashed to the pier, were several long, flat barges used for hauling road salt to customers. Fakir scanned the water for anyone who might see them, but there was no one within a quarter mile. He navigated alongside one of the barges, put the boat in neutral, and then moved to the stern and lifted a storage bin near the transom. Inside were 2 nuclear devices, wrapped in a green tarp. Fakir and the other man lifted one out of the boat, walked to the port gunwale, and lowered it to the deck of the barge. A minute later, the Talaria was slicing smoothly through the calm water, heading south. Chapter 86. The White Knight, Avenue Sverchkov, Moscow. Malnikov exited the highway, then took side streets through a shabby-looking neighborhood. He parked in front of a bar. "What are we doing?" asked Dewey. Malnikov looked at him. "Finding Cloud. Stay here." "No," said Dewey. "Fuck that. What are we doing?" "Seeing an old friend." "Why?" "Something I realized this morning." "And what's that?" "That people are fuckheads." Malnikov reached for the door and climbed out. "Let me do the talking," he said as they approached the front door. The White Knight was nearly empty. Behind the bar was a mirror that stretched the entire length of the room, crowded with hundreds of bottles of liquor, beer, and wine. On the walls were framed photos of famous Soviet athletes, hockey players, soccer players, great sprinters, skiers, and swimmers from past Olympics, including a large black-and-white photo of the gymnast, Olga Korbut, heroine of the 1972 Munich Olympics. There was a lone person there. He was a short, bald man with a beard and mustache. He stood at the bar, leaning down, counting out stacks of bundled 100-ruble banknotes. Almost the entire surface of the bar was covered in bricks of the money, like a child's table covered in blocks. As Malnikov and Dewey entered, the man's head jerked around, along with his right arm, which held a gun, reflexively training it on them.
Seeing who it was, he quickly moved the muzzle away.
"Don't shoot, Leo,"
said Malnikov.
"Alexei,"
said Tolstoy, putting the pistol back on the bar.
"I'm sorry. Instincts. Who's this?"
"Nobody," said Malnikov. He walked through the empty bar and stopped to Tolstoy's left. Dewey followed behind him and took a seat at the bar.
"Have a seat,"
said Tolstoy.
"Would you like a drink?"
"No, thank you," said Malnikov. "We won't be long."
"You're up early."
Malnikov nodded.
"What is it?"
asked Tolstoy, who went back to counting out money.
"I realized something this morning,"
said Malnikov.
"Yes, Alexei,"
said Tolstoy.
"After my father was arrested, you said something to me."
Tolstoy turned. He reached his hand out and placed it on Malnikov's shoulder.
"I said, I'm sorry he was arrested," said Tolstoy. "You know I love your father." "You said I could be next. You said I need leverage. Remember?"
Tolstoy nodded, smiling nervously. He removed his hand and reached for a cup of coffee. As he did so, his eyes shot to the gun on the bar.
"I still believe that," said Tolstoy. "If something were to happen to you, we would all be affected. You know this."
Malnikov stared at Tolstoy for several moments, studying him.
"Actually, I will take that drink," said Malnikov. "Vodka." "Yes, of course," said Tolstoy. "How about you?"
Dewey nodded.
"Whiskey."
Tolstoy stood from the bar stool. With his back turned to Malnikov, he picked up the gun from the bar. He took a step, then swiveled, gun out toward Malnikov. But Malnikov was already standing, anticipating, and his left hand grabbed Tolstoy's gun arm before it could complete its sweep. Tolstoy yanked his arm back, trying to get free of Malnikov's clutch. With his other hand, Malnikov reached down and grabbed his gun from the concealed holster. Tolstoy, unable to get the gun arm free of Malnikov, thrust his leg forward, kicking Malnikov squarely in the crotch, and in the same instant Malnikov fired the Desert Eagle. The slug ripped into Tolstoy's knee, dropping him to the ground. Tolstoy howled in agony.
"Motherfucker!"
Malnikov stepped forward and drop-kicked Tolstoy beneath the chin, sending him tumbling against the bar stool. He kicked him again, this time in the gut. Then he stepped calmly above him, keeping the long-barreled Desert Eagle trained on Tolstoy's head.
"Who told you to say it?"
asked Malnikov.
"Why should I tell you?"
groaned Tolstoy, clutching his blood-soaked knee. Malnikov fired another round. The bullet struck Tolstoy's stomach. As Tolstoy groaned, both of his hands reached for his stomach, trying to stop the bleeding.
"I'll call an ambulance if you tell me right now,"
said Malnikov, the gun trained on Tolstoy's head.
"Sasha,"
whispered Tolstoy.
"The man's name is Sasha."
Malnikov's face grew red with anger.
"Is he the one who gave you Bakolov's number?"
Tolstoy nodded. Malnikov paused, looking down at Tolstoy. Disappointment, betrayal, and hatred crossing his face.
"Where is he from?" "Elektrostal."
Malnikov kept the gun aimed at Tolstoy. He pulled a phone from his pocket and hit a speed dial number, calling a man named Goran, who ran operations in Elektrostal for Malnikov. As it rang, he hit the speaker button.
"Alexei,"
came a groggy voice.
"What time is it?"
"There's a man named Sasha," said Malnikov, staring at Tolstoy, the gun still trained on his skull.
"According to Leo, he's in your city."
"There are many Sashas," said Goran, half asleep.
"He's a computer hacker."
"Yes," said Goran. "I believe I know this man. What does he look like?" Malnikov looked at Tolstoy.
"Black hair,"
coughed Tolstoy.
"Long. He has a ponytail." Yes, that's him, said Garan on speakerphone. He likes fat girls. What do you want me to do with him? Get me his address. Malnikov hung up the cell. He kept the muzzle on Tolstoy.
Please, Alexei,
begged Tolstoy.
The ambulance.
Ito, что ты, предатель? Seethed Malnikov. And what did you get, traitor?
Some of the money.
Some of my money.
Blood topped Tolstoy's lips and started dripping down his chin as he looked up at Malnikov from the floor.
He knew everything,
Tolstoy coughed through his clotted throat.
He said I would end up in the same prison as your father. I had no choice.
Malnikov fired. The slug ripped a jagged hole between Tolstoy's eyes, kicking his head back, raining blood, skull, and brains on the floor, killing him instantly.
You always have a choice, Leo. Chapter 87. Electrostal.
Cloud had two screens on Moscow Network News. One screen showed continuing coverage of the plane crash. The other had live coverage of the explosion near Pobedy Park. He heard the door open behind him and turned. It was Sasha. He trudged inside, his clothing and hair soaking wet. His face was red and sweaty.
It's all over the news, said Cloud.
He was there.
Who?
Andreas.
Cloud stood, mouth agape.
He was across the street. Like he was watching the building. He chased me.
What did you do?
I detonated the bomb. He was thrown in the air. I think I might have killed him.
Sasha stepped behind Cloud to look at the news. The screen was frozen. Cloud hit the keyboard.
We are iced, he said.
Cloud pounded the keyboard several times.
It must be in our directories,
said Cloud. He walked to the next workstation and ran a series of diagnostic scans of their own servers, then rebooted the system. The scan of the servers pinpointed a buffer overflow, a massive amount of traffic that clogged the system. In looking at the sequence of its arrival, he was quickly able to find the perpetrator. It was coming from someplace in North America. The perpetrator had no purpose other than to disrupt the streaming of the television station. Cloud cleaned it out, then rebooted the servers. Within 20 seconds, the screen quickly froze again. Cloud went back to the log and found the malicious code behind the buffer overflow. He cut out the piece of malicious code, saved it, then ran it through a program that contextualized the code against existing hacker code, looking for similarities, so that he could understand where the code had come from and if it represented a danger. He pasted the code, then watched as it was smashed against hundreds of millions of cataloged malicious code from hackers all over the world, including his own. After less than a minute, a red flashing block of code appeared. HWPSRAID/7XL1:0.01. He stared at the screen for several seconds in shock.
My God,
he whispered.
What?
Cloud shut his eyes, deep in thought.
Cloud, what is it?
They found us.
Down the hall from the Situation Room, Brubaker led Calabrese and Polk to a small windowless office. The room had photos on the walls of past presidents presiding over meetings in the Situation Room. A desk was against one wall. On top of it sat two large, unusual-looking, rectangular black phones. Brubaker stepped to one of the phones and hit the speaker. A female voice came on. White House signal. This is Josh Brubaker. I need a dedicated pre-action uplink via NSA Channel 22. Hold, please. The phone made two distinct beeps, then a male voice came on the line. NSC code link, you're live. Agent O'Brien here. Go, sir. O'Brien, you have a live emergency priority action, said Brubaker. I'm handing it over to Hector. Yes, sir. It's an honor, Mr. Calabrese. Brubaker patted Calabrese on the shoulder, then left, shutting the door behind him. What kind of encryption is on the link? Asked Polk. Key 5, TLS encryption, said O'Brien. What's the first number? 212-772-1001, said Calabrese. 1 minute, sir. Malnikoff pushed the red Ferrari F-12 Berlinetta recklessly fast, tearing east along the M7 at 150 miles per hour, despite the heavy rain. Dewey, strapped tight in the passenger seat, stared ahead with a hint of unease.
Alexei. Yeah. You realize if we die on the way there, it sort of makes it hard to capture him.
Malnikoff glanced at Dewey. He slowed, ever so slightly, shaking his head.
I thought you were tough. Never said I wasn't, said Dewey. Besides, I don't care how tough you are, hitting a hunk of concrete at 200 miles an hour hurts. Victory requires speed, said Malnikoff. Americans want to go too slow. Speed limits and what-not. You're too cautious. Perhaps this is why you lose all these wars. Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq.
Dewey's eyes bulged as they came up behind a semi-truck, then swerved right, barely missing it.
The Cold War,
added Dewey. Malnikoff braked sharply, then exited the highway. A few minutes later, they came to the edge of Elektrostal. He took a left on Mayakovskogo. The road was rutted with potholes. Trees and shrubs had taken over the sidewalks. Old warehouses, stained with rust, sat between decrepit structures that had once been office buildings, but now appeared abandoned.
I didn't realize Russia was so nice, said Dewey.
Malnikoff laughed.
We have better-looking women, he responded. That's a matter of opinion, said Dewey. No, it's a fact. Katya's pretty, I'll give you that, but I'll take an Iowa farm girl any day.
Farm girl? Asked Malnikoff, shaking his head in disgust as he steered past potholes.
Who the hell wants to fuck a farm girl? You come out with me sometime, I'll show you what a beautiful woman looks like.
Malnikoff slashed right, then slowed and came to a stop.
There it is,
said Malnikoff, shutting off the Ferrari's lights. 2 blocks away, an ugly office building sat mid-block. 4 stories tall, it looked like the countless other structures on the street. Concrete, shaped like a rectangular block, with small windows. Lights were visible in the building's top floor. Malnikoff's cell suddenly started ringing. He looked at the caller ID, muted it. He turned to Dewey.
In the glove compartment. Get a weapon.
As Igor waited for Calabrese to call him back, he set the phone down on the desk and began typing, pulling the noose even tighter around Cloud's neck. First, he built redundant pathways into Cloud's network, in case Cloud somehow shut off the system or was able to contain him. Next, he looked for Cloud's alternative egress points, quickly cataloging the various digital pathways out from the network to the Internet. In all, he found 16 different arteries out of the single building at 17 Vostochny. He infiltrated them all, inserting trapdoors. Suddenly, his third computer screen lit up. Words appeared. User CX744. Who is this? Igor thought for a split second, then started typing. User 002. Where is it? As he waited for Cloud's response, the screen came alive again. User CX744. Where is what? Igor paused. He knew that right now every second mattered. He needed to try to delay Cloud long enough for Calabrese to get people there. Igor's phone started to ring. Igor, asked Calabrese.
Yes, I'm here.
What do you have? Asked Calabrese.
He's in a city called Elektrostal,
said Igor. Polk opened his laptop, quickly bringing up a digital map of Russia. He narrowed in on Electrostal. Igor spoke. "Hector, you need to know something. He initiated conversation with me." "How?" "Text." "What did he say?" "Who is this?" "How'd you respond?" "I asked, 'Where is it?' He just responded, 'Where is what?'" Calabrese looked at Polk, who was deep in thought. "We need time," said Polk. "We need to get Dewey there. Let's ask him where the money is. He might think Melnikov has found him." "Got it," said Igor. "Control," said Calabrese. "I need you to add another number." On one screen, Cloud studied the hack, trying to assess where it had come from. A second screen showed his opponent's words in white text on black. User 002. The money. Cloud found the point of intrusion. First, his opponent had discovered an error in one of the networks Cloud had used to send one of his attacks. Once his opponent discovered the error, he went directly after the jugular, seeking to break the encryption algorithm that safeguarded all of Cloud's network. The attacker had employed a so-called brute force attack. Armed with a vast amount of computing power, the person or institution had eventually broken his encryption key by systematically enumerating all possible variants of the encryption key until finding the right one. Now that he was in, there was no way to get him out. His attacker had already commandeered the network and architected a new layer of encryption, which he, not Cloud, controlled.
"How did he get in?"
asked Sasha.
"A fucking fence post error,"
said Cloud, shaking his head in disgust.
"I'll do a registry scan,"
said Sasha, beginning to type.
"Send me the bad code." "It's no use. He broke the key."
Cloud watched a separate screen, which displayed security flags. One by one, so fast he barely had time to read the individual lines of code, his DNS addresses were taken over. Whoever was out there was now commandeering every computer and every program Cloud possessed.
"Mother of God,"
said Sasha.
"It's like a tidal wave."
Whoever it was wanted him to believe they worked for Alexei Melnikov. Perhaps they did work for Melnikov. But Cloud doubted the Russian mobster cared about the money. Certainly not enough to invest in the sort of sophisticated attack that just broke through his defenses and brought down his network. Even the response, the money, gave him pause. He knew Alexei Melnikov would rather kill him than get his money back. It had to be the United States. Langley. Cloud turned on his cell, making sure he could use it to continue the dialogue with the attacker. He typed into the phone, "I want to cut a deal." He looked at his computer to see if the phone was still working. On the screen, his words were displayed exactly as they'd been written. User CX744. I want to cut a deal. Cloud stood up. "Leave everything," he said to Sasha. "Leave it all. Exactly as it is." Dewey opened the Ferrari's glove compartment. There were 4 handguns inside. All were the same. Desert Eagle 50 caliber AE. He grabbed one of the guns, then popped the mag, making sure it was full. He grabbed an extra mag and stuffed it in his pocket. "We need to loop in Hector," said Dewey. "The time is now, Dewey," said Melnikov. "We call Hector, and all of a sudden it's 5 minutes from now." Dewey stared at the windshield as rain pelted the glass. He knew they needed to tie in Hector, yet he knew Melnikov was right. It would take time they didn't have. There wasn't anything Hector could tell them that would alter the plan right now anyway. "One of us stays here," said Dewey. "We both go in." "No," said Dewey. "One of us needs to watch the exits. That's you. Remember, we need him alive." Though angry, Melnikov nodded. He reached for the door pocket and pulled out another cell.
Here, he said. Speed dial 1 is me.
Dewey opened the door and charged toward the building. Cloud picked up his gun. He walked to the window. On the street, a block away, he saw the bright cherry red of a Ferrari. They were here already.
But Cloud, said Sasha, if we don't at least wipe it, leave it, snapped Cloud. Don't even sign off. They're inside. They know precisely where we are. We couldn't wipe it if we wanted to.
Sasha picked up his backpack and started running to the door. Cloud followed. Sasha held the door open for Cloud. As Cloud approached, he raised his arm and aimed the gun at Sasha.
I'm sorry, my friend, said Cloud. You will only slow me down.
He fired. The slug struck Sasha in the chest, dropping him. Blood rapidly spread out in a dark pancake through his shirt. Sasha appeared neither surprised nor angry. From the ground, he looked up at Cloud, staring for a final moment, then shut his eyes. Cloud heard his phone chime. User 002. I don't negotiate. Cloud stepped into the stairwell, clutching the gun, staring at the screen. He descended to the next landing, then stopped and typed. I'll tell you where the bomb is going, but I want something in return. User 002. What do you want? Cloud didn't answer. He pocketed the phone, then ran down the stairs toward the basement. Dewey sprinted toward the building's entrance. He pulled open the door and was standing in a dim stairwell, lit by a single light bulb that dangled from the ceiling of the top floor, 4 flights up. Dewey scanned the landing, gun out, water dripping from his hair and face. The entrance was quiet and deserted, and yet he'd heard something. Or had he? The only lights in the building had come from the top-floor windows, yet Dewey stared down the stairs toward the basement. Cloud entered the basement seconds before he heard the door to the building open. He was panting. His heart was beating fast. He lurched behind the wall, raising the gun, then peeked out. It was Andreas. The American had an angry look on his face as he entered the building. His gun was raised, trained out in front of him, the muzzle moving in time with his eyes, which scanned the entrance area. Cloud studied him as he looked around the first-floor landing. Cloud's hands were trembling. He heard Andreas's footsteps just above his head as he opened the door to the first floor, searching for him.
Should I kill him?
Cloud remained still in the basement, hiding against the concrete wall, waiting for Andreas to come back. Then, from above, he heard more footsteps, then the sound of the door shutting. He peered out. He saw one of Andreas's legs, then the rest of his body came into view. Suddenly his eyes shot down toward him, as if he'd sensed him there. Cloud remained still, holding his breath.
No, he would win that battle. Before you have time to aim and fire, a bullet will rip through you. He won't kill you. Not yet, anyway. Not until he tortures the information out of you.
Cloud remembered the cell phone in his pocket. He'd forgotten to turn off the ringer. The conversation with the hacker. If he received a message now, the chime would be loud enough for Andreas to hear. Yet if he moved his arm to shut it off, even the faintest scratch of friction might be caught by the American. Cloud held the gun tight, wanting nothing more than to not drop it or make a noise. Gently, he slipped his left hand into his pocket and turned off the phone's ringer, keeping his eyes on the landing 1 flight above. Andreas's eyes stared into the dark stairwell for another 2 or 3 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Then he turned and moved out of view. Dewey opened the door to the first floor. The room was empty and dark. He glanced down toward the basement, seeing nothing but darkness. He climbed the stairs, moving floor by floor. At the second floor, he opened the door. It, too, was empty. When he opened the door to the third floor, heat escaped from the darkness. As his eyes adjusted, he saw hundreds of computer servers, stacked together in rows, with large coils of black cable interspersed between them, their pulsing lights casting a red and green hue. Dewey climbed the stairs to the top floor. Quietly, he twisted the door handle and opened the steel door. He entered quickly, gun raised, sweeping the muzzle of the Desert Eagle 50 caliber AE across the air as his eyes scanned for movement. The room was large, mostly empty, except for tables, a few chairs, and computers. Then he registered the corpse on the ground. It was the man he'd seen in front of the safe house. His eyes stared up at the ceiling, seeing nothing. His chest was drenched in red. Dewey moved into the room. He held the gun out in front, searching corner to corner. But the room was empty. Cloud was gone. Cloud waited several minutes, listening for the sound of doors opening and closing as Andreas ascended. When he heard the door to the third floor open, then close, then heard the faint pounding of footsteps climbing to the fourth floor, he ran across the garage to the wall nearest the exit. A steel box was bolted to the wall. He opened it, then took out his cell phone and trained its light on the inside of the box. There were 4 red switches. Their purpose was simple. They controlled the fire doors to each floor. In one fluid motion, Cloud flipped all 4 switches. Even from the basement, he heard the faint slamming of steel from the floors above as the deadbolts locked the fire doors on each floor. He went to his motorcycle, pulled on the helmet, and raised the kickstand. He turned the ignition key. The Ducati roared to life. He juiced it once. The sound of raw power exploded across the windowless basement. Cloud flipped on the lights, then scorched out of the building into the rainy night. The silence was interrupted by the sound of metal slamming into metal, like a hammer striking an anvil. The unmistakable sound of deadbolts slamming shut. Dewey walked to the door. It was sealed tight. He pulled a cell from his pocket as he moved back toward the exit. He pressed 1 and held the button down, speed-dialing Malnikov.
"Do you have him?"
asked Malnikov.
"He's not here," said Dewey, "and I'm locked in. I'll be right up."
Malnikov's words were interrupted by a high-pitched squealing noise, the unmistakable screech of rubber ripping too fast against tar. Dewey ran to the window and looked to the street below. Through the rain, he saw the orange of a motorcycle breaking from the building's basement.
"He went out a side entrance," said Dewey. "You need to move. Go up a block, then left. Follow him." "I'm on it."
Dewey watched as clouds sped up a side street into the rain-crossed darkness. A few seconds later, the red Ferrari burst around the corner after him. "Are you sure he got it?" asked Calabrese, referring to Igor's last message.
"Yes, I'm sure. He also read it."
Calabrese glanced at Polk. "Any ideas?" asked Calabrese.
"It's time to sacrifice our queen," said Polk.
Calabrese nodded.
"Tell Igor to offer up Katya," said Calabrese, picking up the phone. "Control, get Derek Chalmers on the line."
Chalmers was seated in front of the fireplace when his cell rang. Despite the fact that it was July, the temperature in Scotland, aided by the rainstorm, remained in the 50s, and so he'd built a fire. Katya was downstairs. After 2 6-hour sessions, Chalmers was allowing her to sleep for a few hours, though the truth was, he didn't think there was much more to find.
"Chalmers, it's Hector."
"Hello, Hector."
"We found him. He wants to do a deal."
Chalmers stood up.
"Hector, I don't need to tell you the criticality of not being played," said Chalmers.
"No, you don't. But I'm going to offer him something in exchange for the bomb." The door to the basement suddenly opened. Katya slowly popped her head out. She smiled at Chalmers.
"I'll have her ready," said Chalmers.
"One question, though. What happens after he tells you where the bomb is?" Calabrese was silent. Both men knew the answer. The moment the bomb was stopped, Cloud would die, and it would likely be a strike from a drone high in the sky. The collateral damage would destroy anyone within 50 feet of Cloud.
"Don't you get played either," said Calabrese. "It's unavoidable. I'll let you know what he says, but in the meantime,
I'd get airborne.
And go where?
Set a course for Moscow. I'll have the Secretary of State arrange the permissions.
Does Russia know about the bomb?
No. As far as they're concerned, we're simply returning their ballerina.
At this point, why not tell them?
Asked Chalmers. Because I'm not 100% sure they'd want to stop the bomb.
Dewey searched for another way out of the room. In the far corner was another door, but it too was bolted shut. He tried to kick open each of the doors, but it was futile. He was trapped. He went to the window and looked out, trying to think of a way out. Glancing around, he saw cables linking the different computers and screens together. There weren't many, but perhaps there were enough to lower himself at least another floor, maybe 2, and then jump. He raised the gun, aimed at the window, and fired. The slug tore into the window and made a dull thump, and that was all. He fired again, same spot, same thud. Then again. This time the slug hit the embedded slug and ricocheted. He fired again and again until the mag was spent. "Fuck!" he yelled, hurling the gun against the glass. He called Malnikov. "Talk fast," said Malnikov. "I can't get out," said Dewey. "The windows are bulletproof. The doors are bolted shut." "Can you get to the roof?" Dewey looked up. "Maybe." Chapter 88. In the Air Over the North Sea. One of the pilots looked back from the cockpit. "There's an alarm going off in the loo, Derek," said the pilot. Chalmers unlatched himself from his seat. He stood up and walked to the rear of the jet. He knocked on the door to the restroom. "Katya," he asked, "is everything all right?" Katya didn't respond. This time Chalmers banged harder. "Katya!" Both pilots emerged from the cockpit. "Where's the key?" barked Chalmers. One pilot charged to the door and inserted a key. Chalmers tried to push in the door, but it was blocked by Katya's body. Chalmers slammed his shoulder at the door and was able to stick his head in. Katya lay unconscious on the floor. Her wrists were exposed and bleeding. "Get the first aid kit," said Chalmers. "We need to land and get her to a hospital." Chalmers reached his arm down and moved her body, then pushed the door in. He pulled Katya out, lifted her up, and carried her to one of the leather sofas mid-cabin and laid her down. She was covered from her chest down in blood. He felt her neck. "She's still alive," he said. Chalmers shook her shoulders, trying to bring her out of unconsciousness. When that didn't work, he slapped her hard across the face. Her eyes opened. "I didn't know," she said. "I swear." "Know what?" "Where the bomb is going. But I remember. I heard him speaking. It was through the wall." "Where?" asked Chalmers, pulling his cell out and dialing Calabrese. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Then I remembered." "Where is it going, Katya?" "Boston." Chapter 89. The White House. Calabrese and Polk were in the small office down the hall from the Situation Room when Calabrese's cell vibrated. It was Chalmers. "Hi, Derek," said Calabrese. "Are you in the air?" "Yes, she gave me a target." Calabrese snapped his fingers, getting Polk's attention. He put it on speaker. "You believe her?" "Yes. She tried to commit suicide. I think she's starting to realize that if she doesn't help us, she's complicit, if not legally, then morally." "Where's it going?" "Boston." "Does she have anything more specific?" "No." Polk nodded at Calabrese, then sprinted out of the office to the Situation Room. "We're going to land," said Chalmers. "She needs medical attention." "You're going to have to patch her up on the plane," said Calabrese. "We need to get her to Moscow." "She's going to bleed to death." "At this point, we have the name of a city, and that's it. And who knows if it's even the right city. Until we find that bomb, Katya's the only card we have to play. Please, Derek, get her to Moscow." Chapter 90.
Situation Room, the White House. Inside the Situation Room, there wasn't a spare chair or place to stand. The mood was surprisingly calm. In addition to President Dellenbaugh, most key White House, Pentagon, and intelligence officials were gathered. Anyone not there in person was patched in, their faces adorning plasma screens along the walls. President Dellenbaugh was seated at the head of the large mahogany conference table. The plasma to Dellenbaugh's right showed live video from Boston, taken from a satellite in the sky. The Boston waterfront was fully visible. All Coast Guard, FBI, police, and military assets were highlighted in red, including a pair of Navy Aegis destroyers, 3 Coast Guard cutters, and more than 100 FBI, Boston police, and other law enforcement vessels. Superimposed atop the live satellite image was a bright green grid, which was tied into the Defense Intelligence Agency. They were running the feed against a Milstar satellite and its IONS platform, which was sweeping over the harbor, searching for signs of tritium, uranium, or plutonium emissions. All eyes were glued to one of the screens. Bob Schieffer of CBS News was speaking. The volume turned up. 6 other screens displayed different TV channels, all of which had the volume turned down as they continued to show normal programming. As Schieffer spoke, one by one the other screens cut away from normal programming and went live to special reports, cascading like dominoes down the wall. Dellenbaugh flashed a look to an aide who controlled the TVs, and the volume from the screen behind him abruptly lowered. "How are we going to find it?" asked Dellenbaugh. "We have 800 people with Geigers spreading out across the waterfront," said Cradaville, the director of the FBI. "General Electric is bringing in Geigers from their Pittsfield facility. Siemens emptied their warehouse to fill in the gap. We're going boat by boat. If the bomb's there, Mr. President, we'll find it." Chapter 91. Moscow. As his Ferrari ripped west on the freeway, Malnikov hit speed dial. Steele, Malnikov's helicopter pilot, answered.
"Alexei, it's 3:30 in the morning."
"I don't have time to talk," said Malnikov.
"You need to pick someone up. He's outside the city."
"Where?" asked Steele.
"Elektrostal, a building at the corner of Vostochny and Michurinsky."
"When?"
"Right now."
"The S-92?"
asked Steele, referring to Malnikov's most luxurious helicopter, a Sikorsky S-92 VVIP.
"No,"
said Malnikov. "Take the Dauphin."
"There's no seating, Alexei. I had it retrofitted for tactical assaults."
"That's the idea. Now get going. His name is Dewey."
Every time Malnikov thought he was getting closer, Cloud seemed to sense it, finding an extra burst of speed at precisely the right moment. He was running the bike recklessly, stabbing left and right, dodging the occasional car or truck, trying to get away. Malnikov owned 6 motorcycles. He'd climbed aboard his first when he was only 12. But the thought of going as fast as Cloud was now going, and in the rain, was unfathomable. He glanced down at the speedometer. 144 miles per hour. He couldn't go any faster, and yet when he saw the straightaway, he throttled the Ferrari even harder. He watched as the distance between the Ferrari and the Ducati slowly decreased. A quarter mile became a few hundred yards, then only 100. Above the blurry lights of the motorcycle, Moscow's skyscrapers came into sharp relief. Spires of glass and steel illuminated against the dark sky. As Malnikov came within a dozen feet of the Ducati, Cloud suddenly slowed, then burst right down an exit ramp. Malnikov didn't see it coming. He hit the brakes, put the car in reverse, then slammed the gas, ripping backward, until he was even with the ramp. He jammed the car into forward, and then shot off the highway. Again Cloud opened up distance, but Malnikov tasted blood. He trailed Cloud along the river, soon closing the gap. Near the center of Moscow's business district, Cloud abruptly slashed right, charting a course that led into the crowded warren of steel and glass, that constituted Moscow's skyscrapers. Malnikov pushed the Ferrari as fast as it would go without skidding out of control. Looking down, he saw the number, 160 miles per hour. As he brought the Ferrari alongside Cloud, time seemed to freeze. Despite the low, primitive growl of the Ferrari, despite the high-pitched roar of the Ducati, despite the rain and the chaos, Malnikov felt nothing but stillness and calm. Cloud felt the lights on him. He heard the low rumble of the Ferrari, even as wind torched his ears and bended with the Ducati's roar. He still heard it. He glanced quickly left. It was Malnikov after all. Cloud saw into the open window. He'd been wrong about the Americans. It hadn't been their hackers who found him. It had been Malnikov. He overestimated the United States and underestimated the brute who, at that moment, was half a car length back, raising a gun toward him. He heard the loud boom from the gun. In the same moment, he heard the frame of the Ducati being struck. The next shot would come any second, and so, in one startling motion, Cloud flexed his right knee out, dived forward and to the right, as if he were trying to dive off the bike, and pushed the left handlebar with every ounce of strength in his body. The bike slashed hard right. The back tire slid but held. He was now alone on a deserted street. In front of him stood Moscow's newest skyscraper, Evolution Tower, half constructed. He throttled the Ducati. Now was the time. He had to lose Malnikov now. When he heard the sound of gunfire, he ducked lower and rolled the throttle to its max. With his left hand, Malnikov lowered the passenger window. He put his hand back on the wheel as, with his right hand, he reached for his gun from the center console. He came alongside Cloud, raised the gun, then aimed it at Cloud's head. For several seconds, he held the target in the muzzle. Instinctively, Cloud turned, the black glass of the helmet, all Malnikov could see. Malnikov felt the steel of the trigger. He wanted nothing more than to put a bullet in the head of the man who put his father in prison, who stole $100 million from him, who caused him nothing but embarrassment and anger. But he didn't fire. Instead, he swept the muzzle lower, aiming for the Ducati's back tire. Then he pulled the trigger. The slug hit metal just above the tire, and Cloud banked abruptly right. Malnikov slammed the brakes. He opened the door and jumped from the car, his gun out in front of him. Cloud was getting away. Malnikov fired once, twice, and then the third bullet ripped into the motorcycle's back tire. The bike popped right as Cloud tried to keep it vertical. He weaved sharply left, fighting to slow the Ducati before it tumbled. Then the bike's front tire jackknifed, and the motorcycle collapsed backward, with Cloud still on it, and slid down the Moscow street. Sparks and flames arose from the friction of metal and tar. Cloud's horrific scream pierced through the noise. Malnikov sprinted toward the crash. Smoke and flames shot up from the engine, doused only partially by the rain. He ran until he was just a few feet from the smoking wreckage, then slowed, pistol extended in front of him. On the other side of the badly damaged Ducati, he came to where he knew Cloud was now lying, unconscious, maybe even dead. He stepped past the smoking pile of steel, gun out, muzzle trained, finger on the trigger, cocked to fire. Cloud was gone. Dewey scoured the ceiling, looking for a way to get to the roof. In the center of the room, at least 15 feet in the air, was a small hatchway. He pushed the tables together in a line that ended beneath the hatchway. He went to the far end and sprinted down the line of tables, leaping from the end into the air, legs and arms kicking, then grabbing the frame of the hatchway. As he dangled from the ceiling, he held himself up with his left hand as he punched at the steel hatchway with his right. It was lodged shut. After several minutes of trying, he dropped to the floor. An involuntary yelp of pain came out as he landed, the drop exacerbating the wound in his leg. A few minutes later, after catching his breath, he walked to the window, picked up the gun, and put it in his coat pocket. He climbed back onto the table and repeated his run, charging as fast as he could go, then leaping and catching the edge of the hatchway. He pulled the gun from his pocket and smashed it viciously into the steel. This time, after less than a minute, the seam between the hatchway and roof, sealed tight from decades' worth of rust, cracked. He pushed the square hatchway up and pulled himself onto the roof. Rain was pouring down in sideways sheets. Dewey sat atop the roof for several minutes, catching his breath. He closed his eyes and allowed the rain to wash over him. He pushed away the thought of Cloud and of Russia. He pushed it away and thought of nothing, knowing that any other thought would bring him back to the harsh reality facing him. He knew that if he sought mental refuge in thoughts of family, it would only remind him of the bomb, the nuclear bomb that was now somewhere close to America's shores. Cloud limped toward the base of the skyscraper. Looking back, he saw Malnikov running toward him. He needed to get to a hospital, but that wasn't going to happen until he killed Malnikov. He looked up at Evolution Tower. Its curvilinear half-arcs swerved like steel ribbons, as if they'd been interwoven, then hung 1,000 feet in the sky. Even half-constructed, it was stunning. He'd admired it before, from afar. Now it represented his only hope of escape. The building was ablaze with lights from cranes and scaffolding, and, from within, bright halogen lights for the crews of workers who, at this hour, were not there. Cloud pushed open the steel chain-link fence. He dragged his right leg, using his right hand to help pull it. He limped through the base of the tower, between stacks of steel girders, past massive construction trucks, huge piles of cement to be mixed into concrete, cranes, and other materials. He looked up. Wind made the top of the structure move. The skyscraper appeared as if it might simply fall over on him. He heard a clang from the chain-link fence. He didn't bother glancing back. Cloud's eyes moved to the ground. For the first time, he realized he had on only one shoe. His right foot was exposed and covered in blood. He couldn't see some of his toes. He registered a raw sensation on his right side. Most of his pant leg had been scraped away in the crash. The sight of his injuries sent a wave of fear through him, because he didn't feel them, because left untreated, they would kill him.
If you want to live, you must kill him.
Beyond a pile of lumber, Cloud saw the construction elevator. He limped to it, climbed inside, and slammed the gate shut. He hit a red switch, and the elevator bounced, then started climbing into the tower. Malnikov came running into the light, saw the elevator rising, then raised his gun and fired. The slugs struck the steel cage just to Cloud's right. He ducked into the corner, shielding himself from the fusillade. Even on a calm night, the all-black, heavily customized Eurocopter EC-155B1 Dauphin was difficult to spot. Its lights could be extinguished completely at the pilot's discretion and flown via advanced thermal night vision optics, either in-helmet or imposed on the inside of the chopper's cockpit glass. Tonight, in the hell of a storm, what was usually difficult to see was nearly impossible. For Steele, the elements were nothing. 12 years in Russian special forces, including more battles in Chechnya than he could count, battles that nobody in the outside world knew about, had forged skills no standard training could match. When Malnikov told him to create the most lethal helicopter he could, Steele had spent a week in Marseille, testing what Eurocopter had to offer. He spared no expense outfitting the machine with every technological feature available, and some that weren't, including flight envelope protection, as well as navigation and weapons systems that could be managed by Steele through helmet-based optics and exoskeletal motion sensors. He let the nav system take him to the coordinates Malnikov had provided. A thermal module in the helmet illuminated the building from a mile out. As he swooped in close, a red apparition of heat appeared atop the roof. His passenger. He hit a button on the controls, bringing up commo. A few moments later, Malnikov's cell started ringing. As Steele descended out of the sky toward the roof of the building, he listened to the phone ring half a dozen times. Malnikov didn't answer. Steele brought up more controls, visible inside his helmet shield. He ordered the chopper's nav to locate the cell by GPS. A second later, he saw the words flicker in green digital letters. Moscow, Russia, Evolution Tower. A faint electric whine, then the shifting of wind and rain, startled Dewey from his thoughts. He stood up, searching the sky, seeing nothing. Dewey listened, sensed a change in the wind, then spun around just as the thunder of the Eurocopter's rotors exploded behind him, ripping the air. As sudden as a lightning flash, the chopper surged down at Dewey, dropping from the cloaking wall of clouds and water, nearly landing directly on top of him, before punching back up a few feet and then settling next to him atop the concrete roof. Dewey opened the back door and climbed inside the chopper, nodding to the pilot, then slid the door shut. The chopper shot up from the roof, cut left, and then tore away from Electrostal. Dewey looked quickly around the cabin. It was bare bones, stripped down, without any sort of creature comforts. Everything inside the cabin was single function, designed for assault. There was no seating, just open space. The doors on the opposite side looked custom. They could be slid open for maximum assault flexibility. From the ceiling, steel hooks with polymer cables dangled like coat hangers, there to be attached to body harnesses. The doors on both sides of the cabin could be opened wide. The combination of the harness locks and the doors enabled gunmen in the chopper to engage enemy from the air at all angles without fear of falling from the sky, especially useful if the pilot was forced to take sudden, hard-angled, evasive measures. The floor was like sandpaper, good for grip, but could also, with the press of a button, drop out like a trapdoor for low hover jumps. The back wall was a chain-link fence in front of a rack of advanced firearms and other weaponry, lined up on vertical shelves. Dewey scanned and saw all manner of firearms, including RPGs and manpads. He pulled out a drawer underneath. Inside was enough ammunition to start a small war. The chopper bounced violently in the undulating rain and wind. Dewey stepped to the cockpit. The pilot's face was invisible behind the black-visored helmet. There were no lights on the controls. The pilot's head turned. He handed Dewey a set of wireless earphones. "I'm Steele," he said in a hard Russian accent. "Hold on, it's going to be choppy." "Where are we going?" "Alexei's in the building downtown," said Steele. "We'll be there in 3 minutes." "Can you raise Alexei on commo?" "I'll try," said Steele as the chopper abruptly lurched left, buffeted by a crosswind. Dewey heard the phone ring, then Malnikov's voice. "Where are you?" asked Malnikov. "We're in the air," said Dewey. "What's the situation?" "He's wounded. He escaped into Evolution Tower. I'm in the elevator on my way to find him." "Should I land on the roof?" "There is no roof," said Malnikov. "It's half-built." "You need to wait at the base," said Steele. "I'll be able to pick up his thermal from the air once we get there. Then you can move in." "It's too late for that," said Malnikov. "I'm already there." Chapter 92. Goulston and Storrs, Boston. Erica Hyland, a third-year associate at Goulston and Storrs, was biting into an apple as she read the purchase agreement. One of Goulston's clients, a real estate developer, was buying a building in downtown Los Angeles. Her eyes were drawn to the harbor. As usual, on a summer Friday evening, it was crowded with boats. It was especially true tonight, July 3rd, the beginning of a long holiday weekend. But something was going on. She counted 6 separate flashing police lights. Hyland reached for her binoculars. A large Coast Guard cutter was speeding across the harbor, and boats were swiftly moving toward the deeper ocean, away from the harbor, as if being asked to leave. Her binoculars shot to the open ocean, out beyond Revere. She saw a large gray military boat, an Aegis destroyer, moving in. "Donna!" she yelled. Hyland's assistant came running into the office, her eyes moving to where Hyland was looking. She stared at the scene. "What the fuck?" she asked. "Who's that guy you know over at WBZ? Hagen? Yeah, you should call him." 8 minutes later, 1 minute before CNN, 2 before NBC, and 5 before Fox News and ABC, CBS cut into its regularly scheduled programming. The words CBS News Special Report blazed across millions of American TV screens. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special report from CBS Evening News. I'm Bob Schieffer, coming to you live from CBS News headquarters in New York City with breaking news. The footage you're seeing is live aerial coverage from Boston, Massachusetts, where Boston Harbor is swarming with federal and state law enforcement, including 2 United States Navy Aegis destroyers. According to CBS sources, a suspected terror plot is, and I quote, being investigated. We now go live to Hagen Ward at our local CBS affiliate in Boston." Chapter 93. H&M Aggregates, Revere, Massachusetts. McLaughlin moved along the last pier at Revere Marina, a handheld, portable Geiger counter in his left hand. He was one of 40 FBI agents now moving along the Revere waterfront, searching boat by boat for signs of nuclear material. Standing on a pier, he keyed his mic, which was clipped to the collar of his dark blue windbreaker. "Marina's clear," said McLaughlin, reporting back to the Central Boston Command Post being run from a U.S. Navy Aegis destroyer. "Move to the industrial docks." McLaughlin looked past the marina and down the rocky spit of land between the marina and the industrial docks. The first dock at the facility was at least 100 yards away. It would be easier to go back to the marina and drive, but it also would take more time. He hiked quickly along the rocky coast just above the water, which slapped calmly at his feet. In a few minutes, he arrived at a rusty chain-link fence. He scaled it, then dropped onto an ancient wood and steel pier. Moored alongside the pier was a barge. It was piled high with road salt. He swept the Geiger along the barge. Suddenly, the low static of the Geiger picked up. McLaughlin moved toward the front of the long boat. With each step, the static grew more frenzied. Then he saw a tarp. He slowed, holding the Geiger counter in front of him. The small device went from frenzied to sharp monotone. He pulled the top of the tarp aside, revealing a long steel cylinder. At its end was a square device with a flashing blue light. He keyed his mic. "This is McLaughlin," he said. "I found the bomb." Chapter 94. Cherry Hill Road, Gloucester, Massachusetts. "Hey, Scooter, how do you like your hot dog?" Saxby Ruggiero, in a blue and white apron, was standing on the back terrace over the barbecue. The backyard of Ruggiero's home was crowded with friends, family, and most of his employees from the marina. "Medium rare," said Ruggiero's neighbor. Ruggiero laughed, took a swig of beer, then walked back inside to the kitchen. His son, Billy, was seated at the table with a girl from down the street, both eating cheeseburgers and watching the Red Sox game. "Who's winning?" asked Ruggiero. "I don't know," said Billy. "They cut into the game." Ruggiero glanced at the TV. On the screen was a special report from Boston Harbor. "Turn it up," he said as he stepped closer to the TV. An aerial view of the harbor showed a swarm of law enforcement boats, their red and blue lights bright. "While it's difficult to see, the area they seem to be focusing on is Revere, just across the water from the city of Boston. Again, A terror plot is apparently being investigated on this, the evening before the July 4th weekend." "Holy shit," he muttered. Ruggiero reached for the phone and dialed 911. Chapter 95. Evolution Tower, Moscow. The elevator came suddenly into the open air, more than 30 floors in the sky. The wind ripped across the steel heights, stinging Malnikov with driving horizontal rain. The cage groaned loudly as it climbed. Malnikov looked down through the yellow grate. Moscow was a different city, a darker city, dense with whole pockets of black, and lights diffused by rain. Malnikov registered a puddle of crimson at the edge of the cage, blood from cloud, now washing away as rain hit it from above. The sound of gunshot cut through the air, joined by the loud clang of the slug striking steel near his head. Malnikov ducked just as another bullet was fired, then felt his shoulder being kicked hard and back. He let himself fall to the floor as more bullets hit the rising cage. A floor above, the elevator came to a loud stop. Malnikov looked at his shoulder. Blood oozed through a hole in his jacket. He crawled to the edge of the cage, trying to peer down to the floor below. But just as his head came to the edge, another shot rang out. It hit the steel of the elevator floor. A small dent appeared just beneath his chin.
"Did that hurt, Alexei?"
yelled Cloud. Malnikov lay on his back, staring up at the black and gray clouds. His breathing was becoming difficult, as if he'd just run sprints. He unzipped his coat and pulled it away from his shoulder. Blood was everywhere. His first impression that the bullet was in his shoulder was wrong. A black hole sat just a few inches above his nipple. With every labored breath, a fresh wave of blood gushed out.
"I need the elevator," said Cloud. "Do you mind bleeding to death somewhere else?"
Still on his back, Malnikov reached up and lowered the latch to the cage door. He kicked the door open. Slowly, with a painful moan, he turned over onto his side and climbed to his knees against the back wall of the cage. He got into a crouching position, then stuck the muzzle of the gun to the edge of the cage and aimed down at where the shots had come from. Malnikov fired as fast as his finger could flex, then charged through the open door of the cage. Dewey moved back to the cabin, cutting to the weapons rack. He took out a pair of night optics and pulled them down over his eyes, then flipped them on. He put on a weapons vest, then grabbed a body harness and quickly put it on. He scanned the row of firearms, choosing a Desert Eagle 50 caliber AE and sticking it in the vest holster atop his left chest. Then he grabbed a KSVK 12.7 anti-materiel sniper rifle. Another gust of wind slammed the chopper, kicking it left and down. Steele turned from the cockpit.
"We are coming in hot," he said. "Strap in."
Dewey hooked himself to the harness rail in the middle of the cabin. He stepped to the cockpit, the cord automatically releasing line as he moved. He looked out the front window. In the distance, Evolution Tower looked like a pair of steel ribbons spiking into the sky. The unfinished floors made the top appear as if it were disintegrating.
"Give me a perimeter," said Dewey. "Let's see what we can see before we get in there. It'd be nice if we could surprise that little bastard."
Calmly, Steele reached to the right side of his helmet, feeling blindly for a small button, then pressing it as, directly in front of him, through the rain-splattered helicopter windshield, the unfinished, wildly curving steel spires of Evolution Tower arose through the mist in sporadic halogen yellow. After the button was pressed, a black, specially designed glass visor slid down from the top of his helmet and covered his eyes. The visual became like a video game. The building snapped into a three-dimensional digital grid. Isobars of green, red, and yellow against black in geometric patterns filled the screen. Steele reached to his left, grabbing what looked like a glove. He pulled it on, then repeated the gesture with his other hand. The gloves suddenly went from being black to white, completely lit up, as if his hands were covered in some sort of glow-in-the-dark material. Steele then began what looked like gesturing to himself, as the controls of the chopper became part of an advanced exoskeletal driving and weapons computer, controlled by his hand movements, and the chopper responded, cutting abruptly left into the chasm between the unfinished skyscraper and a neighboring 73-story office tower. Steele saw glimmers of heat on a high floor. He made an almost unintelligible movement with his left pinky. The digital camera zoomed close, enlarging the green holographs. Another image flashed in the upper right part of Steele's visor. 2 floors were visible, the separating concrete slashing horizontal. On the higher floor, a man was crouched inside the elevator cage. On the lower floor, another man was limping toward a set of stairs near the side of the building. He was clutching a weapon, trained at the floor above as he climbed the stairs. Steele then saw red flashes of gunfire coming from the elevator, aimed at the floor below. He flicked his finger again, engaging the cabin speaker system.
"We have a firefight," he said. "Better get up here." Steele flicked his thumb, and the windshield of the chopper abruptly transformed into the same digital screen he was seeing inside his helmet, like a large television screen. The rain was gone. The 2 figures looked like ghosts against a black backdrop. Dewey moved to Steele's right, studying the scene. "Can you get a closer shot?" asked Dewey. They watched as the gunman in the elevator kicked open the side of the cabin, then charged into the blackness, just as, at the other side of the same floor, another man climbed slowly up the stairs. "Who's who?" asked Dewey. "I don't know." The screen showed the man running across the empty floor, sprinting, his path leading directly toward the man now climbing the stairs. "That's Alexei," said Steele. "Which one?" "The one running," said Steele. "He's running right into him. He's going to get killed." "Take me in." "I'm going to level the guy on the stairs," said Steele, suddenly engaging the weapons command. "No, you're not," said Dewey. "Take me in." Dewey stepped back into the cabin. "He's going to die if I don't—" Steele's words were abruptly cut off as, inside his visor and across the front screen, a blinding white light hit the left side of the view. He knew in his bones what it was. "Hold on!" he screamed. A ferocious torrent of wind shear funneled like a tornado up into the valley between the skyscrapers, slammed like a wall of steel into the helicopter. They were kicked back and to the right, so hard that Steele's helmet went flying from his head, struck the ceiling, and tumbled to the floor. The chopper was jacked instantly sideways, its rotors vertical, as Steele fought, using the exoskeletal gloves to right them before they smashed into the building. Chapter 96. Long Island Sound, off the coast of Stamford, Connecticut. Fakir steered a mile offshore, keeping the lights of the coastline in view, tiny yellow and white lights from homes along the shore, a typical American evening. It was pitch black out on the water. He wore night optics. On the radio was news about a suspected terrorist plot in Boston. The American president had just announced that it had been stopped. He knew that if the White House was announcing it, it meant they had no clue as to the existence of the other device, the bomb lying on the deck next to him. Most of the crew were inside the cabin. Every hour or so, Fakir walked among them, feeling if they were still alive. Occasionally, a man would open his eyes. For the most part, they were all dead to the world. Vomit covered the ground. Fakir stopped vomiting sometime during the night. Aswan, another crewman, had made a similar transition before dying an hour after they departed Boston. He'd tied a concrete block to Aswan's ankle, then dumped him overboard. Though he didn't say anything, Fakir grew increasingly worried, wondering whether he would last long enough
to get the boat to New York Harbor. One of the Chechens, a light-skinned teenager named Naji, was the only crew member still in relatively decent shape. He had enough energy to puke over the side of the boat. When there was work to be done, it was Naji whom Fakir turned to. Fakir had taught Naji how to run the boat as well as navigate, just in case he died unexpectedly. The Tilaria was now near the shore. As Long Island Sound narrowed, the closer they came to New York. As he looked to the shore, he saw a busy marina. People were sitting out front, eating at a waterside restaurant. Hundreds of watercraft, from beat-up skiffs to gaudy $1 million cigarette boats, were moored along piers that stretched 100 feet into the water, then ran along the busy coast beneath office and apartment buildings for a quarter mile. A memory flashed in Fakir's mind. Many months ago, Fakir imagined that the night before the bomb was detonated, his last night on Earth, he would celebrate, like Mohammed Atta had done the evening before 9/11. He imagined docking the boat and taking the others out for dinner, perhaps ordering wine. A small grin came to his emaciated face as he thought about how much fun it would have been. Then he looked around the cabin. His grin disappeared as he realized that, except for Naji, all the crewmen were dead. Chapter 97. Evolution Tower, Moscow. The wall of wind shear pummeled the Eurocopter sideways. The chopper's rotors tilted into a vertical position. Then the chopper dropped more than 200 feet in just seconds before starting a somersault. The 3.5-ton helicopter was out of control, in the rain and dark, 60 stories above the street. Dewey felt the onset of the first gust, and all he could do was stick his hand out to shield his head before he was thrown into the back wall. He slammed into it, then dropped to the floor. Desperately, he grabbed along the wall, searching for something to hold on to. He found a utility bar and clutched it with every ounce of strength he had, holding on as the chopper whipped violently upside down. Steele was strapped tightly to the pilot's chair, focused on the digital screen inside his visor. He'd already flipped the Eurocopter's avionics to his control, and now the chopper's fate was fully vested in the pair of highly advanced exoskeletal gloves on Steele's hands. He had to right the copter before it crashed. The wind shear should have hit in a straight wall, like a wave. But the tall buildings altered the wind, each steel and concrete spire cutting into it, making the gust choppy and uneven. Steele, who'd flown in blizzards in the hills outside Grozny, who tangled with hurricanes in the Hindu Kush, now had a serious situation on his hands, certainly the worst he'd ever faced. Steele reached his hands out, trying to find some level of stability within the maelstrom. He tried to focus on the graphical of the wind. Its white blur was now dead center, shaped like an upside-down U. It was moving. The air was clear on the other side. Steele's eyes shot to the top of the screen. In bold green, a square box of geometric isobar lines was approaching the center of the screen. This was a skyscraper, 300 feet, and closing. They would slam into it in seconds. He waited one extra moment, unsure if what he was about to do would work, then realized it didn't matter. It was all instinct now, a quarter-century's worth of gut, all funneled into one move. "Hold on!" he screamed. Steele dumped fuel from all but one tank, then slammed on both front and rear rotor brakes. A half-second later, he released the rear rotor. The chopper tilted down, its nose suddenly going from aiming at the sky to the ground, as in the same instant the craft dropped. Gasoline poured down around the chopper, mixing with the rain, displacing weight. Then Steele jacked both engines to the max. Front and rear rotors churned ferociously. The chopper kicked forward and down. Steele was slammed back in the seat. Whatever fuel hadn't been emptied juiced the Eurocopter's turbos, which crushed the gas into a barely controlled, sudden explosion of power. Every ounce of thrust the Eurocopter was capable of providing was being used, as on the digital screen the skyscraper and chopper appeared as if they were in the process of merging. Dewey, still clutching the utility bar, was pulled sideways toward the front of the cabin. The chopper's momentum was too powerful. He couldn't hold any longer. He careened through the air and slammed into the front wall. Steele took the chopper below the wind shear, down into the chasm between the two buildings, thrusting lower and lower toward the ground. The street grew larger as the helicopter charged to Earth. Buildings, which were wider at their bases, grew up on both sides of the chopper. Steele would soon run out of room to steer or turn. On Steele's digital visor screen, the bold geometric lines of buildings on both sides arose in sharp green relief as the chopper looked as if it would slam into the ground. For the first time in half a minute, Steele felt that he had the chopper under control. He was below the shear. The only problems now were the walls of steel and concrete on either side, and that wall of dirt below called Earth. Steele straightened the chopper, then bottomed out and turned. The chopper climbed back up the face of a building. Steele took one extra breath, then swerved around the spire of a building, aiming the chopper back toward the top of the tower. He brought the thermal interface back up as in the distance, the unfinished pair of steel ribbons appeared directly ahead. He triggered the loudspeakers in the cabin. "You still alive back there?" he asked. "Yeah," said Dewey. Malnikoff sprinted away from the elevator, across the empty concrete, which was wet with wind-blown spray from the storm. His chest and shoulder throbbed as he ran. He felt tightness and a recurring stabbing pain down his leg, like an electric shock, but he ignored it. He could live with anything now, any pain or punishment. He glanced back at the shaft. It was still motionless. Had one of his bullets hit Cloud? He stopped near a concrete piling. He heard metal scratching metal, a round being chambered. It was close, just behind him. Malnikoff turned. Cloud was barefoot, and that foot was covered in blood. His leg was badly damaged. The pants were torn away from the knee down. The skin was raw, pink and black, most of the skin scraped away. He held a gun.
"So, you want your money back?"
asked Cloud. Dewey stood up and stepped to the front of the cabin. He stuck his head inside the cockpit. On the screen was a three-dimensional digital pictograph of the tower. Steele had the Eurocopter blazing straight for it. As they moved closer, two men were visible on the high floor. Dewey studied the screen. The men were now standing next to each other. Malnikoff was larger. He stood before Cloud, who had a gun aimed at Malnikoff's head. "We won't be able to land," said Steele. "He's about to die. What options do we have?" "Machine guns," said Steele. "But I must tell you, there will be no survivors." Dewey stared into the large digital screen that still occupied the view where the windshield was. "Can you take that off?" asked Dewey, pointing to the digital screen. The screen abruptly turned off. It was replaced by the actual view through the windshield. Raindrops coated the glass. Evolution Tower looked apocalyptic, sporadically alight, in neon yellow, its shape otherworldly. The unfinished floors appeared to be disintegrating, their edges rough and unhewn. "Take me in closer." "Hold on." As Steele maneuvered in toward the upper floors of Evolution Tower, Dewey turned back to the cabin. Working quickly, he unclipped himself from the hoist bar, removed his harness, and dropped it on the ground. He found the KSVK rifle. Dewey tightened his helmet and returned to the cockpit. They were now hovering fewer than 100 feet from the high, empty floor. Dewey pulled his night optics down over his eyes and flipped them on. The screen lit up in dark blue, then sharpened. He looked toward Malnikoff and Cloud. Malnikoff was now on the ground, writhing in pain. Cloud stood over him, Dewey watched as Cloud stepped closer, then aimed the gun down at Melnikoff.
"Take me in,"
barked Dewey.
"I can't do it."
"You have to do it."
"I can get you 10 feet away, but even if I could get you closer, even at 5 feet, the wind is too strong. You'll be blown sideways."
"Open the door and swing it around," ordered Dewey sharply. "Get me as close as you can."
Steele shook his head, disagreeing, then motioned. The chopper abruptly shot forward, then right and down.
"I'll come at it from below,"
said Steele.
"You need to tell me when to jump,"
said Dewey.
"Fine. Stand back and hold on. It's about to get wet and windy in here."
Steele shut the cockpit door. Dewey grabbed a canvas strap with his right hand, as in his left. He clutched the rifle. The chopper doors slid open. A fierce torrent of wind and cold rain blasted into the cabin, drenching Dewey and pushing him back against the wall. He studied the digital screen inside his helmet as the chopper flew directly at the skyscraper. He felt it then. Warmth, his heart beating, then the adrenaline.
"Risk it all, Dewey. Now is the time. The moment."
The chopper tore through the wind-crossed melee toward the tower, getting closer and closer. Steele's thick Russian boomed over the in-helmet commo.
3, 2, 1.
Dewey charged toward the open door of the helicopter. He took one big step and then heard the last word from Steele.
"Go!"
Dewey's right foot hit the outer edge of the cabin floor just as the chopper was within feet of the building. Then Steele slashed the chopper hard right. Dewey leapt into the breach, 55 stories up. Dewey kicked his arms and legs furiously in the free air. He struck the floor's outer edge, throwing the rifle out from his right hand, then hit the building, the thick concrete catching him at the waist. He grabbed the floor, his hands scratching wet concrete, just as a squall of wind from the chopper pulled at him, yanking him out as he tried to hold on. But it was too strong. He slipped back, then his hands were pulled to the very edge of the precipice. Dewey felt himself dropping. His hands grasped at the last edge of the concrete, then slipped off, and he started to drop. His hands grabbed at air, then his right hand felt something sharp. He clutched it and held on. For an awful moment, he swung in the air by one hand, his fingers wrapped around the jagged end of a steel rod. He glanced down. He was dangling more than 50 stories in the air. He took a moment to catch his breath, then pulled up. Heaving, he hoisted his body up, then swung his left leg over the end of the floor. He slowly pulled his body onto the concrete. Dewey grabbed the rifle, scanning for the thermal outlines of Cloud and Melnikoff. Melnikoff was on the ground. Cloud stood above him, behind a concrete piling. Dewey targeted the piling, then triggered the rifle. A low thunderclap boomed as, in the same instant, a hole tore through the piling. Behind it, Cloud screamed as he was kicked backward and down to the floor, landing next to Melnikoff. Chapter 98. National Archives, Washington, D.C. Katie Fox was seated on the floor against a filing cabinet. Tacoma was several feet away from her, also on the floor. Both were reading through the files. Each file in the room detailed CIA agents, case officers, paramilitary and non-official covers who, in the agency's mind, merited termination. There was no single cause, but there were recurring themes. Treason was the main one. A close second was non-sanctioned murder. Files were stacked up in piles.
"I have something."
He and some other colleagues have been experimenting with various divalents as adjunct to nuclear moderation and reflection. He would not say which ones, though, as you and I both agree, Z seems to show the most promise. While most of this was chit-chat, as we were of course being watched, Dr. Vargarin stated something I should pass on. He said, We have now succeeded in 3 successive tests. The implications of this are clear. If the Soviets are able to predictably moderate fast neutrons in a lab setting using Z or other, it would mean the Soviets could double the scalability of their HEU and thus double the size of their nuclear stockpiles in a matter of months. Let me know what, if anything, you want me to do. Harry.
What is it?
Cloud's father was a scientist who developed a formula, said Katie. It's all about his dad's formula. She stood up and dialed her cell.
I must be missing something, said Tacoma.
So fucking what?
Katie listened to Calabrese's phone ringing. It's a formula for how to convert one nuclear device into 2.
Chapter 99. Press Office. The White House. J.P. Dellenbaugh poked his head inside the small, cluttered office of John Schmidt, his communications director, the person charged with managing the unruly group of reporters that constituted the White House press corps. Schmidt, at 11:38 p.m., had just taken a large bite of steak and cheese sub as he watched, eyes scanning left to right, 6 television screens on the wall of his office, all showing the same images. Live video, taken from news choppers, of the chaotic scene in Boston. The harbor was awash in the blue and red lights of police boats, Coast Guard cutters, and a pair of Navy destroyers. The voice of Dan Harris from ABC News had turned up. "You're watching live feed from Boston," said Harris, which ABC News can now confirm was the site of an attempted terror strike. Less than 2 hours ago, law enforcement, acting on a tip, discovered something near the Boston waterfront. We have been unable to determine who was behind the attempt or what was found, but we do know that several vessels have departed the harbor in the last hour.
"Hey, John," whispered Dellenbaugh. "You need a shovel for that?"
Schmidt nearly coughed up the bite of steak and cheese. "If you have a coronary before re-election, I'm going to kill you," added Dellenbaugh. Schmidt finished chewing. He took a quick swig of Diet Coke and then turned, slightly embarrassed, to Dellenbaugh.
"John, I apologize,"
added Dellenbaugh,
before Schmidt could get in a word. "I didn't realize you were having Diet Coke. That should cancel out any unhealthy effects from the steak and cheese."
Schmidt burst into laughter, then was joined by the president. "I didn't eat dinner," said Schmidt. Dellenbaugh's attention was grabbed by one of the plasma screens, which showed a lit-up stretch of coast. It was surrounded by military vehicles, ambulances, police cars, and hundreds of people, most armed and wearing uniforms or tactical gear. "You are looking at an aerial view of Revere, Massachusetts," said Harris. "This is as close as we're allowed to get. As you can see, various law enforcement agencies as well as military are now clearly in control of what was apparently to have been a strike by terrorists on Boston. There are still many questions." Dellenbaugh and Schmidt stared at the screen in silence. "Thank God, sir," said Schmidt, looking at Dellenbaugh. Dellenbaugh put his hand on Schmidt's shoulder.
"I was just thinking the same thing."
"Do you want me to write up some quick remarks for the press conference, Mr. President?"
"No," said Dellenbaugh. "I know what I'm going to say."
Schmidt pressed his phone. The speaker came on. "Get them seated and quiet, Joan," said Schmidt to Joan Hildebrandt, his deputy. In the background, the live news report continued. "We're waiting for a statement by the President of the United States," said Harris, "who we're told was very much personally involved in the government's response to the terror plot. And I'm told we're going there right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the White House, where President J.P. Dellenbaugh is going to address the nation." Chapter 100. Evolution Tower, Moscow. Dewey stood, dropping the rifle, and charged, yanking the handgun from his chest holster. He sprinted toward the concrete piling, gun out, then came around it, acquiring Cloud in the muzzle's fire zone. His eyes shot to Melnikov, lying on the ground. The left side of his chest was drenched in blood. Cloud was face down. Dewey scanned for his gun. It was on the ground next to his head. With his sidearm trained on the back of Cloud's head, Dewey stepped forward and kicked it out of reach. He put his foot beneath Cloud and flipped him over. His eyes were open. His right leg looked badly damaged. His hip was worse. A small chunk was missing, the slug from the anti-materiel rifle having blown it off. Dewey looked back at Melnikov.
"You gonna make it?"
he asked.
"Yeah,"
said Melnikov as he struggled to climb to his feet. Dewey's eyes moved back to Cloud. Without shifting his gaze, he dialed his cell. A moment later, a female voice came on the line.
Name?
"Andreas. Dewey.
Flag.
Knock 22946.
Go.
I need Calabrese. Crisis priority.
Protocol.
Dayton.
Hold." Dewey heard a series of clicks, then Calabrese came on the line. "Where the hell are you?"
"We have him, Hector. What do you need to know?"
"We found the bomb," said Calabrese. "We stopped it. It's been disarmed." Dewey was silent for several seconds. "You should know, it was Katya who provided the intel."
"Where was it?"
"Boston." Dewey's eyes moved from Cloud's eyes to his hip. He'd seen injuries on the battlefield and had long ago been hardened by those horrible sights. But even with that knowledge, the sight of it was gruesome. The dull white of bone was visible within the blood. Tendrils of skin and parts dangled down to the concrete, now awash in blood. Cloud stared up at Dewey. He said nothing. He was the opposite of the sort of person Dewey expected. He didn't look angry or mean. He looked frail, intelligent, curious, above all, innocent. Perhaps at one time in his life he had been, but something destroyed it. He heard Melnikov's footsteps to his left. Both stared down. To Dewey, he was the one who wanted to kill 1,000,000 Americans. To Melnikov, the one who took his father away. Dewey still held the cell to his ear.
"So what you're saying is, Cloud is expendable?"
Dewey asked. Calabrese was silent for several seconds. Then he spoke. "Affirmative." Dewey hung up and stuck the cell in his vest. He clutched the Desert Eagle, its steel muzzle aimed at Cloud's head.
"Boston,"
Dewey remarked to Cloud.
"Original."
Suddenly, the elevator cage rattled and started descending.
"We need to get out of here,"
said Melnikov.
"Here,"
said Dewey, extending the gun to him.
"You take it,"
said Melnikov.
"You saved my life." "Do you want to do it, Alexei?"
asked Dewey.
"It's all the same to me, as long as he ends up dead."
Melnikov shrugged.
"Well, I will tell you, I've had this desire ever since he fucked me, to put a bullet in that big brain of his."
Dewey handed Melnikov the gun.
"All yours."
Chapter 101. Office of the Chief of Staff, the White House. Adrian King was seated in his office along with Calabrese, Josh Brubaker, and George Cradaville, head of the FBI. 2 plasma screens showed live coverage from Boston. A third screen streamed live video feed from the scene taken by the FBI. 3 individuals in bright yellow hazmat suits were preparing the nuclear device for transport out of the area. A 4th screen displayed the White House briefing room. The dais was empty, though the room was crowded. A knock came at the door. Then Arden Mason entered. He had a concerned look on his face. "What is it?" asked King. Mason handed out manila folders. "I think you should all see this. It was sent in a few minutes ago." The folders contained copies of a police report, filed by the Gloucester, Massachusetts Police Department, detailing the purchase of a boat that day by someone whom the owner of the marina found to be suspicious-looking. According to the marina owner, the customer was young and looked Middle Eastern. Perhaps most important, he bought a used Hinckley Talaria, which cost $450,000. He paid cash, said Mason. "So this is the boat?" asked King, looking at Mason, then Cradaville. "Let's put out an APB for a green Hinckley Talaria. That would be a pretty good start to the weekend. First we stop the bomb, then we catch the terrorists." "President Dellenbaugh's about to go live," said Brubaker. "I think we should hand him a note before he goes on. If you can mention the precise boat we're looking for, my guess is we'll find it pretty quickly." Calabrese's cell phone vibrated. "Calabrese."
"It's Katie."
"I need to call you back."
"No, I need to talk to you. It's about Vargarin. We found something."
"We found the bomb, Katie. Why don't you grab whatever you got and we'll meet over at the Willard. I could use a drink."
"Wait, you said you found the bomb?" asked Katie.
"Yes. It was in Boston."
"How many were there?"
"How many what were there?"
"Bombs."
"One."
"And was it the original device?"
"What do you mean?"
"Was it repurposed? Was it altered in any way, smaller than the one they took from Kiev?"
Calabrese looked at the screen showing the FBI feed. The bomb was being lifted by two men. It looked brand new, like a long stainless steel canister, very different from what the original bomb looked like. "It's different," said Calabrese. "Looks like a big soup can." Brubaker was trying to get Calabrese's attention. "Hold on, Katie," he said, covering the phone. "Do you want to read this before Schmidt takes it out to the president?" whispered Brubaker. "We need to get this on the news right now." "Katie," said Calabrese, "I have to call you—"
"There are 2 bombs, Hector," yelled Katie. "That was his father's big idea, how to take 1 bomb and convert it into 2. We killed him for the formula."
Calabrese stared at Brubaker. He hung up the phone, then hit another number.
"Control."
"I need an immediate patch to that last overseas caller."
"Hold."
Everyone in the room stared at Calabrese as he sat, eyes closed, waiting for the phone to ring. "What's going on?" demanded King. "There's another bomb," said Calabrese. Silence took over the room. "The President of the United States is about to take a victory lap," said King. "I'm canceling this press conference." "Don't," said Calabrese, still holding the cell to his ear. "The American people need to know what's going on. The best thing right now is if the terrorists think we're done. Let J.P. Dellenbaugh lull them into a sense of complacency. It'll buy us time, and do not let him mention the boat." Finally, he heard a pair of beeps, then Dewey's voice.
"How can I miss you if you won't go away?" he asked.
"Whatever you do, don't kill him." Chapter 102. Briefing Room. The White House. Dellenbaugh entered the White House briefing room. He stepped to the dais, the front of which showed the seal of the President of the United States. Dellenbaugh paused. Except for the rat-a-tat-tat of cameras clicking, there was absolute silence. His look was confident, calm, with just the slightest hint of anger on his ruddy face. "Late this evening," said Dellenbaugh, "an attempt by terrorists to attack the United States was stopped. The location of the failed attack was Boston, a place that holds an extremely important place in the history of our country, especially this time of year. We will have much more to tell you in the coming hours, days, and weeks. For now, it's important that we complete our investigation before getting into too many details. But I can tell you that we do not believe this is part of a broader plot. This was a small group of individuals acting alone." Dellenbaugh's eyes swept across the crowd of reporters. "I'm outraged that anyone would attempt to use the July 4th holiday, a time families and friends gather together to celebrate the day our country was born, to hurt innocent people. Some people, I know, are scared. You're asking yourself, what if there's another threat out there? The worst thing we could do would be to quit, to cancel the parade, to not put the red, white, and blue icing on that cake Mom made. Because then, they will have won. Tomorrow, with my family by my side,
I'm going to barbecue. Then I'll go to the parade in town. If you're there, I hope you'll come up and introduce yourself. I won't march. I'll watch. Because on July 4th, I like to think I'm just a plain old United States citizen. Oh yeah, I'm going to get revenge on my brother-in-law for his victory over me in ping pong last year. A match that, in case he's listening, we both know was rigged. Dellenbaugh smiled as laughter burst out from the gathered White House press corps. This Independence Day weekend is already shaping up to be the best in my lifetime. Because today, I saw what brave Americans are capable of. The fact that it happened in Boston, well, I have to tell you, there's something mighty poetic about that. The place our country was born was tonight the place where freedom was preserved. May God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Have a happy 4th of July. Mr. President, can you tell us anything more? Yelled a reporter. But Dellenbaugh was already off the stage and stepping quickly down the hallway. As he rounded the corner, he came face to face with King and Brubaker, both standing outside the Oval Office, arms crossed. Dellenbaugh had a big smile on his face. He ripped off his tie as he walked past them. "There's nothing you can say that would upset me," said Dellenbaugh, entering the Oval Office, tossing his tie on a chair, then opening a closet and grabbing his fly rod. "There's a second bomb, Mr. President." Chapter 103. Evolution Tower, Moscow. Dewey looked at Melnikov, making a gesture across his neck and shaking his head, telling him not to shoot. "Why?" asked Melnikov, anger in his voice. "Fuck that." "There's another bomb," said Dewey, making eye contact with Cloud. Dewey spoke to Calabrese. "He's going to die soon, Hector," he whispered. "What do you mean?" "He's bleeding out." "What happened?" "He got in the way of a bullet." "How long do we have?" "Maybe an hour. 2 if I can stop the bleeding for a little while." Just then voices echoed up from the elevator shaft. Both turned their heads. "You need to get that chopper back here," said Dewey. Melnikov pulled out his cell and dialed Steele. Dewey returned to Calabrese. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "Can you get him to the airport?" asked Calabrese. "He's not going to survive a flight out of Russia, if that's what you're thinking." "No, that's not what I'm thinking. Just get him to Ostafyevo Airport." Calabrese, escorted by Secret Service agents, stepped through the Oval Office and out onto a stone terrace, then walked through the Rose Garden. On the south lawn of the White House, the rotors of the Sikorsky S-76C were already slashing the air in anticipation. He dialed Chalmers as he climbed into the cabin, and the chopper flew into the dark sky above Washington. "Hector," said Chalmers. "Is she still alive?" asked Calabrese. "Yes," said Chalmers. "We've bandaged her wrists. She's stable." "Where are you?" "We land in Moscow in 15 minutes. You should know we're being met by Russian authorities. They're meeting us on the tarmac." "Which airport?" "Domodedovo," said Chalmers, referring to Moscow's largest airport. "Tell your pilot to take the plane into Ostafyevo," said Calabrese. "We need a few minutes before the cops take Katya away." "Why? I read the Interpol tear sheet. You stopped the bomb." "We stopped one of the bombs. There's another one. We're down to our last out here." "She's in sad shape," said Chalmers. "She cut both wrists. She lost a lot of blood." "You said she feels guilty?" asked Calabrese as he glanced out the window at the Washington Monument, already lit up in red, white, and blue for the 4th of July. "Tell her she's already saved at least 100,000 lives. Thank her on behalf of the American people. Then tell her she's going to get a chance to save 10 times that number." "Will do." A minute later, the chopper swooped down to the roof of the National Archives building. Katie and Tacoma were waiting. Tacoma holding a cardboard box filled with files. The door to the helicopter opened. They climbed aboard, then the door shut, and the chopper quickly took off. "You find anything else?" asked Calabrese.
Katie nodded.
Guess who one of the case officers was, who witnessed Vargarin's murder? She asked.
Josh Gant?
How did you know?
Calabrese stared at Katie, but said nothing. Let's table that discussion for later, he said. Right now we have a nuclear bomb in a Hinckley Talaria that we have to stop. I want you to call Igor, give him the make and the model on the boat, and see if there's anything he can do.
Katie pulled out her cell. What do you mean, anything he can do?
Some sort of variation on facial recognition technology. I want whatever ad hoc software he develops to be live on every possible video feed and security camera from Providence to Washington, with an obvious focus on New York.
Is that where we're going?
Yeah, said Calabrese. I might be wrong, but I have to believe. That's where the final target is. Dewey stepped over to Cloud. His eyes were shut. He was unconscious. Dewey felt his neck for a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. He was still alive. Dewey lifted him up onto his shoulder, fireman style. The voices from the elevator shaft were becoming louder now.
"We have to move,"
said Malnikov. He followed Malnikov to a set of stairs. They climbed up 3 flights, emerging at the top floor of the skyscraper. Wind ripped across the unfinished concrete, drenching them in rain. The sky was starting to turn a silvery gray as dawn approached. The Moscow skyline was dimly illuminated in sporadic cuts of light from other buildings. Twin ribbons of steel jutted up from the concrete, arched in curvilinear black against the sky. Blood from Cloud's wound covered the right side of Dewey's coat and pants. Dewey could feel the wetness, warmer and stickier than the rain. Malnikov clutched his shoulder as he searched the sky for steel.
"Pull it aside,"
said Dewey to Malnikov, nodding at his blood-soaked shirt.
"No,"
said Malnikov. "It hurts too much."
"Pull it aside."
Malnikov paused.
"You'll have to do it,"
said Malnikov. Dewey reached his hand out and gently ripped Malnikov's shirt away from the left side of his chest. The bullet hole was visible, a small black opening that continued to ooze dark blood. Dewey pulled the shirt down, then looked at Malnikov's back. It was covered in blood, but there was no exit wound.
"It's still inside you,"
said Dewey.
"Didn't hit your heart, but it needs to be removed."
Malnikov nodded.
"You're not going to like what I have to say,"
said Dewey.
"What is that? That I'm going to die?"
"No," said Dewey.
"Go back downstairs. Let the cops, or whoever they are, get you to a hospital."
"No fucking way," said Malnikov. Just then, the black Eurocopter plunged from the clouds, knocked by the crosswinds, then cut toward the top of the building.
"Promise me something,"
said Malnikov.
"What?" "If I die, you will make Calabrese live up to his end of the bargain." "You're not going to die, Alexei,"
said Dewey. The chopper dropped down quickly as Steele used the speed of his descent to counter the violent winds. The front of the Eurocopter was tilted forward. As it came closer and closer, it appeared it might slam nose first into the slab. At the last second, Steele pulled the chopper back, rear wheels hitting first, then the front. Dewey and Malnikov moved through the rotor chop toward the door.
"Then the promise won't cost you anything, will it?"
yelled Malnikov.
"Fine," said Dewey. "I promise."
Dewey stepped inside the cabin and lay Cloud down on the steel floor. Malnikov followed him on. Then the door slid shut behind them. Seconds later, Steele lifted off. Dewey went to the back and started pulling out drawers and opening compartments, searching for the trauma kit. He carried the steel case to where Cloud was lying. He pressed several large gauze pads against the wound. Cloud jerked from the pain, though his eyes remained shut. Dewey wrapped a large bandage around Cloud's hip, as tight as he could, keeping the pads pressed to the wound. He took another gauze bandage and moved to Malnikov. He pulled Malnikov's shirt aside and pressed the bandage against the bullet hole, then wrapped the bandage across Malnikov's chest to keep it in place.
How do I know you'll keep your promise?
asked Melnikov. Dewey looked at Melnikov.
I never break a promise, said Dewey.
Chalmers' bombardier touched down at Ostafyevo Airport and came to a stop at the end of the runway. Chalmers unbuckled and stepped to the cockpit.
Take it over toward the terminal building, but stay at least 100 feet away.
Sure, Derek. Chalmers walked back into the cabin. He sat down across from Katya.
Katya, he said, I need to talk to you.
Katya was lying on the leather built-in sofa, eyes shut. She didn't respond.
The United States found the nuclear bomb, he continued. It was in Boston. They stopped it. They believe, had it been detonated, at least 100,000 people would have perished. Your information prevented that from happening. You saved a lot of lives.
Katya remained still.
But we need something more from you. There is another bomb. There were 2 bombs. There's only one individual who knows where it's going.
Katya's eyes opened. Then tears came to her eyes and started to roll down her cheeks.
I don't know where it's going,
she whispered, looking at Chalmers.
That was just a conversation I overheard. You must believe me. I don't know.
But Pyotr does know, said Chalmers.
I don't know where he is, she protested. What do you want me to do? He's a monster. He wouldn't listen to me.
The faint din of a helicopter hit the cabin, causing Chalmers to turn to the window. Katya's eyes followed Chalmers.
No,
she cried.
No.
He will listen to you, said Chalmers. I need you to be strong. One more time, then it will be over. You can do it. I see how brave you are. I know you can do it. Lives are depending on you.
Dewey tapped Steele's shoulder as the chopper cut across the Moscow dawn.
How long until we get there?
5 minutes.
Dewey stepped back into the cabin. Melnikov was seated quietly. He looked weak. Dewey knelt next to Cloud and checked the wound. The bandages were soaked through, and a small pool of blood was on the ground beneath his hip. Dewey felt his pulse. It was weaker than before. Dewey shook his shoulder, trying to revive him. It didn't work. He pulled out a cell and dialed Calabrese.
We're about to land, Dewey said. She there?
Yes, said Calabrese. Is he still alive?
Barely. He's unconscious. I'm going to try and revive him. Not sure it's going to work.
You need to know something, said Calabrese. It's about his father.
His father?
He was a nuclear scientist. Before the breakup of the Soviet Union, we recruited him. He was going to defect. He had second thoughts. The chopper arced forward and right, descending. Dewey glanced out the window. He could see the small airport in the distance.
Can this wait?
asked Dewey. An agent named Roberts shot his father and mother in front of him. He was 5 years old. Dewey stared at Cloud.
What do we do with the agent?
The agency put a sanction on him, but he escaped. I don't know if he's still alive.
Understood.
Dewey hung up. He went to the trauma kit. In a compartment on the side of the case were several small bottles of drugs, including painkillers and antibiotics. He found a bottle labeled epinephrine, adrenaline. Dewey took a syringe from the kit, removed it from its sterile packaging, and filled it. He left the loaded syringe in the case and stood up. He glanced out the window. The tarmac was visible in the distance. A light blue jet was parked. Running and cabin lights were visible.
"Put it next to that plane," said Dewey.
Steele banked left and descended. A half-minute later, the chopper stopped and hovered just a few feet above the ground. Its wheels lowered, then the Eurocopter settled smoothly onto the tarmac. Dewey opened the side door and crossed the thin stretch of tarmac to the jet, whose cabin door was now lowering. He He climbed the stairs and stepped into the cabin. Looking right, he saw Chalmers, seated, legs crossed. "Hi, Dewey," said Chalmers. Dewey's eyes moved to Katya, who was seated across from Chalmers. "Let's go," said Dewey. Katya glanced at Chalmers, who stood up and extended his hand. "It's time," Chalmers said. Dewey led Katya and Chalmers down the stairs and across the tarmac. Halfway to the helicopter door, Chalmers took Dewey's arm at the elbow. Dewey shot Chalmers a look. "She tried to kill herself," said Chalmers, out of Katya's earshot. "Make this quick. She needs to get to a hospital."
"I'll do my best, Derek. But right now, I only care about one thing."
Dewey opened the door of the helicopter and climbed inside, followed by Katya. Chalmers paused at the door, then followed, sliding it shut behind him. Katya searched in the dimly lit cabin, her eyes finding Cloud. She dropped to her knees beside him. A horrified look crossed her face as she registered his right leg, cleaved of its skin below the knee. Then she saw Cloud's hip, the dark red bandage, the blood on the floor. She looked at Dewey. As much as Cloud's actions horrified her, Katya's expression showed an even stronger reaction. Her eyes betrayed revulsion at what Dewey had done to him. She looked back to Cloud.
"Pyotr,"
she said.
"Pyotr, it's me."
Cloud's head remained limp. Behind Katya, Dewey removed the syringe. He knelt next to her.
"This is adrenaline," said Dewey. "I'm going to try to bring him back. Let me speak first."
Katya nodded. Dewey pulled the collar of Cloud's shirt down, exposing his chest. With his left hand, he felt Cloud's chest, locating the breastplate. He kept 2 fingers pressed to a specific spot, almost directly in the center of the chest, then placed the end of the needle between his fingers and pushed the needle in. Blood spurted from the puncture. He moved the needle in several inches, then pressed the plunger and pumped adrenaline directly into Cloud's heart. Cloud's eyes opened up, then shut. A moment later, he screamed. He said something in Russian, repeating it over and over.
"What's he saying?"
asked Dewey.
"Kill me,"
said Malnikov.
"Pyotr, listen to me," said Dewey.
Cloud continued to scream. His eyes again opened. He turned and looked up at Dewey.
"I know what they did. What we did," Dewey told him.
"You couldn't know,"
whispered Cloud.
"We killed your father, your mother. I know about it. But the man who did that was a killer. One man. He was slated for termination because of what he did."
"You lie."
"Roberts," said Dewey. "That was his name. He did it. The people you're planning on killing, the people in Boston you tried to kill, they didn't kill your parents. One man did. An evil man."
"Lies,"
Cloud groaned. Dewey stood up and moved toward the front of the cabin. For the first time, Cloud saw Katya.
"Oh, God,"
he said in a pained whisper.
"I'm Pyotr,"
she said as she began to cry.
"You have to tell them."
Cloud looked away from her, shutting his eyes.
"You have to tell the Americans where the bomb is going. It's not fair. It's not right."
"There is no such thing as fair, Katya," he said. "Don't you see that?"
"You are going to kill 1,000,000 innocent people. What they did was wrong, but God will judge the man who did that."
"I was innocent too. My mother was innocent. My father, he was innocent."
He stared into Katya's eyes. He was blinking rapidly, trying to hold back his emotions.
"Tell them,"
Katya pleaded.
"Please, for me."
Cloud stared at Katya.
"Do you love me?"
she asked.
"Of course, I love you." "And if I was there, if I was in the place where you are sending the bomb, would you tell them, or would you let me die?" "I would tell them," he whispered. His eyes moved to Dewey, then back to Katya. "But you're not there." She leaned over him, her head just inches from him, her lips nearly touching his. "Pyotr," she whispered, "please show them the person I know. Show me the person I love." Dewey took a step back. He leaned into the cockpit. Steele turned and looked at Dewey. "Take us up," Dewey said. Chapter 104. Beneath the 145th Street Bridge, Harlem River, New York City. Fakir steered the boat up the Harlem River, away from New York Harbor. The running lights were off. Over his head was a pair of night optics. He had the Talaria moving slowly, its engine barely above a whisper, as he cut north. The logical approach to the Statue of Liberty would be from the sea. The authorities would not be looking in the Harlem River or the Hudson. And if they were looking, if they did find him, Fakir possessed the ultimate backup plan: detonate the bomb. As soon as he entered the Harlem River, he had the ability to level untold acres, to bring down building upon building, to kill hundreds of thousands. He stared up at the green steel of the bridge as he purred north. That was the moment he realized that he'd already won. There was nothing the Americans could do now. All he had to do was press the red button on top of the device. Fakir pulled out a drawer next to the steering wheel. He picked up the detonator. Ever so lightly, he rubbed his index finger across the button. Then he placed it on the teak table that adorned the center of the deck. Suddenly the door to the cabin opened. Naji stepped onto the deck. His hands and clothing were spotted in white paint. "I painted above the waterline, as you asked,"
said Naji. Fakir held a finger to his lips as an angry scowl came to his face. He motioned for Naji to come closer. He pushed the optics to his forehead so he could look into Naji's eyes.
"First," Fakir whispered, "shut the fuck up. Look around you. We're in the belly of the beast. They could very well be looking for us." "You heard the radio," Naji whispered. "Their own president thinks they stopped us." "Unless they're playing a game," said Fakir. "The Americans are not very smart, but even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while. So do us both a favor. Shut the hell up."
Naji nodded.
"Yes," he said. "I'm sorry. I finished painting the hull, that's all." "Good. How does it look?" "Like Rembrandt." "We'll drop anchor here for a few hours and let it dry."
Fakir steered close to the west side of the river, so that the boat was now hidden by a combination of the bridge and the riverbank, a concrete wall that arose 30 feet into the air above the water. He pressed a button that controlled the anchor, dropping it from a built-in compartment at the bow. When he felt the anchor hit the riverbed, he let go of the button and looked at Naji.
"It's important you understand what I'm about to tell you,"
said Fakir, barely even whispering, eyes casting about. He nodded at the detonator.
"We're now free and clear. It is July 4th. We did it. So if they catch us, press the button." "I thought the Statue of Liberty is our target," said Naji. "It is. But if they somehow find us before we get there—"
Naji nodded.
"I understand."
Fakir removed the optics and handed them to Naji.
"You keep watch for a little while. I'm going to try and sleep."
Chapter 105. In the Air, Moscow. The rotors of the chopper picked up discernibly. Then the wheels bounced, and they rose into the sky.
"Where to?"
asked Steele.
"Doesn't matter. Just get us up."
Dewey turned back to the cockpit. His eyes met Chalmers, who stared back with a blank expression. He looked down at Cloud, then out the window. Within moments of takeoff, they were several hundred feet in the air. Dewey reached to the wall and hit a button. Suddenly the side doors slid open. The roar of the rotors burst into the cabin. Wind and rain came in, dousing the cabin and everyone inside. Dewey reached down and grabbed at the front of Katya's jacket.
"Dewey!"
yelled Chalmers, as in the same moment Katya screamed. With one hand, he lifted her up and carried her toward the open door as she screamed, punched, and kicked at Dewey, but he held her like a doll. With his left hand, Dewey grabbed a strap above the door so he wouldn't fall out with her, as with his right hand he clutched her jacket and thrust her out the open door. Dewey stood, holding the strap, dangling Katya out the side of the chopper. She grasped at his forearm, trying to hold on, then looked below at the buildings rushing by. Then her mouth opened again in panic, and she tried to scream, but no noise came out. She was hysterical. Her hair whipped in a chaotic swirl, the slapping at Dewey's arm as she tried to hold on, the only sound, and it blended darkly with the rain and wind and roar of the rotors, and the voice of Chalmers.
"Don't do it, Dewey,"
he called.
"She's innocent."
Dewey held Katya there for a dozen seconds, then turned and looked into Cloud's eyes.
"You have exactly 5 seconds to tell me where the bomb is going,"
Dewey said, a calm look on his face.
"Then I drop her."
Cloud shut his eyes. He rocked his head back and forth.
5,
said Dewey, beginning the countdown.
4, 3.
Katya tried to say something to Cloud, but she was so panic-stricken that no sound came out as her mouth moved in silent terror.
2.
Cloud stopped moving his head. His eyes blinked rapidly, as if he was calculating something. He struggled to move his lips, ushering the last remaining strength he had left. He looked at Katya, his eyes finding hers across the mist.
New York City,
he said in his dying breath, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Then his last words.
The Statue of Liberty.
Chapter 106. The Carlisle, Madison Avenue, New York City. At 5:30 a.m., the CIA Sikorsky helicopter touched down at Haverstraw Airport, just north of Manhattan. Calabrese had a pair of Catch-22s on his hands. The first, a nuclear device, was in a boat headed for the Statue of Liberty. Assuming the terrorists hadn't switched boats, the U.S. government knew the precise make and model of the vessel the nuclear bomb was now on. But if the terrorists suspected anything, they would simply detonate the bomb. Cloud had coveted the idea of hitting one of America's most sacred and important historical structures. But a nuclear bomb detonated anywhere along America's coastline would do damage no less dramatic and permanent. The second conundrum was his own government. They needed to pinpoint the boat, then move without being noticed. It would require patience, subterfuge, and utter secrecy. Any inkling that they were being watched would cause the terrorists to act preemptively. Calabrese had little faith in the ability of law enforcement to pull off a delicate covert mission. He had more confidence in the Navy. Greer Amburn was the in-theater commander of the Navy team. The week before, in anticipation of what might come, Amburn had moved the Navy's newest combat vessel, the USS Fort Worth, into the mid-Atlantic. But even knowing and trusting Amburn as he did, Calabrese still felt uneasy. Calabrese, Katie, and Tacoma were met at the Haverstraw helipad by a black Suburban, which took them to a private entrance at the Carlisle Hotel. They boarded an elevator to the 10th floor, where there were 2 private apartments. Standing outside one of them was Igor. Igor's hair looked as if he'd just stuck his finger in a plug. He was barefoot and was wearing jeans. His white tank top had AK-47 embossed in gold across his chest, and sewn beneath the lettering was a figure of the rifle in pink thread. "Nice shirt," said Tacoma as they stepped through the door. "This shirt cost me $800, said Igor. "I'll sell you mine for $100, said Tacoma. They stepped inside and followed Igor to an office. On the desk was a panel of 6 plasma screens, 3 on top, 3 on the bottom, all attached. The 2 side screens on the bottom showed aerial maps of New York Harbor. Every few moments a small red circle appeared, then shot down to a vessel, highlighting a boat. The middle screen was computer code, black text on a white screen. The 3 screens on top all showed people. The left was the operations room aboard the USS Fort Worth. The second screen was a conference room at the FBI's New York field office. The last was the White House Situation Room. The audio was turned off. Overnight, the president had ordered a multiple-layer approach to the management of the government's military and law enforcement assets. The first level of coverage and preferred method of stopping the terrorists would be with snipers, managed by the FBI. The second layer would be provided by the Navy, using SEALs and SDVs beneath the water around the statue. The Fort Worth would also be prepared, if necessary, to fire RIM 116 missiles, or simply let loose with its 57mm cannons. NYPD's Marine units would patrol as usual. It was important to maintain normal appearances. "Do you want to start the call?" asked Igor. "Not yet," said Calabrese, pointing at the video feeds from the harbor. "Tell us what you have. First, any police or Coast Guard reports of missing or stolen boats?" "Nothing from Maine to Florida." "Tell us about the software." "I did as you suggested," said Igor, nodding to the screens. "The 2 shots of the harbor are live. The cameras are scanning the water. What you're seeing is, for lack of a better expression, the world's first boat recognition software." "How often does it run the scan?" 10 times a second. When the software finds a vessel close to the dimensions of the Talaria, it locks, rescans, then runs the photo against the database.
"Whose video are you using?" asked Katie.
"It's actually a feed from a Google satellite. I was able to call in a favor, although the person I called it in from isn't aware of it yet."
"Does it work?"
"Yes, maybe a little too well. It will find the Hinckley Talaria if it comes into the harbor. The problem is it also captures boats of the same length and width of the Talaria, and there are quite a few. It's 6 a.m. now. The program has already catalogued 31 boats of the same size."
Calabrese glanced at his watch. 6:10 a.m. "Fire up the call," he said. Igor hit a few keystrokes, and suddenly the voice of President Dellenbaugh came on the line. "I want a status," said Dellenbaugh. "What assets do we have in or around the statue?"
"We have snipers in 4 places, sir," said someone from the FBI. "Ellis Island, Governor's Island, Liberty State Park, and in or around the statue itself. That's 52 in all. In addition, we have another 24 in boats. We're using a combination of commandeered tour boats and civilian vessels. Everyone is in plain clothing."
"Captain Amburn," said Dellenbaugh, "what were you able to do overnight?"
"There are 5 SDVs in the water as we speak, 10 frogmen, all in a tight frame around the island," said Amburn from the USS Fort Worth. "In addition, we're at battle stations and prepared to take out the Hinckley on command. If you ask me, Mr. President, once we have a lock on the target, I would use our missiles in addition to any snipers."
"What would be the damage to nearby boats?" asked someone in the Situation Room.
"There would be collateral damage," said Amburn. "But blowing up the bomb is different from detonating it. We're talking a few lives versus several 100,000.
"What's the flight time on a missile to the statue?" asked Dellenbaugh.
"From button press to target, about 5 seconds, maybe less."
"Let's talk about the target itself," said Dellenbaugh.
"Hector?"
Calabrese looked at Igor.
You ready to live wire this?
whispered Calabrese. Igor nodded.
Yes, Mr. President, said Calabrese. What you're all about to see is real-time visual of the harbor as filtered through a software program based on facial recognition technology. The software is scanning every square foot of water, detecting the make and model of the boat we believe the bomb is on. As a camera locks the target, it pushes the image against the database, removing anything that doesn't match. Hector, Greer here, how do we triage? I'm assuming we're going to get some false positives. Worst thing that could happen would be if we identify the wrong guy, and the terrorist just goes on his merry way and detonates the bomb. You're right, said Calabrese. The software can only take us so far. There needs to be a human cipher at the end of the line. That's you, Hector, said Dellenbaugh. Everyone else, get ready. Let's keep all lines open. Calabrese looked at Igor. Mute it. He looked at Katie and Tacoma. You guys all set? He asked. Tacoma nodded. Yeah. We're good. Chapter 107. Wall Street, New York Harbor. Polk carried 2 styrofoam Dunkin' Donuts coffee cups, which he passed to Katie and Tacoma as they climbed into the speedboat. Polk fired up the engine. He was dressed in a madras button-down and shorts. His legs were the white that comes when skin hasn't seen sun in a few years. Tacoma took a sip. I fucking hate Dunkin' Donuts, he said. Fuck you, said Polk. Polk untied the boat from the dock, then stepped to the wheel and put the boat in gear, putting out from the dock. Tacoma glanced in front. The water was crowded with boats. There were hundreds of them, power boats and sailboats, small cruise ships, ferries, even dozens of kayaks. He looked at his green Rolex. It was 7:10. Polk glanced back, then nodded to the transom. A small cardboard box was on it. Katie opened it. In the box were 2 tiny glass cases, inside of which were earpieces. Katie and Tacoma each put one in their ears. You guys hear me? asked Polk. Yeah, said Katie. I'm good, said Tacoma. Get your eyes on, said Polk, pointing to a duffel bag on the floor. Tacoma pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses, handing one to Katie. They were specialized. The right lens was a high-powered monocular. Guys, it's me, said Calabrese over commo. We have our first hard target. Putting it on your screen right now. A digital tablet was velcroed to the transom of the boat. On it was a brightly illuminated map of the harbor, with the boat's location at the center. A flashing red dot hit the screen, indicating the boat Calabrese and Igor had marked. Then a line between the 2 boats cut in yellow across the screen, along with the precise distance between the boats. 1,071 feet. Got it, said Polk, cutting left, then speeding up. I want you guys to make the first sweep, said Calabrese. That's why you're out there. If and when we mark the bomber, we'll make the call as to whether we use the frogmen or the snipers. Or us, added Katie. Or you, said Calabrese. Robbie, you ready if we need you? Just put me in, Coach, Tacoma whispered as he stepped to Polk's side and scanned for the boat. Not too fast, Bill, said Calabrese. Polk eased up a little as he steered through the crowded harbor. Tacoma scanned the water, counting boats, losing count when he got to 200. In the distance he saw the Statue of Liberty. It was the first moment he realized not only the gravity of the situation and the hard truth about what could be lost that day, but that if they didn't stop the terrorists, he too would die. He closed his eyes briefly, then shook his head. What is it? asked Katie. Tacoma looked at her. Nothing. His gaze returned to the horizon, then the boats. We're getting close, said Polk. I see it, said Tacoma. Slow down, at 1:30, next to a sailboat. Polk steered in a curving arc toward the boat as all 3 of them studied it from afar. We have another match, said Calabrese. Are you guys ready? It's blue, said Katie. I see a bunch of girls on the boat. Polk changed his course. That first one is a negative, Chief. Okay, second should be on your screen right now.
Got it, said Polk.
As Cloud had demanded, they came from the north via the Hudson River. The assumption that guided them, that the Americans were searching for them, had guided them from the moment they set out from Sevastopol. The radio was on. A news station continued its coverage of Boston. There was no mention of the bomb, only a plot by terrorists. The news was filled with quotes by various American officials, cautiously gloating about the foiled plot. Fakir stood next to the Talaria steering wheel. He leaned against a railing as Naji maneuvered the yacht into New York Harbor. Fakir's olive-colored skin had turned grayish, as if someone had spread chalk across his now gaunt, hairless head and face. He felt weak and slightly dizzy, but something had happened during his sleep. He'd awakened with newfound energy and purpose. Perhaps it was the coming achievement of an objective he'd sought for as long as he could remember. Or maybe it was the determination and toughness that Fakir so prided himself on. He often felt that, in different times, he would have been a military leader, perhaps even a king. But that wasn't the world he'd been born to. Instead of a country or a battalion, he'd been chosen by a different battle. Jihad. Naji pointed to a building to the left. It was the gleaming glass and steel spire of the Freedom Tower. The sight gave Fakir goosebumps.
You're at war. What you do today will live forever. You'll be revered for the horror you deliver into the heart of the enemy.
After centuries of enslavement and silence, Allah's soldiers were finally taking what was theirs. It would take time, hundreds of years, but it was happening. They were coming. And today would be the second chapter in the great book that would be written about Islam's victory over America. This day, July 4th, would be looked upon by Muslims the same way Americans looked at the Boston Tea Party. Fakir's name would be as famous to Muslims as Paul Revere's was to Americans. On both sides of the boat, the water was crowded with boats, so many boats. Sailboats and motorboats, even kayakers, close to shore, paddling beneath the warm sun. If any of them were worried about a terror plot today, they certainly didn't act like it. It felt easy. So far, they had seen only 3 police boats, all near the Brooklyn Navy Yard. A Coast Guard cutter loomed a quarter-mile offshore. Beyond that was a U.S. Navy destroyer, but its presence seemed ceremonial. Naji steered in a slow, casual way, remaining in a line behind a smaller boat filled with the family.
Naji,
Fakir whispered.
Yes. We're here,
he whispered. Fakir pointed into the distance at the Statue of Liberty, raising his arm slowly in the air. Naji reached to a shelf above the console. He removed a small cardboard box and handed it to Fakir. Calabrese was seated next to Igor. His jacket and tie were removed, his sleeves were rolled up. Igor's fingers flew over the computer keyboard so fast Calabrese stopped trying to understand how he did it. By 10 o'clock, they had spotted 9 suspicious vessels. Polk, Katie, and Tacoma had swept 6 of them. The other 3 were checked out by plainclothes FBI agents in sniper boats. Every passing minute brought with it increasing anxiety. With each possible boat, Calabrese sensed the anticipation and urgency from the White House, revealed on one of the screens above, revealed in the way Dellenbaugh paced the Situation Room, eager to see if the terrorist had been found. Igor suddenly elbowed him. "We got something," he said, hitting the keyboard. "Coming into the harbor from the Hudson." The camera shot down and focused. The passengers were beneath the Bimini roof, out of sight line. The boat was green. The photo was so clear that the small gold Hinckley insignia was visible along the side of the boat. "Bill,"
said Calabrese. "We have something behind you. Putting it on your screen right now." "I got it," said Polk. Calabrese looked at the plasma upper left. Greer Amburn was standing on the bridge of the Fort Worth, surrounded by his battle team. "Greer!" "I see it, Hector." "Where's the nearest SDV?" "A couple of 100 yards away," said Amburn. "They'll be there in less than a minute." Fakir placed the cardboard box on the table. He leaned against the table for stability. Carefully, he lifted the top of the box. Reaching inside, he took out a small square device made of stainless steel with a small red button on top. The detonator. Fakir looked at Naji.
Naji,
he said. Naji's face was turned away from Fakir as he steered.
think quick,
said Fakir. He tossed the detonator through the air. Naji's face took on a look of horror as he removed his hands from the wheel, then stabbed them out, catching the detonator before it tumbled to the ground. He held the detonator gently as he studied Fakir's grinning face.
What are you doing?
He asked, shocked that Fakir would be so reckless.
It doesn't matter now. We're here. Go ahead. Do you want to press it?
The SEAL delivery vehicle pushed silently through the water, a dozen feet below the surface. There were 3 SEALs now clutching the submersible. The pilot and co-pilot sat near the front of the mini-sub in tiny compartments, open to the water. Burns, the combat swimmer, clutched a handle near the rear. Above, the waterline was chaos. Each boat engine churned the surface of the water, creating eddies that blurred the view. There were so many hulls, they seemed to blend together. Burns listened to his SDV pilot over commo as they steered toward the target boat. "Captain," said the pilot, "I need a hard GPS lock on that boat's position. There are too many boat hulls out there." "Roger that," said someone on the Fort Worth. "I'm going to take your nav over for a sec." On the pilot's nav screen, illuminated dots, representing the boats directly above the SDV, suddenly started to flash. Then, a green circle appeared around one, pulsed 3 times, and locked on. A bright green target symbol flashed. "Got it." The pilot locked the nav onto the target boat. The SDV hovered beneath it at precisely the same depth and speed. The SDV now moved in conjunction with the target boat, tracking it. The pilot let go of the controls. He and the co-pilot were now ready to join Burns in the attack. The pilot turned back to Burns. Over commo, he asked, "You ready, Burnsy?" Burns put his free hand to the airtight pocket on his chest, feeling the bulge of his gun, a suppressed Beretta 9mm. "Affirmative, Captain." "Fort Worth," said the SDV pilot. "On your go. Hold until we get the surface sweep." On Polk's screen, the boat's location flashed red. Then the words appeared. 705 feet. Polk steered toward the target boat. He weaved between vessels, all moving slowly, many distracted by Lady Liberty in the distance. Polk glanced at his watch. 10:28. There were, he knew, 4 fireworks displays scheduled for the day. The first, he knew, started at 10:30. As he watched the screen, he heard a sudden yell. "Watch it!" Polk looked up just as the bow of the boat grazed the cigarette boat, its engine growling loudly. "Sorry," said Polk. A tall man with a potbelly was behind the wheel. Behind him was a woman who came running to the side of the boat, looking to see if there was damage. "If that left a scratch," the man began. "It did," the woman exclaimed. "It left a big black mark, Rudy." The man ran to the side of the cigarette boat. Polk put his boat in reverse. As he started to back up, the man grabbed one of the boat's cleats, holding the vessel against his boat. "Let go," said Polk, debating whether to accelerate, fearing that if he did, he would bring the man overboard, resulting in his wife screaming. Before Polk could do anything, the man threw a rope around the cleat. "I want your insurance," he yelled. "What's going on down there?" asked Calabrese over commo. "Get to the Hinckley, now!" Tacoma moved from the back of the boat. He pulled out his combat blade, placed it under the rope, and sliced the line. The cigarette boat owner swung, but Tacoma ducked. "Go!" he barked to Polk. Fearing the man might fall in, Tacoma punched him in the mouth, sending him backward, tumbling to the deck. Katie sat on the transom, ignoring the commotion. Through her monocular, she studied the suspicious vessel, just 100 feet away now. It was a green Talaria. There was a man steering. He had longish dark hair and was shirtless. "I think that's it," she said over commo. "Hector, I think that's the boat." "I'll be there in 10 seconds, said Polk. "No, you won't," said Calabrese. "Greer, get those seals up there." Burns let go of the handle. In the same moment, the 2 other SEALs leapt from their seats. Burns reached the bottom of the Talaria, just ahead of his teammates. He placed his hand on a brass handle along the back, removed his flippers, unzipped his weapon pocket, and silently hoisted himself up onto the ski platform at the back of the boat. The 2 other men soon joined him. Burns climbed onto the deck. Burns signaled his teammates using his left hand. "My shot." A door opened. A teenage girl stepped from the cabin, saw Burns, and screamed. The man behind the wheel turned, then held up his hands. Whatever you want," he whispered, trembling. A scream abruptly rattled the air. It came from another boat, a sailboat just a few yards away, as a woman saw the 3 frogmen, all in black, clutching weapons, on the Hinckley. Najee's head turned as the scream echoed through the throng of boats. He stared, his eyes transfixed, at the 3 divers, all clad in black.
"Fakir,"
he said, pointing to the green yacht 100 feet away from them. Fakir quickly registered the men, SEALs or FBI. Then he saw the dark green of the boat's hull. "They're here."
"Where is it?"
he asked, desperation in his voice.
"What? The detonator!"
Najee pointed. The detonator sat on the table, its red button sticking up in the air. Fakir stepped toward the table, his hand extended. Polk stood at the wheel, watching from a distance as the 3 SEALs climbed aboard the boat. He waited to see the man fall. Then the long white-blonde hair of a girl emerged onto the deck.
"Oh, my God,"
he whispered.
"Hector!"
The scream cut across the water, interrupting Polk. He turned to see Katie. Their eyes met. "Shut it down!" yelled Calabrese. "Greer, tell your SEALs to stand down and identify themselves and calm those people down. If the terrorists see them, it's all over." "Roger," said Amburn. "On our way," said Polk. Polk pushed the throttle forward and sped toward the scene. "God damn it," he muttered, shaking his head. He glanced at Katie. "That was my fault," she said. "No, it wasn't. It was mine. I should have let Tacoma drive. Rob, you take over." Polk turned around. "Where's Rob?" he asked, looking at Katie. Katie swiveled her head, looking for Tacoma, but he was gone. Chapter 108. New York Harbor. Tacoma saw him just after Polk rammed the cigarette boat, the moment just before Calabrese ordered in the SEALs. He was standing on a different boat, a pretty white boat behind the cigarette boat, far away from the boat that was about to be attacked by the SEALs. He was bald, but it wasn't normal looking. It was the unmistakable grayness of death, the sickly color of a person after he's been irradiated. It was the look his mother had just before she died. In that second of recognition, Tacoma knew that the SEALs were approaching the wrong boat, and that once the bald man saw the frogmen, it would be all over. Everything. Shielded momentarily by the cigarette boat, Tacoma ripped off his shirt and jeans. Beneath, he had on an Olympic-style tactical, warm-weather swimsuit, armless at the top, thin material down to mid-thigh, all black. He slipped into the water as Polk and Katie were turned in the opposite direction, watching the other boat just as the SEALs made their approach from below. He dived down until he was safely beneath the hulls of boats overhead. Tacoma navigated as he'd done as a kid, before he knew what UDT stood for, before Hell Week, before SEALs, before there were masks with digitally imposed maps, before he knew what Como was, when it was just the water at the lake and the moonlight. He swam as fast as he'd ever done, arms lunging, legs kicking furiously, lungs burning, desperate for another breath of air. When he couldn't hold his breath any longer, he kept going until he saw it, the dark green hull of the Talaria, and, just above the waterline, the fresh white paint the terrorists had slapped on to cover it up. He felt a rush of warmth as adrenaline flamed inside him. Time seemed to stand still. It was as if he'd been born to be here. He grabbed the wooden ski platform and climbed up. He slipped silently onto the transom. At the same moment, his hand pulled the Sig Sauer P226 from his weapons pocket, then raised the gun, its black suppressor targeted toward the two men. He climbed onto the deck. He stood without moving, dripping wet, clutching the gun. He trained the muzzle on the driver, then waited in silence. And then a young girl's screams echoed across the water. Both men turned. Tacoma fired a slug into the side of the driver's head, spraying blood and brains across the console, dropping the man to the deck in a contorted heap. In the half-second that followed, the bald man raised his withered arm. He stretched it out toward Tacoma, as if pointing. It was then that Tacoma saw it. In between where they stood was a table. On the table was the detonator, its red button stuck up in the air, as if asking to be pressed. His eyes locked with Tacoma's. Small eyes, clever eyes, black eyes filled with hate. They moved to the gun, carefully studying the hole at the end of the suppressor, still aimed at his head. A long, pregnant silence took over the deck. Both of them knew where the detonator was. Both knew that if the terrorist lunged, even if Tacoma shot him at that same moment, the momentum of his lunge would enable him to land on the detonator.
"I know what you're thinking," said Tacoma calmly, still breathing heavily. "You're thinking, should I go for it? Even if he shoots me, I'll probably land on it. Am I right?"
The bald man didn't respond. Instead, he crouched ever so slightly, coiling his legs, waiting for the precise moment to go.
"The thing is, if I shot you in the head, you'd be right," continued Tacoma, still holding the man's skull in the center of the gun. "It would go right through your brain and out the back. In fact, it would probably go pretty damn quick because of how small your brain is."
Tacoma grinned slightly, then swept the muzzle down, stopping when it aimed dead center at the terrorist's chest.
"But the breastplate is a lot stronger," said Tacoma. "Runs down through your body. That's where you fucked up. You should have gone for it when I had it aimed at your head. You would have won. Now that I've got your breastplate, it doesn't matter how hard you jump. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. As long as I can hit that breastplate, you're going backward. No way around it. It's physics, dude."
The terrorist jumped toward the table, surprising Tacoma. But the surprise lasted less than a second. Tacoma pumped the trigger. A telltale metallic thwack was the only sound as the suppressed gun sent a slug through the air. It struck him dead center in the chest, kicking him off his feet and back into the wall. He dropped. Tacoma walked across the deck, gun aimed at all times on the man. He stepped above him, then stared down into his eyes.
"You see? I told you."
He inched the suppressor up a few inches, then pumped another slug between the terrorist's eyes.
"Happy Independence Day, motherfucker."
Epilogue. Freeman's, New York City, 3 months later. Freeman's was crowded. The New York City restaurant, located at the end of a dark alley, was like an old hunting club on the inside, with dark wood and stuffed moose and deer heads hanging from the walls. There was barely enough light to see. Dewey was a few minutes early, and he stepped to the bar, ordering a bourbon and a beer, both of which he deposited down his throat so quickly that the bartender did a double-take. "Another round?" Dewey nodded. The bar was packed. Most of the people there were in their 20s. Of the 24 or so people at the bar, Dewey guessed that 3/4 of them were female, and 3/4 of them were models. "Tacoma," he thought, as he drained the second bourbon, then sat down and took a small sip of beer. Suddenly, a magazine landed on the bar in front of Dewey, and the same moment he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned. It was Calabrese. "Hi, hotshot." "Hi, Hector." On the bar was the most recent issue of People magazine. The cover showed a male movie star Dewey didn't recognize. Below his face, the cover read, "The 50 Sexiest Men Alive." "Ah, goody," said Dewey enthusiastically. "I haven't seen this issue yet." Calabrese took the stool next to Dewey and ordered a glass of wine. "Page 60, said Calabrese, nodding with a smile at the magazine. "You finally made it," said Dewey, flipping through the magazine. "It's about time they started considering large, protruding, hairy guts sexy." "Fuck you. Read it." As he flipped through the magazine, he stopped at an earlier article. It featured a large photo of Katya Basayev. She was seated in a chair, legs crossed, smiling. Behind her, a window showed the skyline of Moscow on a sunny day. "She's dancing again," said Calabrese. Dewey said nothing. "Would you really have dropped her?" asked Calabrese. Dewey paused at the question, staring at Katya's beautiful face for a few extra moments before continuing to flip through the magazine. He didn't answer the question. He found page 60. He looked down at the photo. It was a glossy, full-page portrait of Tacoma. He was standing in a tight, all-black Olympic-style swimsuit. His hair was slicked back, and he was dripping wet. His arms and shoulders were tan and ripped in muscles. Each hand clutched a gun, and both were aimed at the camera. Kneeling to each side of him were females clad in skimpy string bikinis, one blonde, the other brunette, both staring up adoringly at Tacoma. "I'm gonna puke," said Dewey. Calabrese laughed. Number 4 robbed Tacoma, America's hero. The only thing hotter than the bullets flying out of ex-Navy SEAL Rob Tacoma's gun are the smoldering green eyes on his luscious Virginia-born face. With his 4th of July heroics, 29-year-old Tacoma earned his place in America's pantheon of legends. With his movie star good looks and chiseled physique, Tacoma earns number 4 on this year's list of the world's sexiest men alive. Tacoma is single and plans to stay that way, unless some girl out there can figure out a way to deliver a kill shot to this stud muffin's flak-jacket covered heart. Dewey shut the magazine and looked at the bartender. "I need another bourbon." Just then a commotion came from the door. Katie was standing just inside the door, waiting for Tacoma. Tacoma was outside, surrounded by girls. He had a pen out and was signing autographs. Katie's eyes found Dewey. She rolled them and shook her head, then came over to the bar. Katie was dressed in brown linen pants, high-heeled sandals, and a sleeveless, see-through silk chemise. She'd let her hair grow out a bit. She resembled a young Ingrid Bergman. Dewey looked at her as she approached, scanning her from head to toe, without taking his eyes off her. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "You." Katie blushed slightly. "You look nice," he said, reaching his arms out and wrapping them around her. "Nice?" she whispered, holding Dewey tightly. "I like that. By the way, how are you, cutie? I missed the hell out of you." "I missed you too," said Dewey. "I'm good." Katie let go of Dewey and wrapped her arms around Calabrese. "Hi, big fella." "Hi, Katie." Dewey nodded to Tacoma, who was still at the door. "Is it like this everywhere?" he asked. "Yes," said Katie, exasperation in her voice. "It's crazy. He had 2 girls in his room this morning when I went by to meet him. I think they were cheerleaders.
What makes you think that? Asked Dewey.
They had cheerleader uniforms on?
Dewey laughed.
You guys are not going to believe his ego, said Katie. If you thought it was out of control before...
Let him enjoy it, said Calabrese. He did something important. He's young and single. Let him bask in his 15 minutes of fame.
Easy for you to say, said Katie, shaking her head. As happy as I am that bomb didn't go off, there are times I find myself wishing it had.
Dewey, Calabrese, and Katie all started laughing. They turned to see where Tacoma was. He signed the last autograph, then entered Freeman's. His hair was slicked back and combed neatly down the middle. He had on a light tan leather jacket. It was partially unzipped. He didn't have a shirt on. He wore Madras shorts and cowboy boots.
I think I agree with Katie, said Dewey, smiling and waving to Tacoma. Hector, do you have Bakolov's number?
Tacoma nodded to Dewey, raising his hand like a gun and firing his index finger at him.
Did he just wink at me?
Asked Dewey. He doesn't have a shirt on, said Calabrese, incredulous. Tacoma stepped to the bar. He wrapped his arms around Dewey, then Calabrese. He nodded to the bartender, who brought him a bottle of beer. Okay, before you guys say anything, I have 3 points I want to make, said Tacoma, looking at Dewey.
Let me guess. You met someone who delivered a kill shot to your flak jacket-covered heart.
Tacoma shook his head. First, I can't help it if some magazine names me to their Sexiest Man Alive list. Now, if you ask me, I should have been number 2, but that's water under the bridge. Second, I didn't know about those 2 chicks they stuck in the picture.
Chicks? Asked Katie. Can you possibly be more offensive?
Tacoma took a big swig from the bottle.
And what's third?
Asked Dewey.
What?
Asked Tacoma.
You said you had 3 points, said Dewey. That was 2.
I think I said 2. I had 2 points.
Do us all a favor and put a lid on it for a few minutes, will you, Mr. Sexy?
Said Dewey. Tacoma, slightly chastened, nodded, then grinned. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Just then the hostess approached.
Your table is ready?
They followed the hostess to a table in the dimly lit back room. They ordered several bottles of wine along with dinner. They caught up as they ate, eventually enjoying Tacoma's regaling them of his various exploits since the fateful day he killed the terrorist in New York Harbor. At some point, they all realized Tacoma was not, in fact, bragging. He was as surprised, dumbfounded, and amused by it all as they were. After dessert had been cleared and there followed a lull in conversation, Dewey glanced at Calabrese. His mind flashed to the beginning of it all. Castine. Calabrese had flown up not because of the coming attack, not even because he needed Dewey. He came that day to rescue him. Dewey wasn't good at saying thank you, at least not with words, but he allowed a smile to come to his face. He picked up his wineglass.
Here's to Hector, said Dewey.
Hear, hear, Tacoma chimed in, raising his glass.
To our fearless leader,
added Katie. Calabrese smiled in silence and raised his glass, moving it to the other 3.
So what are you going to do about Gant and Roberts?
Asked Dewey, after downing the remaining wine in his glass.
Josh is spending some time in one of our more out-of-the-way stations, said Calabrese. If there's ever a terrorist threat in Biak, he'll be the first to know.
Biak?
Asked Katie.
An island near Papua New Guinea, said Calabrese. Apparently still some cannibals running around, but personally I have my doubts.
What about Roberts? Asked Dewey. Calabrese smiled knowingly, but didn't answer Dewey's question. Just then the waitress brought over the check, which Calabrese grabbed before anyone else could.
So, what are you up to tonight? He asked Katie.
Nothing too exciting, she said. I might stay in the city. I don't know.
Doesn't Igor live near here? Asked Tacoma, grinning at Katie. Yeah, I think he does, said Calabrese.
Katie smiled mischievously and then turned to Calabrese.
How about you?
I'm headed back tonight. I haven't seen Vivian in a week. Calabrese looked at Dewey. What about you? Me? Asked Dewey. He looked at his watch. Ah, shit, I'm actually going to see something. Something? Asked Katie. Or someone? Someone. It's nothing. Dewey got to his feet. You're not leaving yet, said Tacoma. Let's hear it. No way. Come on, Grandpa. Who is she? Dewey shot Tacoma a look. Someone whose identity is above your pay grade, stud muffin. So you won't tell us who the lucky lady is? Asked Tacoma, flashing a smile. Tell you what, tough guy, said Dewey. Let's arm wrestle. You win, I'll tell you her name. I win, I get that leather jacket. Dewey sat down. He put his right arm up, resting it on the table. Tacoma placed his arm on the table. Their hands met and clasped tightly together. A small crowd started to gather in the back room to watch, waiters and waitresses, a few people from the bar, until there wasn't any more room left. We go on 3, said Dewey. Katie, you call it. Honestly, said Katie, you two are like little children. Katie, said Dewey. Fine, she said, smiling. 1, 2, 3.
We hope you've enjoyed Independence Day, a Macmillan audiobook production from St. Martin's Press. Text copyright 2015 by Ben Coes. Production copyright 2015 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.